Good morning, everybody. We will be getting started just after the ads run and pre-rolls are off, so I will see you in a couple of moments. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Let's press this button and it's the live screen. We're in Ashes of Creation. The Christmas decorations are half down because of, takes a while to do. And I can press this button. Whoa, and it's very dark in this room. Okay, apparently it makes me look like an evil genius. Let me do this. The light reflection makes it look like I've got an evil streak in my hair. It's hilarious. Let's do that button. Just sort my hair out then. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Oh, look, a Dreadtide Assassin. That looks like a goblin. Oh, another one. I should probably not run through all the 2-star goblins. Let's be real. I should heal myself. Good morning, everyone. How are you doing? Looks there's a couple of groups of goblin farming going on here. Good morning, and auspicious start to the stream. Well, the good news is I'm already level 25, so worrying about leveling is less important than it was. These are my assassins now. Let's maybe make sure I can actually heal myself as I go. Look, I can bring XP to my friends. Am I not a great cleric bringing them friends? Delivering friends to the tank. Let's give the tank some mana regeneration. Let's give them some health regen. I should probably do my actual job as a cleric, you know. Evil junior senior middle manager. I mean, I wake up and choose violence all the time, you know. How is everyone doing out there this morning, though? It's great to see all of you. Thank you all for being here. Balthazar, Game Dadle, was it? Nellis, good morning. Vinthal, Cobra Striker, Salachi, Krasmedic, Ruchi, great to see all of you. Foolish Sasquatch and Aline, good morning to both of you guys. Good morning, Bobzilla. Good morning, Gerbil. Good morning, LFC. Oh, look, Glint already. I'm not going to say no to that. Oh, no. The most dangerous enemy known to mankind. Is this Flax? Please be Flax. Gonna make sure I harvest the flax. Very important. Good morning, Gravelfoot. Good morning, James Brown. Good morning, Phoebus. I am indeed here for the final few percent of Brian Barrel. Yes. Good morning, Yorkshire Lord. How are we all doing? Good morning, Luther, buddy. Good morning, Froa. Good evening to you, Freya. We are today farming to get Brine Barrel up to level 100, like to 100% here. We're at 95. So by the end of the stream, we should very easily and comfortably be at 100%. Mean that we get a settlement, we get proper built, like crafting locations. This is the goal. Good morning, Illusions. Good morning, Lukewarm. If I've missed any names, good morning, Reza and Icewind. Good morning, Violet Mango. I should probably check my own health rather than chatting away on stream. Deeply funny. Ooh. Good morning, Gundorf. Good morning, Rezion. Good morning, Aquadictus. How are we all doing? Soon proper taxes, soon taxes, citizenship, the whole shebang. Gonna make sure that I keep Coda's Red's health up, but that's basically my main priority. And then while we farm this, we should also be getting some drops, which will be useful so that we can actually hopefully gear our character up, which will be nice. We just need one bit of like caster gear. Look, we possibly don't even have to fight Draz for it. Hello, Anador. How are you doing? Good morning, CS King. Hello, Dutch. We got a whole carcasses, the construction crate location still. You're getting there. We're all getting there. I don't have a bard, so managing mana is... I'll take the glint. The worst case scenario is we get enough glint that I can do a run across once the area hits level, hits town. And I can then go and buy it from Jova. Like, worst case scenario, I'll go buy it from people who have already been doing it. I am doing good, thank you, Anador. I think we're all doing pretty well. Aquadictus, good morning, bud. I am indeed doing good. A little bit cold today, but not too bad, all things considered. How about yourself? We destroyed the Cowl Guidance operation. When you really weaponize goblinry, it's remarkable just how quickly you can level up. Yeah. I think these flame speakers aren't as dangerous as the assassins, but let me join the Discord with this group and find out what's going on. Ah, I'm glad I got good news back on that. Mark unread. Let's go find who's who in the groups. This looks like the group I'm meant to be in. Ah. Excellent. But do I have a Dutch? I will have an adept book I'm not using once I've replaced it with a radiant one, but I still only have my lower level book. I still only have my adept book. So when I replace that, maybe I will. Okay, the main thing I need is int-based weaponry. I just want any upgrade, please. I can't believe I'm level 25 using adept gear. It's just wrong of the gearing economy for it to be a thing. Like, it's just ridiculous. I'm just laughing at the state of the economy in game rather than anything else. Don't worry. I just find it deeply funny. Like I've said, I'm happy to do Raid Island once we've hit 100% here, and we're getting very close. I want to go to Carfen. Via the pit. I need to go to the pit. I highly doubt our raid island will be worth it because we're not geared. Yeah, Ruchi, you want any gear. You want if as a cleric, as a healer, you want any item or any gear which benefits int or whiz. So you're competing with DPS gear for DPS as well. You're competing with the DPS for their gear as well, which is a problem. There's very few things that seem to have good healing stats on them. An illegitimate child from Italian and British royalty was adopted by me by a Zanti ancestors. You have a wee bit of royal British blood. I'm very sorry. Decimate the rock. You've been heavy into mat gathering, so you're not aware. Humanoid targets still have better chance of gear drops than creatures? Yes. That is our understanding, yeah. You've got a couple of random gear pieces from animals. Most of your gear drops have been from humanoid. Yeah, we still believe it's mostly humanoid is the priority. Oh, some zinc. What percentage is the node at? The node is at 95%. We're doing goblin farming and loot. So basically, we're locust. I'm now locusting because I've hit level 25. I've freed up the brig for other people. But it just feels wrong. What, for humanoid mobs to give humanoid gear? Kind of make sense. The issue is more that just mobs aren't dropping enough gear, in my opinion. Cleric is primary. Absolutely understand the flame speaker. No, the one that expects all types of drops from one location. Ultimately, there should be enough, even, like, there wasn't even enough gear for one type of class to be fully geared up 8 times for the number of people. So basically the disparity there is the number of drops. If we'd gotten enough tank gear that all the class, if they were tanks, could be geared, I wouldn't have a problem. But we didn't. There wasn't enough gear from 8 people grinding from 17 to 25 to gear them up at level 20, whether or not they were tanks. Which is inherently wrong. Looting humanoid enemies for that amount of time should mean that you have at least a good chance of getting enough gear from that grind to level them up at grey gear. Crafting should be for better quality than that. That's my problem. It's not that we didn't get magic gear from non-magical enemies, even though we were killing cultists, which obviously do have, you know, magic. Because they do summoning, etc. My issue was that we didn't get enough gear to respect our grind, which is going to be a problem depending on the drops for any enemy. My biggest question is how accelerated the leveling. If we're thinking like 10 times, that would give you a different perspective of the drop rates just on the release rates. If the drop rates are as... Okay, given that it took me probably 6 to 8 hours of grinding... Yes, it took me 6 to 8 hours of grinding to get a get to between level 24 to 25. If you're telling me it's going to be 60 hours of the most efficient mob grind we have in an area to get from level 20 to 24 to 25, I won't play the game. It's that simple. That's not a respectful grind rate for a game. 60 hours for the middle level Bearing in mind that you're going to be getting to level 50, if you're suggesting that it's 10 times XP now, no one will level at launch. They will kill their game off. That will immediately kill the game. This is already heavily grindy for an MMO. Making it 10 times more grindy would kill off anyone who's willing to try this game for the first time. Even if this is, to be honest with you, this is still, I think, a disrespectful XP rate. For the leveling, like, given that level 25 is the middle level, if you're thinking that, okay, it gets exponentially longer, you're going to be talking like hundreds of millions for the level 50, like level 49 to 50. Steven said that 6 months at the most effective way to get max was their vision. 6 months at farming every single day. That vision will kill the game, Sabu. That vision will kill the game. You will not get any new players to MMOs coming in being like, oh yeah, 6 months of every day grinding 12 hours a day is fine. You will not get a new player into the game. Because this isn't like old school RuneScape where you can realistically get away with the low XP rates because most of the grinding is AFK. This is not AFK-able grinding. If you're telling me that you think it's going to be 6 months to get 6 months of what we've done every day for the last week to get to level 50, players won't play the game. You might not lose the old players. Players of old MMOs will likely get it. But you're not going to get new players in, which means that your game automatically has a very, very short lifespan on it. Because the kind of players you're talking about also don't have the time to play every day. And Eve's progression was completely offline, so again, completely irrelevant. Yeah, you cannot use that as an analog. Yeah. In Eve, the ask used to be you had to log on every day to level up, and even that was too onerous. So imagine trying to tell people that they had to log in every day and actively grind for 12 hours to get to the end game. Are you about to ask you whether this game is new player friendly? Currently no, because it's not a game. It's still early access alpha, so it's still being worked on, still being streamlined, etc. Broadly, the game should be, but it's going to depend on which groups you form with, as always. Imagine you put in the 6 months your max level and you convince a friend to get the game. Great, they need 6 months to play with you at that level. They will quit and not join if they know. You also have the issue that because of the way they've done XP to prevent you from boosting people, you can't get XP for your friends if you are in the party in higher level than them. And because of the way that because of the way tagging works, it can't even be that you tag and do most of the damage on an enemy and let your friend kill it, because then you will take the XP and the credit for the kill. So you can't help your friend level up at all, despite the fact that it's going to take you basically thousands of hours to level up properly in the game. Because that's also not including things like getting your gear, things like getting up a gathering level. You're just going to kill your game, aren't you? I don't know if anyone disagrees, but like, you farmed the break for at least 3 years to 12 hours. My time reached 25, I was exhausted and took a day off. Exactly. I had to take Saturday off halfway through my grind level 24 because I just needed a break from it. I've got 85 hours on Steam of the game, and I'm level 25. I probably spent... In fact, you can track all of the time it took me to level 25 on stream, apart from yesterday's grind, which I just didn't want to do on stream, because sitting there for another 8 hours grinding on stream actually isn't that fun. It's also awful gameplay to show people, because they're like, oh, you've been sat here for 12 hours. Well, yes, because this is the most efficient farm. You have over 100 and still level 20? Yeah, I've been very lucky to hyper-efficiently farm. As you know, from the way that I am in June, I tend to lock in on my farming, and I tend to get my stuff done quite quickly and quite efficiently. I find the most efficient way of doing stuff. It's the Eve player in me. That's not fun over a long period of time, though. Like, already, I was like, okay, well, Actually, I'll be really honest. Here we go. If it wasn't for the fact that we were leveling this up to level to 100%, I wouldn't have gone for level 25 because I don't enjoy that grind. It's not fun, that grind. Especially given that there's going to be a series of wipes. Because if you're telling me, okay, 100 hours of farming to get to level 25, okay, so that is 100 hours of farming. We're going to say 10 hours a day. You're saying 10 days to get from 1 to 25. If it's going to be 6 months to get to level 50, well, 6 months is going to be 180 days. So you're saying 170 days to go from level 25 to level 50. 170 days. From the looks of it, I'll just do professions and skip the combat mostly. You'll buy the gears from players. Well, if you're doing gathering and you're doing professions, you'll be able to make your gear, which is actually, to me, looks like a much more fun setup. But even then, professions are insanely expensive. Where are you getting the seed glint to do it from, other than harvesting and selling a bunch of low-tier resources? Which is kind of painful and a waste of time anyway, because you need those low-tier resources later on. So there's no real winning. The economy doesn't currently work. How did I get hit from there? Okay. Any tips to cleric? You bought the game and do a cleric. Okay, well, Flexog, first of all, what kind of, like, as a cleric, you are a support character. You should be working with a group or with a, or with other players, because that's the benefit of your class. The next thing is to making sure that you're learning your cooldowns, etc. After this combat, I will show you the ability that I most recommend for clerics, because it means that you have infinite mana, if it's done right. So, in your weapons tree, inside Wand or Codex, you'll have this, Refreshing Follow Through. You need to make sure that you take Refreshing Follow Through. That will mean you always have mana, and when you've got mana, you've got healing. That's how that goes. Other than your cooldowns, you've got healing. Your archetype, this ability here, Blessed Weapon, allows you to bless another member of your party to give them weapon regen. Need. Mine. Mine. Oh. Unlimited power. 206 int, 605 mag speed, 263 max health, 409 accuracy, 409 magical accuracy, and 2,424 magical power. That's fucking nuts. That bow is quite good, to be fair. If I get a ranged weapon, yeah, that could be worth it. The healing crit chance is quite nice. Let's see how much more damage I do now. Okay, not a huge amount more damage. Oh, the healing has gone up by a lot, though. Okay. There you go. This is why we wanted to do this farm. We're getting loads of XP for the settlement, and I also just got a sword, which means that I've just doubled the amount of magical power healing, that like magic power and healing that I'm doing. So I was doing... Soothing Glow is now doing 71. If I scroll back up, we should see what it was doing before. Soothing Glow was doing 54, so 58 on a crit. No, 58 up to 71. Was it? Yeah, 71. That's huge by itself. Wow. So, yeah, just like a flat 20% improvement to my healing just from that one weapon. Yeah, this is why I hate how cleric gearing works, because you are completely relying on your gear to be a good cleric. But you can still do damage, just do it slower. But like healing, it depends on the max health, which goes up, and the gap between your gear and the max health of those you're healing goes up faster than you getting gear. I'll greet it. How much healing power do I have? That's a good question. My magical power is 161 once converted. Healing power... Where are you? Should probably combine my glint. How much HP do I have? 3,391. To be honest with you, Flexlock, I'm using any weapon that gives me int and wisdom, because those are my stats. The book and wand mean I can actually do magic damage, which is good, but I'm using anything that gives me magical power and int, etc. Because I need the weapons that fit what I'm doing as a role. You farm for 14 hours and Saturday never saw the weapon? Jeez. The healing power, that's what I was looking for. My healing power is 119, so my healing power is actually lower than my magic damage, but that's pretty much to be expected. Ooh, the ads are here. Make sure you're looking after yourself, chat. Oh wait, I need to have some. I need a second. I need to go and grab a drink after this pull. Just looked down and saw that I had no drinks, and I was like, I should hydrate. Okay, well, I'm just up here. I'll be right back. Hello, welcome back. Weird warning to get, but fine. Don't need wisdom, magical power. Int and whiz. That's the stats you're looking for as a cleric. You want high intelligence, high wisdom. Mentality is good because it gives you mana, but it's less important than wisdom, which gives you magic power. Intelligence, which gives you magic power, because most magic power is what gives you the healing. Yeah. Strength and dex, completely useless. Constitution does give you more health and more defense. That's why you didn't buy Ashes Creation yet. Seems too grindy. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. At this point, doing 170, 90, 104, like, this is actually, it's quite nice damage. I'm doing a lot better than I was. Now I'm a melee class. But I'll do less damage in melee because it does physical damage despite being a weapon that gives magical damage, which is funny. How many people here have actually, like, played Ashes, are giving it a try long term, and how many people are waiting for Ashes? Just out of interest, because I know a lot of you are waiting for the game to be in a better stead. And I see people, like, pop up in chat whenever I'm playing Ashes that I don't see other times, which is quite funny. Waiting. Just started last week. Waiting, not worth it. Trying, but kind of ready to wait again. Currently playing, waiting. Okay. Playing, having a blast. Playing for a while. Got it. Tried it. Long time player. Ooh. Read. Played for a year. Nice. Welcome in, Zog Tiger and Gazelius. Long time. Played for a year. Well, I've been playing for a year. Actually, it feels weird that I've been playing for a year. We've been playing since the start of Alpha 2. Consistently, which is kind of nuts. Playing but testing class, see which you like best. What have you found so far, Lukewarm, from the classes you've been testing? You're liking the slower phase? Good. I think that the slower phase is because there have been less exploits for progression this time than there have been other times, but I think that there's still weirdnesses they need to solve. Oh, that does so much more damage and healing now, that consecrating wave. I love that. You bought it but haven't played it yet? Good morning, Goliath. It does feel weird. We've been playing this for a year now. Yeah. Plays 1 and 2 now back casually. I think that's the good way to be. I think the game has gotten to a stage where actually, like, especially in phase 2.5 and 3, you were just repeating it for repeating its sake. This does at least feel like you're testing out new systems. I'm really pleased to see how many people are in here who are experiencing the game for the first time, but also the number of people who are still waiting. I'm really pleased there are still people who are willing to give the game a chance despite its obvious failings and flaws in terms of economy, etc. And I'm also pleased to see that people are letting the game cook, because trying the game when it's in this early level of development isn't always going to be the best idea. You're not always going to get the best experience out of it, so I'm actually glad to see so many people are being a bit more reserved in it rather than rushing straight in. You've enjoyed Bard and Tank the most so far? Bard's the most fun with the movement and buffs. However, Tank just calls me for their own modes. I normally play Tank. Big character hit things. Good morning, Just Another. The holiday period's been pretty good, thank you. I think we've all been having a reasonably good time. Ashes has been going well. You know, been having a nice chill time here, seeing everybody who's been around over Christmas, which has been really nice. How about yourself? How are you doing? Good morning, Primasite. You obviously give the game a C+ as it is now, but room to grow. As WoW feels like it's been C- or D for many expansions. That's a very fair view, Zuni. Yeah. Been watching me, Mond and Thor play. Looks like a nice game. You fear it might fall in the same black cards we've been playing. You've playing too long because it's 20. It is a game that really does. It doesn't stop you from playing 24/7 in any way. That is a thing. You've been playing a lot of Bitcraft. Bitcraft is very nice. We could potentially use a bard. I'm not the one running the party though, so you had to reach out to Coates, who just invited me as soon as I logged in, and I was like, fair. That's how you grab my attention, I guess. I didn't ask for any group. I logged in and Coach just threw an invite at me. Didn't even give me a choice. That is a lie, by the way. I did ask for a group. I'm just shit talking because they're watching the stream. See, look, you can see them over in the chat. Man, I need to bring back the Chronomus tree so you can't see them. There you go. Never mind. I'll have to accept the cost of putting the Christmas decorations back up. You see the effort it took me to put those Christmas decks up. That's why it takes me so long each year to do them. Yeah, Winky, you know, Winky's there making sure the Christmas tree doesn't run off. It's very important. Yeah, the bard is Null Wolf, all one word. I guess we can let Null Wolf in. Am I likely to have early stages of tank brain? You might have terminal tank brain, James Brown. Yeah, it could be. Sorry, bud. I know it's a horrible thing to have to contend with at this time of year. Probably should make room for the ruby. We are at 96. Which is nice. Hello, Little Miss Cthulhu. How are you doing? Welcome on in. How was Bitcraft? How you been doing? Good to see you. Good morning, Raiders. Quick raid and run. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope that you are doing well. Hope you've had a lovely holiday period. You could have a heal. Yes, I'm on my way. Heels on wheels. I'm no longer imprisoned at the brig, and therefore I'm allowed to do mining. My vision is based on available mining loot. Why were you at the brig? Because we needed to level up. I needed to hit level 25, and it's also one of the most efficient farms for our level. Here we go. Silenced. Weakened. Volatile. Come on. Root them. And then at the end of that, they'll be stunned, and I can then silence them again. I love that. One of my favorite sets of abilities. Look, you can see here Nullwolf's health is bugged out for me because it keeps on going from 0 to full. Like, as a healer, that kind of bug becomes very problematic because I'm meant to be keeping an eye on the party for, you know, like loss of health. That's nice. Fizz power, fizz crit. Yeah. As well, it's got a healing chance, so it's probably good for a bard. I don't know how many other classes use a lot of healing power other than clerics. Let's leave it at 0 health. You know what? You're right. I'll leave all of the party at 0 health. Easily done. I won't stand in the AoE. I'm the healer. I'm meant to be better than that. I like that the summons stand in the AoE. That's nice. Judgment. To say it like Captain Barbossa, you know, says it. Judgment. No, that's not Barbossa. That's Davy Jones, that one. I do still have my last archetype point to apply, and I'm not sure whether I should put it on Unyielding Wings of Salvation, or I should go and get a Divine Protection for more Mage defense. Magical defense is pretty nice, and I also very rarely use Wings of Salvation, so... Would you mind talking about the end game? What does it do once you're level 25? If you don't mind that skill. Well, Wizard, again, not a problem at all. First thing you've got is all of the crafting and gathering professions. So outside of just, you know, your class and your weapons, you've also got mining, herbalism, lumberjacking, hunting, fishing, etc. for artisans. And then you've also got production from there. So if I go into artisanship, you can actually see there are a series of other skills across the game that you can level up. You know, I've been working on my mining levels. I want to on this one do some like metalworking, for example, and move up into one of the processing skills, so I can do, you know, weapon crafting, etc., which would be quite fun. You've also got exploration. You've got treasure maps. So if I go, I've got a bunch of treasure maps that I can use. So I need to use excavation kits to go around and hunt those for loot. There's a you know, but it is mostly mob farming, making it more powerful. At the moment, the end game is, you know, leveling to their level cap and then also testing out the other systems. That's the end game as it currently stands. The end game when it's out will be so much larger than that, because you're talking about towns, you're talking about trade, you're talking about, you know, different systems that just aren't in the game yet or haven't been fully fleshed out. So crafting is viable in the game? Oh yeah, crafting is very viable. Yeah, there's a lot of crafting that can be done. The economy around it changes with each wipe, but there is a bunch of crafting that can and should be done. Good morning, Quaggas. The grind's going very well. We're at 96%. I'm at level 25, so all in all, things are going pretty well. How is Shulfoot doing? They're at 15% and we're at 96, so I think that we can see how it's going. I brought our tank some friends. Quacking good show. I'm glad, Day the Fae. How are you doing? Hope you've had a good holidays. Level 7, you're grinding your way upwards. Thanks for hinting what you can expect when you get levels. Yeah, I mean, you've got more combat, more abilities, etc. But broadly, you can also engage more easily in some of the kind of production side of things. Not a problem. Happy to help. Body preload to hip issue DLC. You're getting around still. I'm glad that you are getting around. It's not a great time of year to have issues with mobilities. I understand that more than most people. So I know how that is, Day. Hope you're doing well, bud. You made a fighter and it's busted. All the classes are very, very good once you get to late game, so they'll all be busted in certain ways. You can take a 2-star monster at the same level solo. It depends on what the 2-star monster is, I assume. There is no fast travel. That is correct. We are doing good. Thank you, Tibbet Snow. How are you doing, bud? Oh. What are you all farming here for gear? We're farming more for the fact that we can do it quickly. Only adept, but it's still better than what I'm using, which is sad. Oh wait, no, it's the same as what I'm using. Shit. Drow's got them. Fine. What was that? How? What? Okay, physics. Looking at your house, knowing you should clean, but also lacking the motivation to do it because the task is growing so big. Break the task into smaller pieces, Tibbet Snow. Do one room or do one task within that. Try and break your task down so it's not such a big task, because yeah, doing the whole cleaning in one day is huge, but if you do it across multiple days, that might be more manageable for you. Breaking a task down to a smaller manageable component is always the better way of doing it. Cleaning with sonic vibrations, yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, you do loud music and just trick your brain into being like, this is enough dopamine for me to clean, right? That's how that works. Vodka helps. I'm not sure drunk cleaning is a good idea. I'm not sure I'm allowed to advocate for that on Twitch. Is there a projection for time play duration like MOs or the sandbox games like this? What do you mean, Thurston? When you say a projection, do you mean by the developers or by the players or what? Doing 500 healing with that wave is very, very nice. You can advocate that little drunk cleaning goes a long way. I don't think it's the default that you should do to encourage to get yourself to do cleaning. That's not. I mean, if it works, it works. But like, you shouldn't need to drink to clean. The ads are here. You should go and have some water, not drink. Alcohol, water, not alcohol. That's the whole idea. It doesn't say get drunk and clean your house inside the mirror check, so that's what we're going with. Make sure you do your mandated spine descrungling. Yep, de-shrimp that spine, Nellis. You know how it is. Playtime of the players is what I mean. How long it should take a character to get to end game or be able to combat other top tier characters. We don't know for certain yet, Thurston. Also, if you put 1,000 hours in, then there shouldn't be an arbitrary timeline where someone plays that many hours and they can compete with you. It depends on what you do inside the game. The efficiency of play is more important. For example, there are a lot of players who aren't level 20 yet who have got 100 hours, whereas I've got level 25 and I've been playing for 87 hours or 75 hours, something like that. It depends on the efficiency of the farm more than it does how many hours you have logged into the game, because you're not constantly making progress. So it's very difficult for me to say combat other top tier players. To get to end game, well, at the moment that's level 25, but we don't actually have the end game in the game yet because the end game is meant to be, you know, level 50. So that whole gameplay loop hasn't been tested, it hasn't been formed, and so there isn't information available on it because it just doesn't exist. Other than, oh, notionally it should take this long, and that's not going to be a good enough answer really for you, I think. I've been here for an hour, and we've already made about 1 goal. That's not too bad. Another cleric, cool. My healing can become even less efficient. You swear the end game for me is getting the damn game to run out without EAC errors? I mean, Mango, I don't know why you've had so many issues, because I've not had so many easy anti-cheat issues. Finding a good guild is it's a social sandbox game, so the social side is very important, yes. Mango, it's clearly because you're sus. Cut down the banyan tree. It's a social sandbox game. If you don't socialize inside of Ashes, you will be at a disadvantage. That is something I have to be really clear on to all of you. Oh no, I took a small amount of damage. One weird joker is mining my nodes. How dare they? Oh, you can tell that it's about to be daytime. It gets suddenly dark. Darkest before the dawn. by wandering off, I lured you guys to go and fight the mobs so I could go do the mining. Done. Apart from this one assassin that's here. Thanks, Runter. Good job. Both the clerics running off is a great idea. Okay, I've just heard that they don't need a cleric, so I'm going to stop healing and start mining. Committal management energy. Oh my god. Look at this. It's like a horde. We're rich. So you're playing Fallout 4, no socializing? See, I was really enjoying Fallout 76. It's something that I will play at some point this week. I was going to play it today, but we need to get the settlement to 100%. That's my goal. Okay, let's go and keep our Veer alive. I seem to recall some kind of comment about not needing any clerics. That I must have imagined that. I must have imagined. What was that? The consequences of your actions coming back to haunt you? Fallout 76 doesn't have sim settlements. It doesn't have sim settlements too. No, there is that. Getting Preston Garvey'd out of playing out of Fallout is a thing. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Mango. A settlement needs your assistance, Kronos. Well, I'm not an expert on advanced Fortnite brain. I'm an expert on streamer and tank brain, James Brown, but I'm fairly sure that both you and G are indeed chronic Fortnite brain sufferers, and it's terminal, I'm afraid. It's terminal. There's nothing that can be done about it. I mean, that's how you built every settlement. By default, I didn't have Preston Gravy showing up all the time, because I had all of my settlements just had guns on them, just guns for days. They were also set up with like kill boxes and all kinds of stuff because I basically was super rude about it. How long do you have? Less time than you want. It's too late. The Fortnite is already calling you back. Let's see if I can do this. I don't think I have the gear to solo one of these yet, but we'll find out. I probably could, actually, yeah. I can get out to half health without any assistance, so I could probably solo those. Just have to be slow and careful about it, not to overpull. Whoop. I do like Consecrating Wave as an ability. It is nice, although this now does a lot more damage. Just a casual 50 per tick, and then, you know, do some healing. Wait, when did I start using a wand again? I was wondering why I saw a wand finisher. I was like, wait, I'm using a wand? I got them from Nullwolf, I think. Yeah, I'm fairly sure my rings came from a delivery from Nullwolf. Yeah. Overnight Prime shipping. Yeah. All you got was healer rings up north. That's okay. I'm going north. So he's probably remembering his Hogwarts Academy days? Probably yes. He's like, honestly, the teachers had no control of the class. Kids wandering off into chambers of secrets, people going to Azkaban, kids becoming Death Eaters. Honestly, it's just out of hand. I can't imagine that I would look back on Hogwarts and be like, yeah, that's a well-run school. Which makes me worry about what the rest of the magical schools are like, just to be clear. Because if you think about, like, you know, you get to see a couple of the other schools in, is it the fourth one? Could you put a name in the Goblet of Fire? He asked calmly. They seem to have better, you know, better discipline, better, you know, the schools seem to be a bit more organized. And to be honest with you, I think the Hogwarts has been riding the fame of its founders for too long. I think Hogwarts needs to be made, you know, it needs to be brought to heel. Because those kids are out of control, honestly. It's just terrible. Terrible behavior. Well, that's why I like Arthur Weasley. Like, say what you like about the author, who I very vehemently disagree with on a number of things. But separating art from the artist, especially the actor who played Arthur Weasley, he did such a good job, I think, of conveying the difference between Muggles and wizards, and the way that he acts as a wizard, but like a human. Like, I don't know how he kind of humanizes that difference between how they see Muggles as so different from them, but actually they're not. And I think that actually, if you look at the way that he acts, that it's very, very well done. Arthur and Molly Weasley are probably my favorite two actors in that entire kind of interaction, because they convey a lot of very complicated emotions implicitly, and they don't explain it to the viewer in the same way as it doesn't need to be shown. It can be inferred. Oh, the author's a piece of shit. There are very few people, and I've said this before, very few people who I generally wouldn't. I would be absolutely fine if you know, they were just never around. But like the art itself, I've always said I separate art from artists. It's very important to do that, because come on, who isn't looting? I'm gonna see who didn't. I'm gonna see who didn't roll for it. Oh wait, it might be because I'm full up on loot. That's why. Hilarious. It's the tooltips switched. I didn't notice. You love Lovecraftian stuff, and the author is an asshole. I like the IT crowd, and I think that the person who wrote that's a real prick. There's a bunch. You have to separate art from artist. You know. You know. It's so close to your heart, you can't remove the art from art. That's very fair. That's very fair. But you know, I say this to people who, you know, it's okay to like, you know, the music of art, the music of people who have done hideous things. You know, it's okay to like the art of people who supported the Germans during World War II. You didn't know about the author for IT? Oh yeah, one of the writers of the IT crowd. Absolutely, I'm fairly sure it's one of the writers for it. Yeah, never meet your heroes. Separate art from artists. Very, very important. Somebody can create absolutely beautiful art and be a piece of shit. It's insane how off the deep end of the IT crowd writer went. That's why I'm so sad, because I absolutely love the IT crowd. Absolutely great series. But, yeah, some people are pieces of shit. It doesn't mean their art is bad. You know, it's the same like EA. EA were not a good company for a very long time. They were very disrespectful of, you know, a number of things, but they did release good games. You have to separate art from artist, you have to separate art from publisher, and you have to accept that, yeah, it's kind of like Ratatouille, like the film. The whole point of the film is that art can come from anywhere, even if they're a rat cooking. Like, that's the whole point of that film. So... The art might not be bad, but it's tainted. It can be tainted. It can be hard to separate those in your head. But the existence of the art doesn't actually require the beliefs of the creator. And I would be real clear on that. And I'm never going to be harsh on someone for it. I can't judge anyone for it if they can or they can't separate those two, because ultimately, you know, everyone's entitled to their own beliefs and everyone can do different things. Some people can set that to one side, some people can't. Roman Ratatouille ain't special, anyone can call him Mango. Mango. I can't read the rest of that one out. James Brown, stop. You're all degenerates. That's so funny. Let's get rid of the common granite. We'll take the heroic cove glass. There are some things you can set aside, others you can't, and everyone will be different in that regard. And that's what I would want to be clear about. Like, some people will be able to set something aside that you can't, and you will be able to set aside things that other people can't. So where's that line? Where's that limit? There isn't one. We just have to kind of accept that other people are going to be able to deal with it and other people aren't. I need to roll on that, my bad. Guys, for people with a horrible, horrible sense of humor, you should know. I mean, yes, but it was really funny. It's just not one I can read out. And I'd be clear, like, I quite liked how Hogwarts Legacy landed. I quite liked their inclusion of the exact kind of situations and ideologies that the author would have hated. I found that deeply funny, I'm going to be honest with you. Because it's basically just spitting in the face of the author for Legacy, which I just found really, really funny. That was my kind of humor, was, you know, absolutely focal character, given a huge amount of focus, really respectfully and well done. Voice actor was part of the same minority that the author hates. Yeah, found that deeply enjoyable, to be honest. When someone is a piece of shit, being taunted with their piece of shit views is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, like, what's that? You believe that setting fire to people is okay? Here's your death by being set on fire. Karma. Oh. I don't know. I'm happy letting people be people. I don't know why others can't do the same, but... That's why I wouldn't choose to interact with that person in any kind of social setting whatsoever. Why? Yeah, exactly. One in the eye for the author. Exactly. Like, and that's what I find funniest about it, I think. Ooh, magical speed. No, I think it's fair to not have an issue though. You go in the Pandora. I mean, yeah, there's a reason why terms of service exist. Like that's a whole thing. I got a group of my cleric for the first time today, which is good. I'm glad. I'm very pleased. Grouping as a cleric is kind of your part of the job. It's, you know, you are inherently massively going to magnify that party just by being there. And as long as they can keep you filled with mana, you can just keep their health up. Terms of service is a lock of your humor. Actually, if it weren't for them, you'd be damned. Fair. You found offensive defensive locks and Ash is very good. It works quite nicely. It's very good to have. It doesn't work so well sometimes when you've got, for example, you're in a party with allies and someone who isn't in your guild or whatever. They're not in your party. You want to heal them. It can be quite hard to target them as the friendly, but it's manageable. It's a difficult system to get right. I think they've done a very good job with it. Hold up, what about my UI hurts you? What do you mean? I'm a cleric. I only need to see your health bars and the minimap. And sometimes not even the minimap. That's not... If I'm getting ground effects underneath me, the tank is fucked up. That's how that works, right? Yeah, the screen would distract me if I could see more of it. And that would mean that you guys would die more often. That's the problem, like, because... You don't understand? So festive? Well, not even the UI on stream. It means in-game. Just getting upset about my in-game UI, but I think it works very nicely. I can see everything I need to. No, actually, I'm more like Chronos as a service, James Brown. I'm not really a solution. It's kind of different. Is that glint? It is glint. I love glint. I need to blend my glint. Thank you, Lulu Mask. How are you doing? That's thanks to Nellis who created it for our Christmas. It's for Cronmus anyway. We need to get some New Year's decorations in. Maybe some New Year's fireworks. Chronos as a service. Exactly. It's like software as a service, but Chronos as a service. That's what I charge Thor for. Literally the better version of what I've currently got. Nice gear upgrade. More defense. More defense. So for those of you who missed what that was this, which has Constitution, Power, which is useful for all of them, crit evasion and disable defense. So it means that it's easier for me to resist being disabled. So it is actually healer gear, or any support gear really. We're at 97% on the node. That's huge. 97%. It's happening, chat. We are getting about 1% every 45 minutes so far. Tanking as a service, is that what you're proposing, Mon Tyler? I think that's very fair. How are you doing, Mond? Good morning to you, buddy. 1.5 hour nap for the rush to become a citizen, fuck's sake. If we get everyone on, it'll be even quicker. They've learned from the Chronos. No. They've learned to make the rocks properly impassable. That's very rude. Do you like raid or party UI better as a cleric? Raid when you're in raid, party when you're in party. The fact that I can see people's mana easily, very, very important as a cleric. I can judge who needs what what repairs and what healing by their cooldowns and by the amount of mana as well as everything else. So I like the party view. This is very clear, and I can use hover over healing very effectively like this. So hover over healing as well. I put my mouse over Coda's Red's name. Without having them selected, I can heal them. I can then select a new target. I've got the Spirit Hunter targeted because the Spirit Hunter doesn't benefit from any of my AoE or party heals in the same way. So if I do Communal Restoration, it will not apply to the Spirit Hunter. If I do Resplendent Beam, it will not work for the Spirit Hunter. But it's literally just about managing the way that I'm playing the character. Churning out Glint over here as well. You hate the party view. Interesting, Machara. Why is that? But I want to see the few part. Oh, is that the clip that I saw yesterday? This is actually so funny that I have to share it with everyone. If it is, it is. Yep. Okay, let me do this. Theater mode. Oh, the ads are here. Okay, after the ads, I will show everyone this clip because it is just too funny. Good morning, Laser Muffins. How are you doing? I love the natural way now that we all split as a party and allow the mobs to go through to where the tank is behind us, even if we're in the lead. It shows that naturally we're really kind of falling into the rhythm of this farm. And you can actually see kind of an almost kind of rhythmic movement of the party when we engage into combat, because everyone gets to their ranges, everyone gets the right positioning, and we actually spread out, we group up. Everything works quite neat. It's actually very ordered, but everyone's just doing it by default. It's just really nice to see. Mon Tyler, may I ask why you don't like VODs for yourself? Yeah, to leave for family, that makes sense. The grind is going very well, thank you, Zidane. Yeah, we'll talk about it later, Mont. That makes fair. Makes sense. Hello, Zidane. Yeah, the grinder farming goes very well. We got gear. We got gear. Look at this. I finally have a magical power weapon. It's a sword. All of the int, all of the magical speed. The accuracy. I'm not missing attacks anymore, which is really nice. No, I didn't play any Fallout this weekend, Laser Muffins. I will likely play some today after stream, maybe, or tomorrow. I just have the hankering for harvesting the kind of loot that you only get in Fallout. Volcanic rock. Where is the clip? Okay, here we go. This is the clip. Make sure that it's displaying at the correct quality. Oh, hang on. Let me remove the Cronmus tree so you can see it properly. So, Mond kills the enemy. The first mate. Everyone runs in to get their loot, but this is a black lung. That black. Okay, yeah. All dead. All dead. Everyone dead. Amazing. Everyone just gets eradicated. Hilarious. You see shinies, you go boom. It's so funny. It's just so funny. Aqua did a great job with clip. Oh yeah, 100%. It's just deeply hilarious because everyone dies to that once, and then if you don't learn, that's when you get made fun of. I bet those guys never check for traps in D&D, right? It's awful behavior. Isn't loot shared by the party? It depends on what the loot is. So by default, grey loot and glint is all individual. But if it drops, like, if you see a blue ore around it, it means that somebody got a blue drop for it, not you've got a blue drop for it. So like sometimes it'll flash up with a blue drop, you'll think, oh, I've got glint, and actually no, it's a loot drop for the whole party. That's why everyone runs forward. You'll see a lot of people run in, but not everyone run in each time. Well, I'll show you when we get our next set of drops from this, because we'll likely get some drops from these enemies. We're getting about one set of drops every 3 to 5 enemies at the moment. Probably one more day of traps to go. Oh, nope, no more loot on that one. Let's go more enemies up here. $319 on that hit, wow. Drop some AoEs. Get this done. No drops from that one. Weird. Didn't I know? So that one, so that's a gear drop there, and that's gonna have like items. So you know, for example, Fizz, that's adept. So I'm gonna roll pass. I'm gonna pass for these pass, but this one's still showing as green, even though I passed it. When it's 1, it goes back to 0, but like it would still show as green even if it's not something individually for me. The blue drop is never gear, just emblem or poop. It could be gear though, you never know. Oh, Zuni, I've only just seen that message. That's quite interesting. I know a couple of people myself who did the same thing. $100 to 1, it's poop. If you're fighting bears at the pits, $100 to 1, it's poop. If it's a purple item, it's pretty much always poop. The purple poop is a thing. I've got a huge amount of gear to donate to people. I need to speak to Tix. Volcanic rock. That mining level needs to progress. We'll get there. Must progress the mining level to get the journeyman mining. That way I can actually finally help get the high level like resources that people need. I want to do gathering at first, I think, to help out our crafters. But I would also like to do my own jewelry crafting, I think, this time. It's an area of the game I've never really looked into, so I'd like to know what actually doing jewelry crafting takes. Have a look in the artisan ship. I think it comes under crafting jewelry jeweler. Ooh. Crafter food. I love crafter food. Oh, so it literally gives you quality for jeweler. And what the mana regen on that is insanity. What the hell? What the I mean, geez, that's kind of nuts. And also, guys, it's fine for you to see my party because I've set up party to only show me things that are not sensitive. Is it possible to level all your crafting in this game? Yeah, it's about time, Saint really. You enjoy gathering? I enjoyed gathering a lot in New World. Amazon's New World was really good, I found, for gathering because it was just a very satisfying set of interactions more than anything. You can only have 5 above novice. There is that, yeah. So you can choose which one you want to level up, but you have to de-level them if you want to. So for example, if you had 5 already, you know, at a higher level than novice, you'd have to downgrade it so you retain your levels as far as I believe, but you wouldn't be able to actually harvest or craft at that level. Oh, we lost a member of the party. Okay. Give myself some actual health. There we go. I had to start collecting those runes so I can actually do jewelry crafting. But in the plume area, the wood is not useful right now, so I'm just going to chuck that, make myself some more space. Ooh, a sea wisp emblem. Cool. It's in tailoring, so not what I need. But it contained glint, and I love glint. I'm really hoping that these flame speakers at some point drop us a radiant book. That would be real nice. Like, I'm a Grandmaster most of the novice and become level 10 to grind back up. You do lose the levels, do you? Okay, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of losing the levels, but I can't actually think that I can't actually think of whether I've done it at any point. I hate that. At that point, you just have alts for crafting, because you can have 5 alts on the same world. So, like, oh no, that here is my crafting alt. It might be level 1, but it's going to have level 10 billion crafting. So don't flip-flop, you just log on your production alt. At that point, have a crafter... yeah, a crafter, a production, and a leveler, and you basically create your own little group. Find a way of transferring your points between... your stuff between yourself, whether you have your own guild or whether you do something like that. It's easier. Or work with people. I will find a way to trade you for that bow, because that is a more useful bow for healing than anything else that I'm doing. That 370 healing crit chance is very important. So if I can get a replacement that doesn't do that, I will trade with you, don't worry. Even if I have to run to Jova and buy one today, which I guess I would consider doing. Yeah. I'm hoping that these that the flame speakers here will drop a radiant book or wand, because they have before dropped 20 plus gear. As a summoner, yeah, you'll probably want the wand. The only thing I don't like about the wand is, as a cleric, the extended finisher but the wand is like a beam. You can't interrupt that beam to do a res. It's the one, it won't let you interrupt that, and that for me has got me killed once. Well, I got in the party wide once, and for me, after that, I never want to use a wand in like raids ever again. They might have changed that though. Someone told me that you're no longer locked into the animation, which makes a big difference in my opinion. Short bows are also much better for the number of hits that you do. So for every time you get to the finisher using a bow, you'll do your finisher, and if I've got my blessed weapon, that's when that will apply. Just keep the farm up. We are at 97%. We're basically making about 1% every 45 minutes. So when the next percentage is likely due for us in about 25 minutes time. Please can we make sure that you're rolling when there are loot options? I'm starting to get a little bit tired of how much loot we're losing and waiting for, because it is actually not needed. Thank you. Yeah, we just have to stay awake on it, because we're actually could be like, this gear is all me usable for our crafters or for us, so we don't want to be hanging around. Even if it's sellable, we can then use that gold to level level your crafting abilities or whatever, so just roll for it if you want it. I need to start rolling need on the stuff I need for jewelry crafting, I think. Exactly, yeah. I would love some jewelry recipes, yes. Yeah, I've decided I'm going to do jewelry crafting. I'll tell Tix. Ooh, a foam cast necklace. Nice. Rhinebound. Biz stuff. Cool. Okay. Sweet. Thank you. That one, the foam cast one is huge. That 900 defense is absolutely insanity. Thank you, Draz. 900 and... Jeez. Oh, wow. I'll get the dual recipes issued out as well if there are multiples of them. Oh, Rinter's trading. Draz, could you please invite Logfin? Logfin. literally as it sounds, yeah. Oh, sorry, I'm stuck in a bug. I'm gonna have to catch the party up in a second. I hate these bugs. They just spawn on the shore and they're full of loot. You gotta mine them for... I can see another one as well, which is gonna be a problem. Boots. They're the actual mana variation of the boots I'm wearing. Nice. Assassin just spawned on you, Code. You find it really annoying using geotargeting when trying to judgment the tank? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, so what you'll need to do there is you'll just need to click on the tank again. I normally will just hover over for that one. Greed and greed for that. Yeah, I will normally try and so if I've got a hostile target, I'll show you how I tend to manage that. And yeah, the F keys, well, F1 is obviously yourself, and then F2 is the order down the party list, so you can do that. That's what I do to get the friendly targets if they're in party. So what you're saying here is if you cast Judgment, it's casting on the hostile mob that you've got targeted rather than the tank, which is obviously what you just saw. What I do for that is I will basically, if I hover over code is red, I had to wait for the to be done, hang on. I'm fairly sure if I hover target, it will take priority, so let me check. So if I hover over code is red now, once he's taken some damage, let's see who this casts on. So I think that if I'm, yeah, the hover target, hovering over code is red does my targeting that. So if I'm doing judgment, I cast that by hovering my mouse over them using hover target. I am the race with the horns, the one I forget the name of. Build key is each swap between target and tank. It can be, yeah, target of target is a useful key, but it's not tilt for me. It's the button below escape, the grave key or whatever we call it here in the UK. We've had this conversation. We have a different button below escape than anything else. No, Brandon, you should have hover healing by default. Pyre, that's the one. Branchlet elves. I'm the Lorax, I speak for the trees. They're just a better version of what I'm currently wearing. They're greed, not need. They're not the healing focused ones, that's the shame. If they were the healing ones, I'd be very happy. You were wiping groups because of that? That makes sense. Especially if you're not allied, yeah. Nice. I like how the DPS and the healers there fought the Flayer while we left the tank to fight the assassin by themselves. We didn't actually, like, you know, group up or anything. We were just like, you know what, fuck it. That was so lazy of us. That was really bad. We're grown up and we think we know better, but that would have been faster if we'd actually done what we're meant to do. And I'm as bad as everyone else for that. Oh, we can take it. It'll be fine. I'm storing my mustache for later because I don't want to share it with too many people. We are at 97%. We are probably 10 minutes off of 98%. And yeah, Shorefoot is 15, or Sockfoot as we're calling it. What do you mean? I'm clearly here doing DPS. I wouldn't harvest any rocks while the enemies were still alive. Oh, you want just the rocks? I can help you with that. I'm guessing you want them for sand. Okay. Who hasn't rolled? You will be shamed if you haven't rolled. Can't believe you, Rinter. Immediate judgment upon you. Bailey says your judgment is to provide chicken to the next cat that you see. That's your judgment. Your cat. Okay, well, your cat now needs some chicken. That's the judgment. I don't make the rules except when I do. There you go. You can have. I don't actually know if I can accept those. There we go. Can. Nice. That's fair. You need fish tank rocks to make fish tanks for the boat. Why do the boats need fish tanks, just out of interest? Sport fishing. Okay, that makes sense. But does it matter which rocks? Do you need volcanic rock as well? Okay. 50 of any rarity. Jeez. Well, once we've got this region up, I will probably be relocating to the Riverlands to go do jewel cropping for a while, because there's just better rock supplies and stuff out there. I won't be competing with our people for. There's loads of areas just in the middle of the Riverlands. Like, if you follow along the riverbanks just off the roads, like, it's just absolutely packed full of stone where everyone's left to starter areas. I'll be able to get my level, and then I'll be able to get up to level 20 mining really easily because I'll be right next to Avon's End, which is kind of half of the other goal. Demnal, that's a deal. I will keep you supplied with jewelry then, if you want. Where's that gone? Nice, that's a good test. I wanted to stand in the AoE and see how damaging it was over time. Three apprentice mining bags, that's a great deal. I love that. I've only got novices at the moment. Good deal, damn. No, I'm fine with that. Are you up north at the moment in game? You're in the Dwarven area, aren't you? As far as I understand it. So we are due another percentage in the next 5 to 10 minutes. You're in Riverlands. Oh, okay, nice. I'll head over to you later on today then, Demnar. That'll be one of the things we do later on. Yeah, I can just stand in this firebomb. Look at the amount of damage I actually take. 100 something. Oh no, look, 1 communal restoration. Mwahaha. Now what? I can handle one of these things, sure. Now I've actually got some gear, I can actually tank these a lot more easily at the even than an hour ago at the start of this farm, which is huge. Ooh, we've been leveling up the sword quite a lot while we've been here as well. So our weapon level on the sword, we've got 1 point on our book, fine. We've got 9 points in sword to apply. One of the things that sword can get is attack speed, which will mean we can actually attack faster, I believe. But I don't know if that applies to both melee and range or just melee. So that's the thing I want to test out as well. It used to be that the buffs from one side would apply to the other weapon as well, but I don't know if that is still the case. I'm still getting good loot from here, so I'm very happy. I prefer a pike, which is a nice halberd axe cross, but it's just long axe spear. That's what that is. I don't know what you're talking about being the Swiss Guard. I've never been Swiss. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if the Swiss Guard is imprisoned in one of my Cronmus decorations or not. No, I don't think it is. I think we're good. I think I've saved that one for next year. I do have my helmet. I mean, a helmet. I actually wore it when some friends came over as a dare. It's surprisingly heavy, those armored helmets. What a shock, right? A huge piece of, you know, steel or, you know, helmet. Heavy? Who would have guessed? I definitely need a, is it a coif that goes inside of it? Some kind of like padded hood. Because it's very large and also, you know, it's a helmet. Like it's... Well, yeah, I mean, they're not... You're meant to wear, like, you know, chainmail armor and stuff, you know, theoretically. I feel like a thin beanie would probably be fairly painful. Oh, what's a brine bound? Oh, that's a Dula one. I should take that. Nice. I think I've actually rolled pass on a number of those wave tossed, which is quite funny. I have a Radiant Serendipity, which says Arcane Engineering on it, but that's obviously not the correct one. We are due another percentage in the next 5 minutes if we keep up, if we've been keeping up pace with what we've been doing since the start of my stream. The tree is still gone from the clip I showed? Yeah, it is. But I'm not showing anything that can't be shown. So I'm not showing you global chat, which is want to buy Legendary Ruby. DPS looking for group Highwayman Hills Bears. I wish I didn't have to scrounge 50 wood every time, but I fish a lot. Look at the tooltip, it says it's using Armorsmith. It's just I don't need to show global chat. Global chat is rough. Let's go and repair Code is Red. Repair is the wrong word. It definitely makes me seem like an AI when I use it. Heal is the word I was looking for. Shit. Can't have you thinking exactly. I can show you. The problem is the Chronomus tree is really expensive to run. The electricity bill's quite high this time of year, as all of you will know. And the Chronomus decorations don't make it any cheaper. It's a real concern. I'm a bit worried about my energy bill, just keeping it running all the time. That's the issue. Maybe they're the AI and I'm repairing them. That makes me a software engineer, right? Officially an AI automation expert. Strip it down without any decoration. What? Just have a tree? Just the blank tree? Maybe like just a different topper on it for New Year's. Give some healing. You'll have to work on streamer's elocution. You can't think of a better streamer for being able to speak properly. That's a very kind thing to say, to be honest, because I've never really thought my elocution is that good. I know that I speak reasonably well, but not too poshly, which is always quite nice. Shit. Oh, I do have one already, thank fuck. Otherwise I was gonna have no space for it. That would have been a problem. Adjusting head size that don't look too small or big is surprisingly difficult. Nellis, yeah, that's a whole thing. Trying to excuse me. Trying to avoid that uncanny valley. I've definitely picked up a tickle in my throat over the past 24 hours. Oh no, I'm coming down with the lurgy. The Christmas Uncle Bungles. Have you got a case of the Christmas Uncle Bungles, chat? Yeah, great God, Frere, I speak all proper like, innit? Oh, the post-Christmas rot? No. Who didn't roll? Logfin, Draz... Code is red, didn't roll? I think Code might be AFK though, so that does kind of excuse them. Yeah, innit, bruv? Yeah. We had such a good Christmas, isn't it? Yeah, we talked like we were like this, you know, from the East End of London. You what? I was having a well pucker Christmas. Gotta get my glint, you know. Island XP check. 98%, indeed, working as expected. We are pretty much bang on. Yeah. An hour and a half until level. If we stay on pace, that's what it will be. We just need to make sure we keep up our leveling. So we need to grind faster and harder. We can do this. We can ship basalt in. That's not the hardest thing for us to do. Your grandmother was very telling the children would not speak with a West Country accent, so your dad could put it on and off like it. That's hilarious. I'll be honest with you, that's deeply funny. God damn it. The best use for that book is to give it to a tank or a fighter. We'll just use it as an offhand slot, and they can get a physical focus as well, because they can actually get higher stat sticks with that than they can on other things. The physical wand, that's what I'm talking about. Just Please no Australian. Oh, blimey, it's a bloody sandstorm. I will work on making my Australian accent better. I've committed to that. Because I have to visit Australia at some point and I'll just pick it up from them. I think the issue is that, like, the Australian accent is quite complicated, and that depending on where you are, it varies quite heavily across the country. So doing a generically good Australian accent, you have to kind of pick one, and I've not done that. I could do that, but that's less fun. My Australian accent comes from a few different weird sources. Obviously generic interaction on the internet, but also things like you ever been bored during the university years and watched a show called Australian Outback Opal Hunters or whatever it is? You're basically just watching Australian rednecks hunting for gold, which is just deeply funny. And they are all like, some of them are like real Australian, they're like proper bogans, which is just great. Sorry, you said that when people do a British accent, they normally like think about Manchester or Birmingham. Oh well, because you got. I think Birmingham. Birmingham was a bit like this. It's a bit of a funny accent, you know. Pretty funny. That's Birmingham. You've got Liverpool. We say chicken. And a Coke and some chicken nuggets. Oh, Manchester's difficult accent. I don't do one off the top of my head. Let me get a trigger word. Cornish is just West Country. It's a more laid back, slow version of West Country, which is, you know, all right, my lovers. Kind of. Actually, that's a bit more. It's a bit further north than West Country. That one. Scottish is a very strong accent. It's very fun, but it depends on where you are in Scotland. As you see, Glaswegian's very different. It comes from, yeah, Chad is a region in Africa. That's where that comes from. Chad? Yeah, Chad. I'm just winding you up. Don't worry. I know that you were saying Chav. Chav, originally, everyone thought it came from, I think, Council House and Violent, I think, is where the age-old saying of where it comes from. It was similar to ASBO, which is an antisocial behavior order. Supposedly it was used on police documents and other things as kind of a derogatory term for the unemployed youth who you would typically see hanging around outside of, you know, a corner shop, asking you to buy cigarettes for them, etc. That's what one would typically associate with it. The kind of the alignment of a chav in kind of its stereotypical terms is not that different from like the full Adidas like squats tracksuit kind of vibe that you get when you think about larders and Eastern European Russian nudes kind of thing. So that's like kind of another association which isn't too far off. It's like the full tracksuit, very antisocial, very like needlessly gobby, would be the word we use, but like mouthing off, very disrespectful for authority or anything like that is typically a way that stereotype is going to sit. I absolutely love, like the show Misfits, yeah, exactly. You'll remember Kelly from that show, who ended up picking up telepathic powers. She was what one would classically identify as Shapia. You what? Very Little Britain, very Vicky Pollard from that. The one who was played by, I think it was Catherine Tate. Am I bothered? Very kind of disruptive and not aggressive, but combative. Someone who's very willing to pick a fight and have an argument over something very small. Little Britain, the documentary. I don't think you want to call it a documentary because it's not really true. It's a bit like Come Fly With Me, which I don't think you can get on TV anymore because some of the jokes they made were too close to the line. And to be honest with you, Come Fly With Me aired way before it, like way after it was okay to say some of that stuff on TV. Have you seen the two Scots in a live video? I have, yes. We got beans, we got water, we got cups, but we got no coffee. You couldn't do Precious as a character on TV anymore these days. It wouldn't be received with the humor that it was intended to. I'm also fairly sure that David Walliams, Andy Parsons have actually apologized for some of the jokes in Come Fly With Me because they were so unreasonable. But it was, yeah, it was a whole thing. Very strange for British people to see Catherine Tate as the Doctor Who's companion as well, from what, if you'd seen Little Britain before. Little Britain, Doctor Who, very different. So some people struggled with that. Who's been cancelled, Maury Hunter? I lose track of who's being cancelled when these days. It's difficult. David Walliams, that makes sense. I've always personally found, not Andy Parsons, Andy... I'm not thinking Andy Parsons, I'm thinking... Oh, my brain is struggling. I'm gonna have to look it up on Google. Bear with me after this poll. The one who now does Bake Off. I just can't remember his name all of a sudden because I'm having a strong. Andy Parsons is great. He's my favorite regular on Mock the Week. Matt Luke. Why was I thinking Andy Parsons? Matt Lucas, the other bald person. That's awful. Thank you, brain. You just took the boldness of Matt Lucas and then we're like, oh yes, Andy Parsons is also bold. Combine. This is what I mean. Like, you're allowed to have like one. When you've got like one outstanding feature, if it's like, you know, you're the funny bald guy on Mock the Week, you might get confused with the funny bald guy on Little Britain in my head. I apologize greatly. That was quite a large pull, wasn't it? Noel Fielding is also hilarious. But Noel Fielding is easy. Noel Fielding is the comedian who looks like a crow. That's how that works. He looks like if a raven or a crow was, you know, on TV. Mock the Week was exceptional, but Art was the same after Frankie Boyle got job. I completely agree. For a long time, if I was having like a bad day, I would watch the Mock the Week Too Hot for TV. They used to be on YouTube, and they were the funniest parts of the first few seasons of Mock the Week, which meant that you've got some of Frankie Boyle's just absolutely brutal stuff that wasn't shown on TV. Those are incredibly funny, and if you're ever like having a bad time, the news on them is obviously very out of date, but if you have a basic understanding of what was going on in the world or in kind of Europe at the time, it should make sense, at least most of the time. Some of it is very British specific. But yeah, mocked a week too hot for TV. Very, very funny. You see rumors on Thor's chat that I'll be mayor. If Thor wants me to run for mayor, I would love to do it. But if he wants to run for mayor, then that's his choice. And I will be absolutely fine with that. So if Thor tells me to run for mayor somewhere, I'll go do it. But I'm not massively fussed on doing it. I'll do it at some point. Durs Talk, thank you very much for those gift subs. 10 tier 1 gift subs. Absolutely huge of you. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for the subs to Chaos Geek, to Mumpy Gruff, to Cold G Snow, Hamilla, Velocidavid, characters which I don't know how to pronounce, Backweeds, Joseph living in Italy, Solinix, and Calg. You are awesome. Thank you very much, bud. I hope you're having a great day, Durs Talk. Chat went to 50-50. Wait, what? Is this a vote for mayorship in Thor's chat? What's going on? What am I? Like I said, if Thor delegates it, I'll do it. But I'm not going to proactively apply without him having a conversation with me, because as far as I understand it, he still wants to run for mayor. Is it true that I'll allow you to eat glue as you voted? If you vote me for mayor? If I am mayor, there will be a day of the week specially set aside for glue eating. We will have a special day of the week for glue, like Glue's Day. You want to eat glue on Glue's Day? Done. Glue's Day. Yeah, there you go. Thor has full intention to run. There you go. So why am I being asked the question? No, Thursday is Thor's Day. That's the day for Thor to have a day off. Tuesday is Glue's Day. It heals me and tanks for me, and then does damage to the flame speaker, and I can just solo this, I think. As long as I have mana, I have health, so it's all right. They came to help. Withering Minds, thank you very much for that Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. I hope that you are doing well, buddy. Good to see you. Do you think Glint drops at a good pace? Depends on what level you're killing at. I don't think so. If you are killing monsters above your level, I think Glint drop seems to be too low. I think that Glint drops should be independent of gear drops. Gear drops dropping around your level makes sense, but I feel like if you are killing a monster, there should be glint drops by default, no matter what level you are. The fact that you get more glint the higher you level to the mob's level, and then less glint as you level beyond it, kind of seems weird. If you are killing mobs above your level, the game should reward you more, I think, and give you the normal amount of loot that you would otherwise receive. The fact that you receive less glint if you're killing mobs that are too high above your level, to me, seems a little bit weird. Did the node level up? No, I would say the node will level up in around... In about 25 minutes, we should get our next percentage, and then about 45 minutes after that, so it should be about an hour, is my guess. I would say that roughly 1:45 in the afternoon, my time, is when you'll see the node level up. Anti-carry mechanic? Yes, but you've got that in place already with XP being lowered if you've got someone in your party who's higher level. So I think that as long as that isn't kicking in, you should be okay. But I feel like if your average party level is lower than the mob's level, you should be getting as much money dropping. Can I promise you anything more than Glue's days? I mean, what more would you want than a whole day especially for eating glue? I'm doing very good, thank you, Vital. How are you doing? Like I said, if Thor wants me to run for mayor, Thor will have a conversation with me. Magic wand? Yes, need. Fine. Ooh. Can't take the rough sea glass, sadly. Let's keep Logfin alive, shall we? That would be nice of me. It's a kind thing to do as the cleric. I'm a very kind cleric, you see, chat. As long as the glue that you're eating is safe for goblin consumption, then fine. Just make sure that the glue you're eating is safe. If you're going to eat glue, do so safely. And in moderation. That's what moderators are for. To make sure you eat glue in moderation. Baby Doll Bites, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Tibbet Snow, thank you very much for the resub, buddy. Awesome of you. 6 months at tier 1. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much for that hype train as well. 12 subs, 200 bits. You guys are legends. I appreciate you. Nice little Monday morning surprise. As we are here leveling the node. Again, we are still, I reckon, 15 minutes off, maybe 20 minutes off of the level up. And then, sorry, off the next percentage. Then we've got 45 minutes on the final stretch. Your bread? Okay, well, that means that, you know, theoretically the moderator shouldn't eat you, but the chat could eat you. You don't want to get eaten. Not what you would happen around the holiday time. Someone needs to remind chat to drink. I think chat drives enough streamers to drink. I think that's a thing. Bread detected. Joke's on you. Every time you guys subscribe, there's bread. Look at the icons next to your names. There's toast. There's dough. You've been breaded, and you didn't even realize. You're part of the bread conspiracy. Oh no, I got hit by an enemy. What a shame. Oh well, communal restoration. If I target the tank and do like a quarter of my health now as health, Coda's Red gets a nice little buffer. And then I can just cast this when I come back. So I used to have this in a combo. I would do barrier and then I would always do communal restoration to bring my health back up over time. The problem with doing it is that like having that momentary time when the healer's health is down isn't that good. I didn't know we changed party ownership. I just need to renew the party loot rolls. Wait, Nellis, are you saying that Mirror's not very well? The ads will be here shortly, in a couple of minutes. Mirror, are you looking after yourself when you're looking after everyone else? You have pneumonia? That does suck, to be fair. Make sure you are resting up. I've been there. I caught pneumonia when I was in university, when I was working in the pub, because we had, you know, the cellar was very, very damp, and I spent quite a lot of time down there changing kegs, etc. And I found that over time after that, sometimes when I would breathe, there would be a crackle. And turns out I got some kind of long-term, like, lung infection, which was kind of grim. The old crackly lungs. Yeah, not the one. So make sure you look after yourself, because that can stick around for a long time. Infections of the... any kind of infection of the lungs can carry increased, like, post-infection risks as well, as far as I understand it, because you're more, like, prone to things like funguses and other stuff afterwards, which is a whole wild thing that you can just have this, you know, whole other culture and living inside your body after an illness. Be like, okay, fine, yeah, lungs are now full of lungus. Lungs press the slide issue, asthma life, that's definitely a thing. The other thing I think which is under-researched in medicine is the effects of stress and anxieties on asthma and other kind of autonomic regulation systems. Well, see, asthma is your body basically closing up those, closing up its breathing apparatus for a number of different reasons. A lot of people have different triggers. Some people have hot, cold asthma. Some people have allergy-induced asthma. There's a lot of different things that can cause it. But broadly, it is made worse by stress and other pressures, which is very interesting. You're really highly prone to infections. The chemo you have to do your immune system. I mean, yeah, that's exactly it. That's why you have to be you above other people, or among other people, need to be more aware of others, more aware than others, I would imagine. Let's cut down the banyan tree. Will your progress be reset if you start playing today? Yes, Alphono Socks. It will do at some point. The game is in alpha testing. They will need to do wipes for the economy. There will likely be multiple wipes before release. So if wipes are the thing that we're going to hold you back from the game, I would wait. There we go. Level up Longjet to level 3. Now we're gathering. Should probably get back and heal code as red, because that health is getting lower than I like. Also get some health onto Logfin. Treasure maps. Can we just do some mining for a second while I try and get another party member? Because there's loads of these little nodes here that we can just mine as a group while we're doing it. Look at all these tiny nodes. How long on Christmas Destiny? We did start taking them down today, but I left them up because people got a bit upset. I'm a bit worried about my energy bill. That's the problem. See, I'm running all these Christmas lights, and they do take up a lot of power. That's my concern. Whoop. I'm in no rush to run for mayor, that's for sure. The energy is more, you know, builds are high. I'm going to be real with you, that's not going to happen. People will not wait when the settlement gets to 99%. That's just not going to happen. Especially given that he just said to people to go faster. Oh. Need. Need. Oh. I think Renta might beat me. Fucking hell. I don't have a radiant range weapon, no. Oh. I've got an adept focus, but I'll use that for now, but having a radiant one would be nice. It's very nice. Fine, yeah. Works. Yeah. Well, it means you're using a wand and focus, which means you need to upgrade the focus at some point, which is more doable, I think. Do you need a magical melee weapon of any kind? Draz, can I interest you? Oh wait, Draz is gone. Shit. But it's more magic power. Damn it. It's the longbow. The lights at the top are powered by Clono Screams, exactly. They're very environmentally friendly, but it's the tree. The tree is the difficult part. That's why we had to turn the tree off earlier today. I mean, Nellis, we might need just a bare tree for New Year's, maybe. Maybe a tree without the decorations on it, Nellis. Is that something you reckon we could do? We could probably put a few like non-lit decorations on there, but all of the, you know, the lights, I just simply can't afford it. It's a difficult time of year. You're currently working on the New Year's animation? I'm very excited. It's my rock. I'm helping. I can still heal from here. Don't take too much damage. If they take too much damage, I've only got 3 casts of okay, shit. Oh, interrupt my gathering for that. Okay, no more. Fine. Now I can mine in peace. The head talk was Will Sims loading screen again. Nice. I'll see. Lost some health there. There you go. You can have all that healing. I'm not going to ask Nellis to pull each of the individual needles off the tree. No, that would be unreasonable. I think that would be a bit harsh, even for me and Nellis. 1 second, chat. I just want to send a message to Thor quickly. Thor and the community. To the community, I mean the mods. Okay. Go grab the rest of my group again, help them, because Amrasilf hasn't got much health, neither does Code. I feel like we keep over pulling or side pulling or something. Just ruin it. Am I supposed to move that mouth? One moment, chat. I'm just relaying some important information to the mod team. Sorry about that. I was just updating Thor and the mods on a community friend of ours who's been having quite a hard time recently, and was having a bit of a difficult time on their stream the other day when we raided in. Oh, that's quite a nice tape. So just giving them an update because I've heard back from them having reached out. So as you know, I will reach out when there are mental health issues and concerns for people, and I just wanted to update them on anything that was relevant to them. Just so we can just keep an eye on a friend, because, you know, it's a difficult time of year for a lot of people. Difficult time of year for a lot of people. That's kind of been the bulk. So the first half of my month was very heavy on the in December work. I would say that the second half of the month there's been an awful lot of people who've been struggling in the community. That's where a lot of my energy, I think, has gone. And it's been quite sad to see some people just really having such a hard time and not having any support from the people who should be giving them that in their lives. So if anyone's having a hard time, you're always free to reach out. You know how it is. 5 rubies. Hit the cove glass and try this out. Looking for mining nodes? I mine. These are my mining nodes, Phoebus. I haven't thought. I mean, I think Thor and I spoke about this before. Like, both of us know kind of what it's like when things are pretty shit. So we both have a bit more of an understanding of if we can help, we want to. You know, that's why we're live on Christmas. Why I'll be live on New Year's Day. I'll be live after it. You know, it's a difficult time of year until people are back. Back towards work and life kind of feels normal again for a lot of people. So. It's one of those. I don't begrudge anyone who needs a helping hand at this time of year because it makes perfect sense to me. Oh, well, thank you, Zidane. Yeah, it's Thor's not had the capacity to do it in a while for like hands-on, so it's kind of I've been stepping in to do a bit more of it, but it's what I think keeps the communities going in a way. It's if there's if there's nothing else I can do, it would be that. So, that's... Oh. This is the advantage of the cleric class. When you know what you're doing, despite there being a obviously very bad thing going on in the party, I can keep the tank alive, I can keep myself alive by staggering my cooldowns, and we can broadly try and regain the groupings. Because notice I've actually been keeping up my DPS this entire time where possible on the enemies. Logfin did not do the proper thing though, and did not switch the to Mana Song, which might actually get us killed. I'm now having to really carefully manage my mana because Logfin's not switched to the mana spell we need. Logfin, I needed you on Mana Song like 10 minutes ago, bud. Like that. As soon as that goes down, the remaining bards need to swap to it, and you're the only one with mana. Thank you. Okay, there we go. We can restabilize. Rinta, get your blessing onto Coda's red. Get blessing onto Coda's red. If you pick up aggro, run through the tank. Run through the tank. Nah, it's fine, yeah. Mana Song is just if that's where we were having issues towards the end there. It's one of those things that you learn until a PvE pull goes wrong, and you learn about all the various different elements that you have to do. Like you won't pick that up, so don't worry. Like it's just I only step in like that when we absolutely have to. Arve, don't forget your loot, otherwise I'm taking it because no wealth, no health. Okay, be careful because the respawns are likely going to start, so we need to try and stabilize while fighting here. Well, now I do physical damage. Physical cleric! 98% still. You're likely seeing a visual bug, Mr. Avistus. Okay. Wait till everyone's back at full mana, and then we'll just start engaging again. It's just good to have that little mental reset. We're doing it. It was a good recovery. We kept alive. Code kept circling the tank. You know, everyone who did pick up aggro tried to lure the mobs away to give the tank a bit more time, which was good. But I think the issue was that after a while, there's only so much dodging that we can do. Nullwolf, sit down. Sit down, Nullwolf. You're. What was that? Oh, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just drop. Just sit. Because then Amra can sit down as well, then we can all restart it, so we can make that work. Fair. There we go, we should be good to restart now. Okay, so blessings, I will keep my blessing on Code is red. Rinter, it's probably best that you put your blessing onto the rogue. If Arvez do, actually no, Arvez got a two-handed sword, you probably want someone who's got fast attack speed. Amra's got fast attack speed. They've got a short bow in their hand, so that'll be the fastest attack speed on the group. I'll take primary res, you take primary healing. Rinta, I'll do shields as well. We'll just keep going. Yeah, I'll primary res and shielding when needed. You can prioritize the healing, and we'll go from there. Hello, Taffine, how are you doing? Congratulations on the 15 stream streak, very nice. I saw a couple of 30s today, which I was also very impressed by. Especially given that I keep on doing weird streaming, like streams on Saturdays and such for D&D. I've been very impressed that some of you managed to catch every single one in December. So it's very good going. Proud of you all. I'm fine with the bow. I'm capped on the wand, so this is why I'm leveling up a different weapon. Like, doesn't really bother me that much. I'm not a fan of the longbow either, but like my whole if as a cleric I'm not even doing DPS to the enemy, I don't even really care that much because most of my job is actually healing. Just the extra damage over time is slightly helpful, but with a level 1 bow I'm not even applying status effects, so like, well, it for now it doesn't really make a difference. I just appreciate the buff for me is more about doing it to my magic, which is huge because now I'm healing for double what I was when I logged onto stream this morning. Yeah, just replacing the sword and the bow with the book with a longbow of the right level. That's 2,500 magical power, like an extra 250 intelligence. My int's gone from 800 to over 1,000, so I've basically gone like I've got a 25% int increase just from today, which is why I'm just doing so much more healing. I was using a book before. Adept. Did they lock settlement XP? Nope. People have just slowed down because Thor's doing in December stuff rather than pushing the grind. But we're not even at 99% yet, so when that happens, I will likely do a return to town and we'll come back out here and start slowly farming, because that way we can be closer to 100 when Thor is done. But Thor's only doing this game for another hour and a bit, so this last percentage should have ticked up. We should have hit 99 15 minutes ago, because everyone has slowed down. It's not going to be a problem. After this pull, can we do a return to town? Then we can come back out and keep farming as a group, because at that point we'll buy enough time that we can just keep farming until Thor gets back, and he'll be back before we take the settlement to 100. If we take a break like now for it, it'll work out. Plus I'm carrying like a few golds worth of glint that I'd rather not be carrying. And we're at the right spot of the farm to do a return as a group. Yes. Flame speaker here. Nice, okay. Assassin here. We'll fight our way back as a group. Don't get onto vehicles. There's a bunch of stuff we can kill on the way. And some will end up losing a vehicle. Yeah, but you don't want your furry vehicle getting destroyed by the enemy when the healers are too far away for you to get it, you know, healed. The Chronos horse healing service is, you know, very, very highly in demand, you understand. You want to go to the left-hand side of the rocky spire that you guys seem to be heading the right side of, don't you? Oh, okay. Following the tank is a sensible thing to do, that makes sense. We just hit 99%, so it's actually a very, very good time for us to run back. Because then we can grab someone else, we can go back and quietly farm, or we can get set up for the future. That last percentage took us an hour, well, sorry, 59 minutes and 44 seconds. So if we start the farm in 10 minutes time of what we were doing before, we'll be absolutely fine. What do you mean? Oh, the last percent should take us an hour and a half, I think, from now. Oh, we can't level after that. I'm fairly sure that town is the highest level currently. Oh, how far from town? I have no idea, but we'll actually have production at that point, and it'll be very different. But going for a town is going to be a nightmare because that requires a lot more resources and stuff. It's different gameplay, I think, once you get into a village, because that's when you have to start doing things like donating various parts for the buildings, etc. So it's village, and then at that point, town is it's more natural, because by doing the commissions in the area, by doing the town stuff for the village and getting to town, you'll naturally push that progression forward anyway with things like crates, things like commissions, the hand-ins, you know, the people living out of the node and the market functions inside the node drive more people to it by itself. People will be running caravans, which will automatically push up the node progression. It becomes self-running almost, rather than us having to push the progression forward. I'm interested to know what our cloak gives. Yeah, but anyone who's out there farming, obviously don't push the area up hugely. Lost One Prat, thank you very much for the raid of 12 viewers, buddy. Good to see you, dude. Hide my whiskey. I don't have any. It's all gone. You drank it all last time you came here. Does. You had to run? Oh, thank you very much, One Pratt. Galaxy of Heroes again. Nice. Nah. Nah. I'm not. The groups that are out there, try Group 1 and Group 10. We're already on the way back. You don't need to tell me. Don't worry, we're good. Oh, it's Group 2, yeah. Not Group 1. What? The ads are here. Chat, make sure you stretch your legs. Make sure you're walking around. Make sure you're checking on your loved ones. Metalworking is going to be needed. Oh no, I've got to play the inventory sorting game. I need to sell these. That's what I need to do. This is my accumulated resources from all of my farming. Let's just take out all of the glint and combine it all. The stolen glint is irrelevant. That didn't come from PvP. I don't know what you're talking about. You can't prove anything, chat. I'm innocent. There's a Vegemite drink. That sounds awful. Tell me more. It sounds physically repulsive, and therefore I'm innately curious and need to know more. Tell me more about this horrifying sounding Vegemite drink. Equipment vendor. Let's sell some stuff. I just found abandoned glint. You know what? You're right. It was just abandoned. It was. I was just giving it, you know, a good home temporarily. Oops. Didn't mean to drink them out of serve. My bad. I've got so much gear I need to donate to people. I need to get. I need to speak to Tix at some point. That's what I need to do. Thank you, Nellis. I will switch it out. Not today, because it's still close to Christmas. Well, when we have a level 2 town, we're going to get to a village in 1%. Okay, where are you guys all at? The silence tells me all. You're in town? I'm just gonna go stand by the Ember Shrine when you're ready. Go meet at the Ember Shrine because it's less laggy than town. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the main reason I just want to leave town. The resource usage is just slowly going up on my computer. I'm like, oh, okay, this is fine. Protech, you know that I don't tend to do that, but I'm not actually going to go and check Discord move through the stream unless it's an emergency, dude. You have to tell me why I'm checking it or something. You can't just come into my chat and say, check Gen Chat Discord. That's not... If it's an emergency, tell me. If you need me to moderate, tell me. But don't just come in while I'm doing something in stream and say, check Gen Chat Discord. Yeah, I need context. I need to know if I'm doing it for an emergency. Like, when people are saying, oh, we need to check the ferret channel, that's obviously because there's an emergency. So I need that information. Otherwise, I'm not just going to go and check Gen Chat Discord. Unless it's... Is there a spammer? Is there... Okay, yeah, when I have time. So it's not an emergency. Fine, thank you. Vegemite chocolate mat. Vegemite chocolate mash. Oh. Ah, yes, the Mycelites. The enemies that have no reason to be as powerful as they are because they have a stun. They do. It's like a flopping stun attack. It's awful. Oh no. 800 damage. No, I know. 100 damage. 36 is... Oh, I don't want to kill them. That's the XP. As an Aussie, my thoughts exactly. It sounds wrong on several dozen levels. I'm a melee character now. Look at my melee prowess. It does sound like an American's cursed version of like an Aussie specialty, yeah. I'll be real with you, Vegemite versus Marmite isn't really a challenge. Vegemite is actually better. Marmite is okay, but Vegemite is actually what I would call nice. Marmite peanut butter is okay. I wouldn't know. I can't have it. As some of you know, my natural weakness is the peanuts. They are the bads. One cannot peanut. The streamer is allergic to the peanuts. One of the reasons why I don't accept food when people are like, hey, just try this. No, not all nuts, just peanuts. I'm the tank now. Peanuts are the best food. I'm alright without that, thank you. I don't need it. They smell really weird. Prepping some crates live to brine barrel. Exciting. Good news, thank you. You're probably going to go keeper. Tank and summonut's a cool combination. Hazelnut's superior, agree. Hazelnut's more powerful. We've got a tank and a cleric. That's all we need, Code. I believe in you. I believe in us. You don't know if you'll make it through, but you'll die running from Mirror. That's a long run. Since I have hazel eyes, if I look at anything else, does that make them better? No, if you have if you look at hazelnuts with hazel eyes, Kelly Clarkson music starts playing, that's what happens. That's what the song's all about. It's about hazelnuts. Yeah, exactly, Coach. Yeah, we're good. I mean, in many ways, I'm always partially AFK. What's up? Thor said no, or... I'm going to be honest with you. The last... So we were working at 45 minutes a percentage, Arcana. The last one took us an hour and 22 to get that percentage, because people had already slowed down. I don't think that even if the small fragment that are left that probably would need that ping to stop are farming, it's not going to create the biggest issue, because that percentage is actually quite a lot of farming. And Thor will be free of in December game in around an hour, so I think that if there are a few people still farming, it's not the end of the world. Like we are slowly killing individual mobs still. Like we're not doing a full farm, but there's still, like, you know, people running through the island are still going to kill mobs. It's still a lot to get through. We're reasonably safe on the level up, but we just want to make sure that we are not doing everyone. And seeing how many goblins are back at the central camp, I'm not concerned. So we should. I'll do another ping in 45 minutes if there are more people doing it, and we still see people forming groups and stuff. But I think the information is circulating broadly, so I think we're good. Yeah, it's fine. At the end of the day, if we do level up before he's on, it's not the end of the world. Like that's what happens. You can't stop everyone. Like you can't stop Kronos when he sees a fully grown granite node. I just can't help myself. It's gonna be perfect. But yeah. Well, I'm just mining in general. Any mining node that's fully grown, that's mine. It's got to go. Like this one just popped up in front of us. Oh. I can't believe Code is yoinking it. About my what? They are yes, but they're perfectly fine. Those aren't fully grown nodes, so it's different. Yeah, it's yeah. Well, I want to become a jewel crafter, so I need the shiny metals that are inside the rocks. That's the problem. If my countertops were in fact made of like gold, I'd be a bit like, okay, now we're talking. Then at that point, maybe I would eat them. I'm a cat, not a bird, so can't be me. If you want a cat bird, basically what you're looking at is the giant bird from the film Up. The multicolored one that just... owls are kind of cat birds, but they're their own thing. They're very smart. They wouldn't want to be conflated with cats all the time. But... I think most owls look angry, in my opinion. That's kind of my view on them. If you look at an owl, it normally looks pissed off. Same. Pissed off or clueless. No. I will hydrate. Thank you, Laser Muffins. Oh, a trade. Oh. Nice. Oh yeah, if you put spice in this game, that's what I'm doing. We're gathering spice. I love spice. We've got a look. Luther and Demnar did some math for me on June. They've remade the base, so we'll see it at some point when we play that. But we've got quite a lot of spice. We've got enough spice that spice isn't going to be what holds us back when the new content drops. It's going to be the quest timers and the other stuff. We've got enough spice to all cap every skill. Based on the PTR, that is. Okay, so what you're saying here is the issue here is the base, and Fahrenheit only makes sense because 0 is near cold for a human and etc. But like, surely if you just know that the base for a human is that if you know that the human body temperature is 37 degrees Celsius roughly, you know that your room temperature is most likely to be 20 degrees Celsius depending on your humidity. Now you know the base for everything, and that's 2 basic bits of knowledge. Yeah, but a human is going to be better at different. Like, for example, the people who are in Australia would laugh at me when I said, "Yeah, 30 degrees Celsius is going to be too much for me," because of where they've come from in their background. Like, so humans do change the temperature which they're okay at as well, just in the same way water does. But neither system is perfect. Not necessarily. There's gonna be a line where, like, if you're used to say California, you won't say that it's hot, but somebody who's from Europe will say it's hot. You're very happy with the new base, personally? I logged on yesterday, Demnar, just to have a bit of a fly around and realised I'd left my Ornithopter out in the open. So I will go and have a look at it properly. My scout was definitely very exposed. Yeah, I have moved it now. I've stored it, and I logged off on a spire nearby, so I was less in the way for you guys. Afternoon, okay. How does one become actual pirate? Join the Discord. Mimir has accepted me. How do you join Pirate Island Settlement Town when it becomes one in the guild once I've leveled up, made the journey there? So Aaron, a lot of that's available in the Discord. So you should, once you've been accepted by Mimir, etc., you will have access to all the channels. There's a general LFG channel, general looking for group. That's what that's short for. Where you'll find people who are in the brine barrel area looking to level up. So, you know, for example, 14 hunter looking for group brine barrel, any locust grades forming, you know, looking for group level 17 bard, 9 ranger looking for group, 13 looking for DPS 13 to 19. There are constantly groups that are looking and advertising for stuff. So I would just basically use that system once you're at the brine barrel, really. Actual pirate is about joining the guild. There is a big guild waiting list. It's a matter of when you're online, when we level up, but the guilds are currently too small. There are a bunch of side guilds that are all forming, like the Church of Beans, for example, or Ivory Tower. You can join them, and they'll be good spots to be. Glorious poop. Thank you, Arthur. Poop. The actual Kronos group? No, I'm in actual pirates. Not a problem, Aaron the Bear. Always happy to help and welcome on in. I'd never ignore you. Maybe. Depends. Hello, WL. How are you doing? Casual Pirates is a nice one too. Yep, indeed. That stone? Was that flax? Oh, flax. Demna, why do you like the new Dune base more than the old one? What is it that you like about it? Just the updated layout? Oh, Logfin's done the specialty and brought in more enemies. development's at 99%, so we've slowed down our farm massively. We're just kind of slowly farming a few mobs, grabbing some resources. Just basically kind of chill farming until Thor is back and able to do the guild stuff. They're talking about horrific food combinations in Discord, like a banana, peanut butter, and potato chip sandwich. Peanut butter rim. American food is weird, correct. Yes, yeah, that's the whole thing. No, these are my nodes. My mining nodes, god damn it. As long as I'm talking about peanut butter and... What's PB&T? Peanut butter and tuna? Oh, I don't actually want to know. The American food is weird, okay? I love this. This is great. Good job, code. Peanut butter and tuna. Can we delete America? Actually, no. Just no. Don't. No. Maybe no. We'll just go. We'll just go unanchor them from this reality and go float them with Atlantis or something. Like they can just go. They can be mythical that way. The mythical Americans. The mythical. Yeah, we can. We can do that, can't we? Do I use heavy armor? Can I show your spells? Okay, so I use the armor that has the right stats for me. So at the moment, I'm utilizing mostly light armor because I'm reliant on this ability, Force. Strength and intelligence increased by 15%. That just means that I have more intelligence, which means more magic power, which means more healing power. But sometimes I have, you know, I've got a like mentality. So I've got a couple of pieces of heavy because they do actually buff some of my other resistances. Because you need to make sure that you can take a, you know, you can take a hit. You don't want to be, you know, completely puny. As for the spells I've got, I'm at level 25, so I've got all of them, but this is the most important one, Blessed Weapon and Bountiful Blessed Weapon, because mana regen is important as the cleric. Damage ones, I tend to keep them in stacks, so I have Judgment, Smite, and Condemn as a combo, and also Divine Flare, Consecrating Wave, and Chains of Restraint as a combo. Boiled peanut butter, that's good. That's a war crime right there. Like, I don't even like peanut butter, but mixing it with tuna sounds bad enough. But boiling it and then mixing it with tuna, oh, what is wrong with you? The ads are about to start, chat. Make sure that during the ads you are you're kind of standing up from your seat, you are walking away from your phone screen. Maybe look outside for a minute. You know, remember what sunlight looks like. Maybe get yourself a drink of water. Maybe pet a cat. Maybe go ask your emotional support human how they're doing. Maybe drop a friend a text. Maybe call your grandma. Maybe take your laundry out of the dryer. Maybe take your meds. You know, do something like that. Be right back. Zephron, call someone else's grandma to, you know, someone's feeling lonely. Find someone. Well, Bad Monkey, if you are the emotional support human, go and check on your charges. And as Nellis and Aquedictus suggest, you could use a Ouija board. Although, you know, I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that shit at the holidays, you know. Okay, can we stop pulling so many assassins all at once? They have a broken aggro mechanic where when they get to a certain percentage of their health, they leash onto the off aggros. So like, we don't want to be pulling 3 or 4 at once because this is what happens. And that's what happened last time. Yeah. Yeah, that's why we don't want to pull so many of them at once. I helped Silvus. Obviously, Arthur had to respawn, so I'm just helping Silvus out. There's some current shade going down in the party over how we don't have any DPS and how bards aren't real DPS. Bards with much DPS as clerics? No. Bards can fill a DPS role, to be fair. You like tuna on pizza? No. I don't think fish on pizza makes sense. I don't know. I'm not personal. My pizza order, it wouldn't work with my pizza order, so, which is normally like pepperoni, like ham, maybe a bit of bacon, that kind of thing. It's mostly cow and pig and chicken. You're all jumping on. I've heard people talking about it in comms. It's apparently there's a dance party going on at town. These are the enemies. If you can get snare on them, it's really good because they'll walk towards you slowly, and you can basically just like you can kite them for a really long time while you're doing damage. But unfortunately, I'm not using a short bow. I haven't got snared set up yet. I should probably do my stuff onto this bow at some point. Actually, let's do that. Got 6 points on the bow. We can do that. We can do wound, which is reduction of healing, or stagger, which I believe reduces their evasion. We'll take wound. We want to increase the chance of extended finishes, and we want to gain an increase of combo power. And then the sword. Bleed is good for swords. Activation, and again, penetration. We can take, if we're in melee, we're going to want ward. We will also take critical hit avoidance and penetration upgrade. And we'll do the duration of those more. Nice. Ooh, glint. You know, pizza sometimes is bison, bacon, and chowder. Not sure there's much native bison where one also gets, you know, native chowder, but yeah, the Dutch people in chat confused at a British person correctly pronouncing a word. Oh, you need to have a nice kind of what, bears, beets, and Battlestar Galactica. Nice, yeah, bees. Makes perfect sense to me. Chowder. Like a ha. It's like a G that thinks it's an H. There's wild chowder, but there's no wild bison. That makes sense. You know, the wild buffalo in America have wings. That's where buffalo wings come from. They have more wings per animal than chickens do, though. You have to remember. That's why you can get buckets of, like, you know, 50 buffalo wings. That's because buffalo was actually... they have 12 wings per animal. Depends how much... Did you, Zephron, do you mean ayahuasca? Is that what you were trying to spell there? Zendlium, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Welcome on in. I hope that you are doing well, and thank you for supporting me and the channel. You'd ride into the grocery store? Yeah, but that's what you do. You take a buffalo to the grocery store because it can fly. Yeah. You couldn't be bothered to look up the proper spelling. It shows. Luckily, it worked very well phonetically, but it's like A-U... It's A-Y-A-H-U-A-S-C-A. Good morning. How are you doing, Lamina? Buffalo flocks would be a sight. Yeah, they migrate. Yeah, at winter, they migrate. It's a very important part of their life cycle, you understand. Is there any ore that forms down here, or is it only just on that one little corner? There's no ore on these ones. It's the loading of where the ore is really strange. You're thinking healer summoner for the future update? That's a shaman, isn't it? Healer summoner? Cleric summoner? They're fine. They don't need a cleric. They've got 2 down there already. The real healer summons, exactly. Yeah, this is what, you know, if I was a healer summoner, I'd be summoning. I just summon mineable nodes. Healer summoner sounds like a necromancer. It does, doesn't it? Ruchi is the healer summoner. Summoner healer is necromancer. It's the other way around. That's definitely the most safe thing for me to talk about live on stream, right? They're talking about some potential PvP they want to go and do later on this evening to another node, but I'm like, I can't really talk about that on stream, so I'm not going to join the channel. Move glass. I'm looking forward to being able to have the whole of this wall as a blue screen, which I'm going to do at some point this week. I just need to put dust sheets over my PC, open the window, shut the door, make sure Bailey doesn't come in for a few hours. And probably put on a gas mask, because it's quite an enclosed spot, even if I'm, you know... Who needed stone again? I can't remember who it was who needed stone. Was it Draz? Oh, Draz is definitely not here. No worries. Yeah, if you could come trade me, that would help. Do you need a party invite, Nullwolf, as well? I don't need any of the stone. I'm only keeping the metals and the gems, so it makes sense to give it all to you. How's everyone heading off? Didn't know if you were leaving, Code. Okay. Looks like I am the tank now. Oh, I can practice blocking. That's a new one. I am the tank now. Okay, thank you for being here, Tibbets. Now, I hope that you sleep well, bud. Have a great day tomorrow. We're the tank now, chat. Look at it. Look at us tanking. We're doing it. I can't believe this tanking is going as well as it is, to be honest. I expect this to be going far worse. The assassins are harder to kill, I will be honest. But, like, it's manageable. Especially when we've got 3 clerics and 3 bards. Like, that is... Oh, sorry, 2 clerics. There are 2 bards and 3 clerics in total. Make sure you roll. Those are very easy to kill solo. It's the assassins that are actually harder. Oh, okay. Rinta also pulled an assassin. Okay, this is going. We're doing. We're able to tank this. This is fine. Let's just stun the assassin for a second. We haven't got any DPS, which doesn't help. We are basically a full support party, but it's very funny. Especially given that yesterday we were so low on bards that we didn't have one. Now we've got 3 in the party and we just all bards, all clerics. It's funny. Another flame speaker. Get stunned. I think I'm generating the most aggro because I'm healing the party as well, because I do things like communal restoration. So yeah, now Rinter's doing the same thing. It's difficult for Rinter to try and grab the DPS. There we go. I've grabbed it. Look at this, I'm the best tank. Wait, no, I've... I forget how much range the longbow actually has as well. Code, I'm bored of tanking. Can you take over now? I proved that I can do it, but I'm now bored of it. Thank you. Yeah, clerics are the best off-tanking class. We all know this to be true. Mostly because I cast one spell and I can generate about 10 times the amount of aggro as a DPS can in one spell. Except if I cast communal restoration, it does basically 400 hit points of healing to each party member, plus the heal over time. Like, it's just insanity. That said, the flame speakers are really easy to tank because they only have this firebomb ability. Oh, there's an assassin there as well for Nullwolf. Yes, the clerics can stand in the AoEs. That's the whole thing. At the level I'm at now, I can just stand in this AoE with my magical defense. Am I getting 400 heals, crits, and the fact that I now have radiant weaponry? Admittedly, I am using a bow, but this is how, Arthur. So I've got that, and I also got this radiant sword this morning, so I've actually finally got into gear. So my healing has doubled across today. I can't imagine how it will be when I've actually got a full set of proper, like, healing spec wisdom gear. It will be insane. I'll do so much healing, it will be great. And I've also... The other thing I've been very careful about, and I would advise people to keep an eye on, is I've got a very, very high int, but that is because of one benefit. If you look at this, on the light chest piece that I've got here, I have force, strength, and intelligence increased by 15%. So that 15% is actually 150 of a stat. That's basically like the primary stat on a piece of gear. You were impressed when your non-crit communals did over 100, so I think if I do a communal... Yeah, okay, so my non-crits for the big heal is 200, and the big heal is 300 at the start, which is real nice. That's all today's buff. A lot of my gear is still adept, so it will also get more powerful. Force is absolutely huge to have. It's a remarkably slept on ability. You haven't played much during the holidays, so that'll be a thing to after New Year's to catch up. You'll find it'll be a lot easier once you've got like a market inside Brine Barrel, I'll be really honest. Like, you know, it's really easy once there's a market to get gear shared out, to get it spread between people. It will be so much nicer for people to be able to actually practice their crafts, etc. as needed. Well, the ads will run in a minute. Make sure that during the ads, you guys stand up and stretch. I need to actually stretch my legs slightly during this one, so I need to go and do my stretches. My ads are starting in 30 seconds. During it, I just need to go and do my physio stretches so I don't get ritually sacrificed by my physiotherapist, who's one of the few people on this planet I'm actually kind of scared of because she knows my address. And is also very scary. So I'm just gonna like tuck into this rock right here, and I will be right back. I have returned. There you go, we can start the farm up at full speed again then. Welcome back, everybody. We're at 99% of the settlement. Thor is logging back in to do crate runs and do other things. So Balthazar, I don't know that my physiotherapist isn't in chat. That's why I'm always very careful to make sure I'm doing my exercises, because if she was, she might kill me. But is Thor getting trolled by a game bug? Is that what we're saying? Is that what's going on? Thor can't log in because the game is broken for him because he's got the async issue. Your game's still updating? Ruchi, I'm sorry to hear that. Nice. That's not bad. Do you guys want to go on the crate run, or do you want to be pushing up to level 100 by killing stuff? Because it's... Agree, it's also quite buggy, and I can't do that on stream. I'll just get PvP'd. I'm not going to give away free inter. Let's only kill the level 20 enemies. Just keep farming here. There you go. Did you say on top of the chainsaw? Is it chainsaw? Oh, okay, yeah, okay, the horn. I didn't know you were calling it a chainsaw. That's a new one. I mean, okay, fine. I just call it his horn, just on the horn, because that's by itself a funny sentence. Arthur, if you could keep that blood inside your body, that would be helpful. I'm not going to be joining the caravan, mostly because I'm a little bit concerned about the stability of my system and the stream with that, but also giving away free intel is never something I want to do, so... Let's go and just keep farming, because now we're doing this for the level up. We want to get to the 100%. The level 19, this level 20 flare. It's a horn, exactly. It's a narwhal person. That's how I see it. The horn, the mouth, the nose. Yeah, I think that Surefoot, well, as soon as they got up to the next tier of node, realized that it was more XP and it's an exponential increase in the amount of XP you need per level, then yeah, they absolutely flaked on it. We were at 30, I think 36, 37% when they hit 0, and they've gone 15% in the time that we've gotten to 99. So like that just shows you the difference. And like we say, we start to get to 100. That's what we've got to do now. We've got to get the farm for 100 done. Focus goblins are scary. Oh yeah, I mean, think about the dedicated farms that I was arranging, you know, with the help of everyone else over the weekend. Like the day when I didn't log in, we made so much little progress compared to when I was creating 2 farming groups and overseeing, making sure people PvP'd properly and didn't get, you know, dragged away when we got PvP aggressed. There's a lot to be done on it all. Nice. You drop your freshman progression to grind the island, same. I mean, I've done gathering, because gathering also gets us the progression we need to on the island, but but based on all of those requests, and if I didn't know that Nova Prime's name was Nova Prime, that wouldn't have worked. So, in future, it would be better to remember that not everyone knows Nova's full name. If you're going to ask someone to invite, write their full name out. They are, but that wasn't what someone said. Someone didn't say invite the person standing next to you. They said invite Nova. Yeah, invite Kronos. If you're telling someone the exact instruction of invite X, tell them the full name. Kronos VII. Yeah, because you're literally telling them to run the /invite that name command. Just easier for any party leader, not just for me. Yeah, exactly. If you're writing it in chat, it's just easier. They can type out that way. That's exactly what I mean. Yes, and I'm British, which means there's a correct way of doing things, like a queue. Yeah, I stacked those buffs, the British and the lawyer. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'm glad you get it. I've been min-maxing since, since an early age. Yeah, lawyer maxing. Project, that sounds like a Ligma. That's a Ligma. Did you say I'm the second British lawyer that you know and we're kind of the same? That's because Broden's done this really good trick on the world where we've convinced you that there's millions of us, but actually there's 4 of us with different accents and different impressions. But actually that's also me. That's why I sound like Vidal. Yeah, that's why all the British people online sound the same. Like you fit into like one of 4 categories. It's, don't tell anyone though, it's a secret, okay? Chat, you too, don't tell anyone. Happy Monday, Warner, how are you doing? Great to see you, buddy. Oh, I see a Winky in Thor's chat. Normally that would be a terms of service violation I was describing, but I'm not actually in this one. It's certainly not a Ligma. I mean, it could still be a Ligma, even without you saying it only as a Ligma. I'm not saying it out loud. I'd still play with Thor, yeah. Just right now, he's standing around and I'm doing the hard work, That's what we're doing right now. He's standing around watching to see the town level up. I'm the one leveling the town up myself. So it's, same as always, right? I'm probably gonna get in trouble for that, but when it gets taken out of context. Everything as always, exactly, yeah. Yeah. That wouldn't be an inaccurate assessment, yes. Yeah, because everyone is always listening to stream all the time, right, Code? That's why I normally do a ping if I need to do one, but it's fine. There's a reason why we kept leveling throughout this time, is because even if people don't understand that Thor is back and they can keep leveling up again, we're still pushing the progression forward. We're not by ourselves enough to do a whole percentage in an hour, but we're enough to make good progress. He did say it on stream. Yeah, that was my view before. He is indeed. I'm just Dave. I'm in chat there. I can see the chat. I can see his stream. My power is unmatched. I have a screen. I have another screen. That's where that power comes from. It's not a rare power. Exactly, yeah. So we're the ones doing the work to level the town up, just Dave. That's how it is. Me and my party. Carrying Thor as always. I don't know what second archetype I'm going to take from Cleric, because it depends on how they implement it, etc. There you go. Do this. Heal up Rinter. Standard. Exactly. Yeah, we'll just do the leveling. We'll keep killing, keep leveling up, keep getting good gear and good glint drops, which is always nice. I love money in game and in real life. Who am I kidding? Mining. What did that happen? Currently freaking out because I'm not sure if I have further work next 2 days. Waiting to hear if I got a position that will give me 40 hours a week and no layoff. Or if I won't work until February or March sometime, which case I need, that's just well, good luck, bud. Good luck. Prime barrel leveling up. Here we go. It teleported him. I've got mining to do, so Thor's going down. We're going to go back to town when it's all loaded in. There's no none of the current kind of glitches that seem to be happening for people visually. And then we'll go to town once it's fully loaded. Wait for the oh, someone just mined the cove glass I wanted. God damn it. Who's our vassal? Nice, we got Shorefoot as the vassal. Nice. The company you work for, you got purchases before you started then and things aren't the most stable? That does, yeah, unfortunately that's the issue with corporate acquisitions like that. You wish your fossil bots would run this game? This game will be much better optimized eventually, but like right now we've got the issue where if I show the skybox, my GPU goes up to like 93%. So that is the settlement. Look at it. We've got a windmill. Very nice. Look at that. We approach from this side. There's no gate on this side. We'll basically approach into the caravanserai here. Oh. If the stream starts juddering, let me know. The game's frame rate is already a little bit low, so... Okay, it's not the stream that's struggling, it's literally just the game. There we go. I'm now sits in a brine barrel. Next you, I'm glad to know the taxes are working well. This is a commodity station. So you can make a crate of kelp robes, though. Does that persist? It doesn't persist. Okay. There you go. It's the mayoral board that will start when we've got the mayor up. Look, it doesn't matter. Defeat sites in the brig. These are all the same we had before. Mine copper, mine rubies. Yeah, nice, okay. Construction crate vendor storage clerk, here we go. Materials. Nice, here we go. Buy additional settlement, there we go. Look at that, extra storage. Oh boy, we love this. Okay, so we're going to start storing our... So now I can start stockpiling the materials I'm going to need for leveling up my my jewelry crafting. This can be sold. These can be sold. Let's take out all of the glint from in here again. Make sure I properly unify all of it. If you've got rubies and any like base metals going, then yes please, because they'll all get used. I'll keep the poop. Sorry, say again? Yes, I will be using fragments. Copper or zinc ideally, but any fragments that you've got I guess would be helpful, because they're all usable for it. If you've got a legendary one and you want to do something with it, I wouldn't ask that of you, bud. Like, you can. I'll probably end up giving it to another crafter, I'll be honest, because like there'll be someone else who has 4 or plus. But yeah, if it's going free, that would be cool. I'm down by the storage clerk, if that helps. Oh, well, I'm the back storage clerk. Nova Prime, thank you. Nova, are you collecting anything I can give you? Okay. I've got some stuff for Draz. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ooh, sea glass. Oh god. Kind of insane, thank you. Oh my god, yeah, you did. Jesus. Let's see if it'll actually let me accept this trade. Okay, hang on. Let me get rid of some stuff that I don't... And take 4 of those up. So if I get rid of one of these, the dead coral. There we go. Done. Thank you very much. That's going to make my notifications kind of get confused. Awesome. Thank you, bud. Wait, now I can... I had to process the rubies, of course, but actually make some progress. Nice. You won't be able to vote just yet. Why? Sorry, leave the party. Why? What's going on? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Jewel crafting stuff I will take. Anything that's jewel crafting related, I will Also treasure maps. If you've got any treasure maps you don't want to do, I will take those because I want to run them on stream for like a thing. Completed treasure maps. I think you can complete the quest item ones, yeah. I think those are tradable. They don't say bound. Nice. Sweet. Items. Apologies, I think I completely missed the ads there, my bad. Hope you guys are all doing well. I was locked in on my own storage stuff for a second there. Hope you guys are doing okay. Town is indeed looking very, very good. Yep, I'm very pleased with it, very impressed by it. It's been a lot of work to get here, but I'm glad that we've done it now. I kind of feel a bit more freedom to go and do other stuff, which is nice. And now there should be the start of a market here. Elephant ears. There you go. Look, they got weapons up to 50 silver at adept level. That's nice. We can start gearing up our groups. Storefront. You've got apprentice herbalism bags up for sale, 77 silver. You know, legendary coral, rough sea glass at 35 silver each. Wow. Mining speed, what have I got? Oh, mine's already better. A lot of Starlight stuff up. All Initiate tier, Adept tiers at the 15 silver. Prices all seem very reasonable so far. I'm pretty pleased. Okay, next important thing. What can I climb? Can I trade with Leafeon? I can. About learning all the ways up these. That's the difficult. That's the part of the parkour. It's the fun part. Finding out what you can and can't climb up on. I want to see if I can get up onto this. You used to be able to climb up on top of these signs, but this seems to be static now. Errands to run. Be back later. Well, thank you very much for being here, Just a Dave. I hope you're doing well, buddy. Okay, this is a nice little area. I like this. We've got cows. We've got... It looks like it should be a blacksmith's or something based on the logo, but it's really hard to see. Maybe it's just a farming plot. So these will be the areas that we build things in once the mayor is in and they've got elected and they're doing stuff. That's what we'll be doing for this. Let's go find the jewel crafting setup. Jeweler apprentice, here we go. Zinc fragments, snowdrop thread. So I'm going to need snowdrop. Rough rhyme. I've not seen that at all. So I'm going to need copper. Snar's bone I don't have, so I can't make any of that. Tin and sand. I can't make any of that stuff. I can't do anything that's in this crafting one. I think the encampment should have the basic crafting benches and the market. Do this. Let's see if this soloing works. Seems like it is. Even just using the bow with default damage and physical, I can just range this guy out. He's doing Sinister Lullabies from other abilities, but it is a Troubadour, yeah. Yeah. Skill issue. That guy's great at being walking, but one of the guys in town who was just walking backwards. Yeah, one of the graphical issues in those more busy areas is kind of rough like that. Oh, look, salmon salad. Nice. Just free recipes just off the bat. You like the ghost grown to the Christmas tree? Yeah. Nellis did a really good job with that. He sent me one for the New Year's that I'm going to review after stream. Missed? Good damn. Need to up my accuracy somehow. Leave my rogue alone. Nice. Faded treasure map, coral rune, and a... What the shit? These guys are dropping such good loot. Let's give this a try, see what's going on here. Just one-on-oneing the solo enemies has so far given me a bunch of grey items. Taking out the healer. Well, we'll try taking out the they got an emblem from that. Didn't get anything from the healer, but let's try the pirate captain. If anyone's going to be tough to fight, it'll be this guy, so we'll try this out. Okay, this dude's kind of savage. Yeah, I don't think I can break this guy's tank, actually. Let's do this. Right, so I'm gonna switch back to range so I can get some of my refreshing follow through, because mana is now my problem. Damn, that did a lot of damage. The cleric can do a lot, but like it's just... I'm just bored of fighting him, there's no point. But neither of us are going to win that fight. I'm going to restart my Ashes because the CPU usage is at 93%. The GPU's at 93 and 94% when there should be no reason for that. Like, it's probably just a graphical memory leak. Do this. Do a quick restart. Oh, that, yeah, immediately drops down to 12%. Ashes being Sag. Or make sure that you are standing up, stretching your legs, chat. You're doing everything that you can today. The Ashes launcher is closed, Steam. Why do you think it's still open? Here we go. Play. I hate Ashes now, exactly. It's off the screen. You're having trouble logging in. It says old version, but it's updated. Aaron, you're going to need to go through tech support or through support. I can't remotely do it just based on descriptions through Twitch chat, but unfortunately, I just can't. I can't do remote tech support during stream on other people's machines. It's not something I can do. Ask in the actual Pirates Discord, ask in the official Ashes of Creation Discord. There will be an answer for it, but I can't remotely do it, unfortunately, bud. No worries. I don't know what the problem will be. That's the issue. And like, it could be anything. Yeah, verifying files via Steam is always a good fix, but they've said that it's updated and functional, so... Hello, Bailey. Hey. Where have you been? Have you been sleeping? What have you been doing? You've been having you having a scritch, are you? He's just a baby cat. Look at him. He's so adorable. He's been asleep upstairs on my bed this entire time, which is funny as hell, to be honest. Bulbor. Metalworking. What is it, baby boy? Hi. Hello. You just sat in the doorway waiting. You're having a clean. Okay. Who's a baby boy? Yeah, it's you. Yeah, okay. Hello. You've been sleeping upstairs on my bed. So those of you who don't know, this is Bailey. He is my 15-year-old adopted son. He lives here free of charge and doesn't pay rent. He's the real streamer, according to chat. I'm just a VTuber. What else, Bailey? Oh, you want chicken? You always want chicken, don't you? Yeah. Okay, chat, I'm going to run my ads now, and I'm going to go and give him chicken. So I will be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. I have returned. stream struggling. Let's see if this helps at all. We're doing your toast. Thank you for being here, Wombrat. 6 months, absolutely huge. Thank you so much, buddy. You are awesome. That hasn't made any difference at all. So let me undo that. There we go. We're just having a little swim. Thank you, Wombrat. Yeah, you can bring your fish to the town now. We have indeed got crafting, everything set up. We are all good to go on that front. Get onto low and see what the game does. There we go. That's the whole game is running better. The whole stream is now running better at low rather than medium. Fine. I want to go look at this area. You know, we've not been over here yet, so you're in level 7 and your fishing level is... Oh my god, you've really been... You have fished, my friend. That's a lot of fishing. I'm impressed, but also horrified. Level 6, but you're level 7, but your fishing level is 16. Are you leveling solely from fishing? Because I'd believe it, but that's also horrifying. Oh my god, that's so much fishing. You're gonna fish all the way to 25. Is that the plan? That's the whole go. I think I hate that, to be honest. You can only fish. So that's the only leveling you're going to be doing is fishing. That is wild, to be honest with you. Yeah, Wombrat is insane. I will give you that, but like, still wild. Well, I can just do this now and just get a bunch of coconuts and level up that as well. I was here looking for stone, to be honest. That's what I was doing. Because now it doesn't matter if I'm inside of the new area. That's the whole point. I know I'm allowed to leave the remits of Brine Barrel because we now own this as well. Anything I make progress-wise here will also count over there, which is great. We're going to go check out all of these cliff areas to see if they are stone node spawns. Normally they aren't because this kind of cliff is quite here and normally gets replaced. Hello, Luther. How are you doing, bud? This is where I would like to have a glider. Done with work, so tuning in. It's going pretty well. Luther is free from the workload grind, which is always nice. My first would happen to be just a rare coconut. Fine, okay. Your daily obligation to the almighty god of work has been served. Well, I'm glad that you are now free, Luther. Glimmering crocodile. Did you perform the canticles, Luther? Well, that's not a very close enemy. We're gonna gather some wood. Go ahead to go and see what Sholfoot is like. See the inhabitants there of our new colony. You know, sending the British person to check out the colony is the best way to do it, of course. So that's what I'm gonna go do. Oh, that's a glimmering geo, not a glimmering crocodile. That looks horrifying. You performed when you wrote many ones and zeros. I'm proud of you, Luther. The ones and zeros are an excellent tribute. In 30 minutes, Thor has his next indie December game, so I'm just getting some stuff set up for that. That didn't work. That's the same. There we go. That one and that one. Because the next indie game is one that Thor has played on stream before, which is exciting. And I know what it is. It's a game that actually the whole community really enjoyed. It was really good to see that the community enjoyed it. We actually reached out to them, and that's what the next game is. It's one that we know the community will enjoy because they've already enjoyed it. My broad goal now is to make sure that I'm leveling up all of my artisanship gathering skills to level 10. I want to have all of these at level 10 because that would be nice to have. A rockling, we're going to kill that. Herbalism, we will level up. Okay, no loot, Sag. It is not Noita, no. It's not Noita. The more recently played game, I think, than Thor has been hyper into Noita. Although Noita's always a very good game for stream, because chat gets to try and kill him, which I think is always very fun. Got 18,000 health. Even at level 14, it's 2 stars. See, I'm a cleric. I don't do enough damage to deal with a 2-star. I'm not got the gear for it. That's the problem. So I'm not going to bother. But here's Flax for some herbalism level. You try and help? Chat would... What do you mean chat would never? Chat would 100%. Oh, hello. Brew Streamer has returned. Hello. Yeah, were you happy you had some chicken? Excuse me. What's going on, baby boy? The true owner of the stream is indeed here. Are you blessed? I believe you'd all feel blessed. I'm very proud of you. Free Glint. I won't say no to Free Glint. I'm Brian. No, Brian Blessed is. He's got such a distinctive voice. It's very, very good. He's also got a very distinctive face because when he learns to act, and the people he learns to act from were a very like Dick Van Dyke. If you look at Dick Van Dyke, he really over enthusiastic. He does his facial expressions. It's one of the reasons why he's such a good actor. That's because he was trained and obviously performed at a time before there was sound in film. And you had to convey emotion through just physical gesture and through facial movement, and it's incredible to see the difference in skill in between the two of them. Non-verbal comedy is I think a skill that not every actor has, and what I think it's very easy for people to forget about. We just set this channel up. That should be good. Ooh, what's this? Heroic coconut wood. Wow. Now I'm a high value target. I've got the infinity coconut wood. I just need, hang on. If we can get one legendary drop as well, I've got like the infinity stones of them, which is great. Or a heroic. We have got heroic wood and epic wood. Just decimating the local area. Well, they look like fingers. They look like coconut wood. What's the problem? What's going on, Bailey? How you doing? You a good boy? You having a clean? Yeah, who's a good cat? You baby, aren't you? He's literally just sat around the corner just to sit off cam for a second. So I think he's taking a break from you guys. What did you say? What did you do to him? They've been mean to you. Is that what it is? You're having a clean off camera. Okay. Okay, Bailey. If that's what you want to do, then so be it. Seems that Bailey's getting a lot of chicken. He should do. He's a very happy cat. He has had some Christmas chicken. I've been very generous with him. Because he's my baby son, and what else am I gonna do, right? Okay, these are stones. Sometimes the stuff doesn't load in until it's very, very close. See? Like... I'm being chased by crabs. Oh no! Always bet on the crabs. Your cat loves ham. Interesting. Now, Bailey he's all about the chicken. Didn't like that interaction. Oh, look, more flax. Completely irrelevant that it's surrounded by enemies, including a rockling that's already aggroed on me, but hey, that's fine. As long as it's not got a stun, we're good. We can just literally just sit here and just be like, okay, well, I'm going to take this flax, thank you. This one does take a while to cast, but the combo is quite nice to be able to do this for stunned. And then we have this combo. Okay, you've been pulled. Fine. Wait, why do I care about these mobs? Oh, it's because there's more flax. That's why I care. This was the game that I got to write a really sarcastic message for. Into Thor's calendar. Hello, you are back. You've forgiven them. Oh, okay, this is just getting boring now. Fine. I can just do this while I let them attack me. They don't have a stun. Oh no! Cleric power. Probably isn't the wisest thing to be leveling up on, so I'm going to leave that one. I've not got the space for it. That said, flax, I would 100% go for. I love flax. Okay, well, the cat trap seems to be working today, chat. Cats do like fine foods, and like some dogs, we dogs sit for all that eat. Well, yeah, I've got a friend who has Labradors, and those things are the most food-oriented creatures I've ever encountered on this entire planet. Like, if I think Bailey begs for chicken, these two they just look at you silently. As soon as there's any food around, that's it. That's all you've got. Just the silent and ongoing stare of two gigantic black Labradors. Very cute, but absolute goblins, and I love them. They're great. Yeah, so was I talking about dogs? You're not a big fan, are you? You're not a doggo fan. No, I like cats more. You're fine, Bailey. See? Yeah, you're going to forgive me because I said I like cats more? Yeah, you forgiving me? Thank you. This is what forgiveness looks like. Yeah, who's a good baby? You can hear the stairs. Yeah, you can. I can hear your stairs too. Yesterday's Daily Bailey was such a good shot of him, like mid-shout. I was so happy with it when I found that. I need to get a boat. That's what I want to get at some point. I think British person getting boat is a good goal. More mining. What have we got in here? We need to take refreshing follow through for ranged use. We'll take critical hit avoidance. Okay, just critical hit avoidance. We haven't got enough levels in that for everything else. The Daily Bailey from yesterday is all... I mean, yeah, like... To be honest, it's such a ridiculously good photo that I was surprised about it. Like, oh, what do you... Look at you. You're happy, aren't you? That is a happy cat right there. Just flicking his tail back and forth, doing what he wants. Yeah, the mid-scream shot was... I was very proud of it, to be honest. Want to make sure we get some more copper and some zinc. Because this is all stone. We're not going to use stone. It's good for leveling up our mining, but we don't want to be leveling our mining. We want to be leveling up our other skills. So there goes zinc. We want zinc much more. Zinc is a metal. The tail whip is a discreet look at you, is it? See, if I leave him, he'll go to sleep, though, which is the whole goal. He does. Bailey does it with us as low-level play. Sometimes he'll just sit on us. He'll be trying to nap. He'll just kind of move it back and forth because you know it distracts us. And because I said his name, he now wants my attention again. Don't you, baby boy? Oh, you're so cute. You know that you're cute, don't you? Yeah, you're adorable, aren't you? Ooh. What do you think will be the first Grandmaster? Wait, what do you think will be first? Grandmaster Fisher or 25? Grandmaster Fisher. You'll definitely hit Grandmaster Fisherman before level 25. Like, that, for me, that just seems natural. Yeah. your cardboard. Should I move it underneath you? Yeah, like that? Yeah. A mining node hidden in the woods. Does a mining node hide in the woods? The answer is yes. You're level 38 mining and level 17? Oh my god. What if I just executed Evistus? That would be so rude of me. Weird. Why I don't know why I have an interact button, but fine. Give me mining nodes, goddammit. These rocks, I deserve mining nodes, you see. I quite like this area though. It's quite nice. It's easy to run around because all the mobs are fairly located in one plot. That looks like what I think it is. That looks like a granite node. Granite node? Granite node. Nice. You took all of them? Rude. Mr. Evistus, I can't believe you do that. Are you wishy-wishing your tail because you want some love? Such a big baby boy. I can't believe you're an apex predator, are you? You're such a big kitten. What a baby boy. Oh, you know when you get like a really good ear scritch? Yeah, that's I know how you feel, B. Yeah, that's I reminded you to take your meds a few hours ago. I was wondering why your head was hurting so much. Oh, you're very welcome, G. I appreciate it. I'm fully understanding of how easy it can be to forget to look after yourself. Don't get me wrong, but like, I try. Why can I not mine this node? Oh yeah, force armor is very important, Sauron. Yeah, that's the it's up here. Light is one of the combinations, but also you'll see force increases my strength and my int by 15%, which is just obviously a huge buff. More flax. I am only using novice basic bitch mining bags, but I believe that I have some upgrades on the way. Maybe. Someone was gonna tell me about upgrades at some point. Why? What's up? I'll be all right. I'm about to touch land in Shawfoot, so I can just drop stuff off there because they'll have storage. And I can play Kronos' game of why the fuck did you leave that there, you idiot? Which is my favorite game to play every wipe. That's a game I play with myself, chat, which is where I just won't know why I've left certain items in certain places. There might be a reason, there might not, and we have to try and guess. It's a great game. Past me seems to really fucking enjoy it. Like, it's already bad enough. I've got stuff that's left in Mirrorlith. I've got stuff that's left in that's in Jova still already. Like, we've only been in the game for like 2 weeks. I've already done this to myself. Horrifying. There's a cute cat. Yeah, you are, Bailey. You're the cutest little kitten. Hello. Hello. A big baby, aren't you? You the cutest cat? You are. Everyone's cat is the cutest cat. That's how that works. Okay, why is the bread in the fridge and the lunch in the oven? Yeah, well, sometimes there'll be cutlery in the fridge. Like, that'll happen. That'll happen sometimes. I'll just be like, why did I put this back in here? Who knows? Wow, the game should not be lagging this much on low. Jeez. You don't have a cat, but it's the cutest. Hello. Yeah. The funny thing is, I also don't have a cat. I just also have a cat. Big lizardy bitch. Oh no, 100 damage. Little cat. I'm looking out for more flax. You want me to follow you, B? Is that what you want? I can't. I'm busy on stream, bud. Trying to beckon me to leave. Can't believe Bailey wants the stream to be over. He hates chat. That's what it is. He's just done with chat. Are you sick of chat? That's not very nice of you, is it? They've been very kind recently. They've been very kind, and you've been a very good boy. Yeah. You joined to a Bailey. We are doing good, thank you, Small Mite. How are you, buddy? Yeah, I know that you guys would forgive B. That's how it works. Let's move the camera around. See, look, he's just sat there. He clearly wants me to follow him, but you know, I'm committed to making sure that we have some fun playing Ashes because I don't want to just only grind the levels. I'm done. I'm done with it. This should be enough for me to get my flax, my herbalism up to very close to where we want it to be. Okay, well, we'll harvest this. Right, anyway, what was I saying? I was in the middle of saying that. Right, yes, I want to be leveling up my gathering. My herbalism's at 69% of level 8. Nice. So I want to get to level 10 at some point so that we can, when we're back in the Riverlands area, we can go to Avon's End and upgrade our settlement, upgrade our certificate. I'm not actually going to harvest it. That would be too easy, right? I could move my camera, couldn't I? Let's do this. Whoop. I can just go up here. Have I played any of the Mountain Blade games? Jaded Bard is doing his first time. Is he actually? Oh, it's awesome. I played Bannerlord. Really enjoyed Bannerlord, actually. Spent quite a lot of hours playing that. Very, very enjoyable. Hi. Just running into the settlement, they've got just huge amounts of resources around here as well. Like, herbalism should have been easy for these guys. We might just nip out here and just level our herbalism up to full quickly. That wouldn't take us long at all. Oh my god, look at how many nodes they have. They've just... an untapped land, a colony from our main empire. Do you know how dangerous it is for me as a British person to know that we've taken land in one place, but a nearby island area has untapped resources that we could claim? Do you know? I don't know if you understand why that's going to be a problem, but this might become a thing. They've given me a colony, chat, and it's got untapped look at all of this mineable resource. Not only have we got epic wood, we've also got epic metal. This is insanity. It's not even in a PvP zone. Oh my god, what is... That's Draconite. No, go away. I don't want Draconite, I want the stone. Give me the stone. Okay, I'm gonna have to harvest the Draconite to get rid of the stone. Have I played any of the Mountain Blade games so far? Yes, so yeah, sorry, I did answer that. Yes, I have. Hi, Bailey. Yeah. Okay, now I need to wait for that to despawn. Hi, you're such a big baby boy, aren't you? You just want attention from chat. Okay, you want to curl up and have a clan, or you want attention? You have to make your mind up, baby. I know, Perth Wolfman. It's scary, one would say. We can get rid of the common coconut wood, collect the Draconite, and then get rid of that again. Use it to harvest more stuff. I can use it to harvest 2 stacks of elephant ears if I need to. Not bad. Not a bad shout. You want to go this way, don't we, for the camera, so that you don't have to look so head on. So we are here harvesting in the colonies. That's just happening now, just so everyone knows. We'll push our, you know, because apparently for the now Thor said that when we make progress here in Shorefoot, we're also making progress over in Brine Barrel. So my farming has a cause in the colonies to make the motherland stronger. Okay, oh god. That we haven't got a problem, okay? This is fine. What is under the ground? Oh, that's the Draconite that's underneath the... Have you just paused in the middle of cleaning your tail or something? Meow, okay. You're not having to think about what to do, are you? Bless you, baby boy. I think you would enjoy harvesting more if there was spice here. Well, thing is, I mean, aren't herbs technically spice? Also, as a British person, I also have to accept that I like precious materials and metals of all kinds. So, you know, the zincs, the rubies, you know, all of that, very, very popular. I should really get more involved with the industry group, shouldn't I? Hello, how does housing work in this game? So for a while they had these large like manor-like areas where you could do your own farming that were purchasable by a set amount of gold. I don't believe those are... Well, I haven't seen any of those in the game for a while, but they might still be around in the main Riverlands area. But housing is broadly about storage. There isn't necessarily housing as it stands just yet. That's not a system they've implemented. This is still early alpha. So remember that's like, you know, housing, etc. stuff that they'll want to deal with in future. And there are a bunch of planned systems for how land will work, such as guild castles or areas that can be held by the richest person in the area. They pulled freeholds because they were super buggy. I'm very, very glad they were a problem, Lord Varkalex. It's content that we weren't ready for. They were just disrupting the economy further because they were so exploitable or so broken. Curly, hello. How are you doing? Did Toadnar gifted you a 12-month sub? That is very kind of them. Hello. For those who don't know Curly is an awesome creator here as well on Twitch, who I know from SideQuest, met at TwitchCon this year. Kept on bumping into each other, which is always a good sign. That means that you're friends with the same people, and you know, we get along very well. So just drop Curly a follow. And Bailey is here to say hi to you as well, Curly. Look, Bailey, you gonna say hi? Yeah, okay, you did. Okay. He says meow. How are you doing, Kelly? How was your holiday? Okay, I need to stop getting distracted when I'm about to town, but look at all these mineable resources. Oh, they've... So as of now, if you take over a city, you can't grow it via housing or placing houses, only through upgrading the city with quests. Right now, the current city way of upgrading the city is through materials for the crafting systems inside of it. We can only get our systems to towns, though. We can't get up to the full planned city sizes. How are you doing, Curly? Absolute pleasure to see you, as always. Yeah, they're alive, so you can't... When you take over a settlement right now, it's not going to be the same, but eventually there'll be a lot more systems in place. They're currently focusing more on stability of the game than things. You're about to crash out modding Fallout 3? Oh no. Oh no. I'm guessing that's mod loading orders not playing ball. That's normally what seems to be the problem for me whenever I'm doing any Bethesda modding. It's always mod load orders. Or two of them interact with the same base file. I've had that a few times where I've had to like try and work out how to rewrite a combination of two different mods file. That sucks. That's about as close to any kind of coding or programming as I'm really willing to get. Also, it's a Bethesda game, so inherently unstable. For you there, Curly. You tried on your second PC, it was a laptop, and you need a second drive to mod it, and it wouldn't work. Oh my... That sounds about right for the Bethesda experience, though. I'm going to be real with you, Kelly. That doesn't actually, like... Obviously, I'm not doing it live, you are, but that doesn't sound to me like you are the problem. It sounds like it's a shitty system to mod, and you're just trying to do your best with it. They want to sacrifice your firstborn. Well, that's very Fallout of them, right? I love how these nodes are bugged, so they've spawned a herbalism node inside of the mining node, or vice versa. This is very funny. Creation engine, clearly the best engine. No, I'm not sure I would fully agree. I'll cut the elephant ears, and then I'll come back and clear the rocks later on. For the longest time, the version of Fallout 3 on Steam did not work at all because it still relied on... Oh, wow, really? Okay. So literally, the system that it relied on and the file it relied on just didn't work anymore. Wow. I'm really as far as I understand it, the next Fallout you want to say the next Skyrim, it's not the next Skyrim, it's not the next Oblivion, the next Elder Scrolls game, thank you, Brain, will be on a new engine. But I don't know if that's a thing. Mira, I have a confession. I've actually been really enjoying playing Fallout a little bit off stream, like here and there. I think I'm like level 25 now. So not hugely leveled, but I have been actually like quietly enjoying that off stream. It's actually quite good. And like, it's fun solo as well. Mostly because I just spend my time going around killing stuff, gathering stuff, and then taking it back to my home. But like, that seems fun. Oh my god, there's so many resources up. I just need to... 76 is great solo. I'm actually really enjoying it. You just want to play Fallout 3? Oh, Curly, I'm sorry. What's the what actually is there anything that we can help with? I doubt it, because doing remote tech support via stream is shitty, and as I'm sure you know, doesn't work at all. But if there's any way that we can help, do ask, because I do want to help if we can. Hoarding crap is the Fallout way since New Vegas. Look, I am the kind of person who when I play Skyrim, the first thing I do is mod the carry weight every time I log in, because if I want to carry 10,000 wheels of cheese, I fucking will. Like, it's my fantasy power game. I don't want to worry about carry weight or my own knees. Very strongly believe that carry weight in Skyrim is illegal, and therefore you should be able to loot everything you want. Yeah, and if I get to the end of the game and I'm fighting Alduin, I want to stop and have a sit down and eat 31 wheels of cheese and drink 400 potions, I damn well will, because I earned that loot. Devs hide loot from players, and it's my job as a player to take that loot from them in their game. That's how it works. The more and more games I play, the more and more that feels real to me, because why else are they hiding things behind waterfalls? But how often do you have to, as a player, look behind a waterfall just in case they've hidden something behind it? That's the devs. The devs are laughing at you. It's your job to take that loot and enjoy it the way you want. Sorry, that's my loot-based rant for the day. I say for the day, it definitely won't be. There'll probably be another rant at some point. Let's grab some of the stuff that I don't want to keep out of here. Actually, most of that I do want to keep. It's mostly metalwork. I've actually managed to do quite well out of that. This Gerald Belford guy gets around a bit. He's in all the settlements. That is why the only way of being is a loot goblin, yes. Play.mod AB carry weight. Exactly, Var. That's when I started to learn about modding and like making a mod for what you want. So you could then go into the base Skyrim files and set the max, like set the carry weight if you wanted to. This streamer and chat endorsed loot. Oh yeah, this is a loot hoarding friendly stream, 100%. I fully believe in hoarding in games. I think it's great fun. I think it should be encouraged. I don't think it's a problem. Using Taylor 2 Wastelands to play Fallout 3 in New Vegas is more stable than playing the regular version of Fallout 3. So you're using a modded version of Vegas to play the story of the Tale of Two Wastelands. Okay, I mean that makes sense. That's a sensible. I guess that makes more sense because it's a newer. I mean, yeah. At least modders actually tend to make a more stable system than Bethesda do. I don't understand how Bethesda gets away with it. Hello, are you back? Are you back for more attention from chat? Have you forgiven them for saying that you're stinky? I can't believe they would say that to you. Oh, here's a question for those of you with cats. Just sometimes if your cat's been outside and it comes back in, just the cat smells extra fresh. Extra like outside. I don't know if I sound like a crackhead because when I'm asking that, that's the problem. Yes, okay, good. I don't sound so bad. Obsidian made some fixes to the engine for New Vegas. Bethesda had a team of modders to fix the game, and we couldn't fix Starfield. I mean, Starfield was bad. That's real amazing. Yeah, I don't understand. Like today, he just came in smelling extra fresh this morning. I didn't get it. I was like, how come you smell so fresh? Are you asking me to come in so that you can have a cuddle? And then when I do that, you won't sit on my lap. You'll go and sit in the corner because you actually want me in the living room so you can keep an eye on us both at the same time. Is that what you want? Yes. That's a yes. That's what that was. We're now herbalism level 9, so we're not even far off level 10, which is awesome. Then we'll keep pushing our mining and we'll go and do some lumberjacking at the same time. Hi, meow. Move straight into the living rooms, then B can watch both humans. Yeah, but I can't play on my PC. Actually, I probably could play on my PC in the living room, but then what's spare human gonna do? She's in there because I'm in here. Like, that's, she's watching TV and relaxing. Like, I had to steal the TV. That's going to be a difficulty. You cat, aren't you? I don't think she really cares about me running around in Ashes of Creation and chatting to you guys. I don't think that just sitting there watching me stream is kind of... She already gets to listen to it every time she walks past, and has to deal with me talking about it, you know, after stream, let alone live. Like, there would be... That wouldn't be reasonable, and you know it. All of you know that. Also, with every bit of love and respect in the world, it is important to have separate time from your partner. Like, you shouldn't necessarily always need to do the same thing in the same room, or be okay with always doing the same thing together. It's important to have your own time and be your own people. A lesson I learned in my mid-20s. Like, that's a whole thing. Hello, Yukis. How are you doing? And for my wisdom, it's not. It's just a lesson that I learned in my mid-20s, that you just, yeah, codependency is not good. Some Juggernaut modders in the Bethesda game tried to mod Starfield and gave up. They couldn't make... Wow. If even the modders couldn't make Starfield work, I'm kind of glad that I didn't play Starfield. I just fell off of it. I don't even know why. I think it came out at the same time as something else. No, it's fine, Balthazar. I know you. I know that you meant it. Fine. Yeah, good boy. I think I would just go mad with harvesting all day. I'd be rich. Like, you just... It's so... The problem I really have with this is it's so bottable. This is insanely bottable. It's kind of grim. They're all laid out so evenly. Look, like, there's lines and rows and all kinds of stuff. It's awful. This bug is still around where you've got two things spawning inside of each other. They do need to fix some of this stuff. That's what they're kind of focusing on now, so I'm glad that they're taking time to fix the stuff that's already in rather than new content. You're playing a game with your cat. He's shouting to me that he's hungry. I'm shouting at him to starve to death. And yes, he is a full bowl of wet food, but he wants dry food. What? That's the most cat thing that they could probably do. I'm gonna be real with you. It's very cat. Especially because the cat likes dry food so much, because not all cats are. Okay, I'm gonna eat my my dinner snack while we do this. If Mira manages to do remote tech support for Curly via Twitch chat, I'll make Mira the VIP. Fuck it. Like, that'll be impressive. I love that that's my approach to VIPs. Thor does a whole curse quest thing. I'm like, nah, you know what? Fuck it. So Bailey wills it. And I'm saying it because I know what Bethesda is like. I believe that Mirror can do it. Oh my god, okay, Mirror has correctly identified the specific issue that Curly is having remotely via chat. This is unprecedented tech support via Twitch chat. This is why I love you guys. Great job. Now let's see if Mirror can solve it. The fact that Mirror knows about this issue would indicate that there might be a well-known fix for it. And yes, now we're basically doing narration of tech support. That's what this content has come to. I have no Twitch plays tech support exactly. I have an interesting Twitch plays game potentially coming to the stream for the ad breaks in the new year. I had an idea a few weeks back that I was thinking about on the way to or from Vicky's. And, well, I know obviously during the ad breaks I don't do much. But what if I had something I could give you guys as like a little game to play? Just like while the ad breaks, you know, they could be good fun. You're rooting against a successful fix just to be Team Chaos. You know what, Turnip Gin? I appreciate that. Someone needs to bring that kind of energy. Good job. Yeah, Bailey agrees with you. Bailey says good energy. He really appreciates that kind of commitment to the cause. Bailey, I'm not going to follow you for a cuddle bird. That's not happening. Okay, I'm gonna follow him. I've not got long, so give me a second. Okay, that was a real cat's moment. So, okay, what happened there was Bailey has just had chicken, right? All of you. So, oh, Lurican, hello, welcome on in. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Great to see you. Great to have you here. How you doing? So, sorry, yeah, Bailey. So, he's just had chicken. He's really, really full of chicken. In my kitchen, there is a whole bowl of water, especially for him, that he often goes in there to drink. That's where he will drink water. What just happened was he's had his chicken, his wet food is empty. He's thirsty for solid water, which is his wet food, not for the water, which is in the kitchen, which he has full access to. So he was just shouting at me to refill his wet food, even though he's already had chicken, because he's thirsty. Oh, okay, Mirror's explained a potential fix. Open Steam settings, go to storage, let storage tab, add drive folder, click add the drive where the game was installed or where you want to move it, select restart Steam and verify the integrity. Okay. That's like a 3-minute step potentially. Okay, well let's kill this poison Fey root because it's being a big old bitch. It's not actually able to do much because it's a 0-star. Oh, we'll just do this. Fine, you can just die. Have a look. 30% on our herbalism level. And this is why he was so huge. Yeah, basically you're understanding where Bailey's at now. That's how he's a thing. Just giving some advice to the people in guild chat who are seeing a bit red and want to go down hunting these PvP characters. Who are hunting them. Mirror, did it work? Oh my god, it actually worked. You know what? Yeah, I'm a Kronos of my word. There you go, Mirror. I'm a Kronos of my word. There you go. Done. Well done, Mirror. You've actually solved Curly's problem. There you go, Curly. If there's any reason to be anywhere. Thank you very much, Mirror, our resident Fallout expert. This makes me slightly concerned about how much Mirror loves Fallout, but Mirror is one of our greatest people here. That's why we have the Mirror check. For those of you who don't know, Mirror is the one who checks, obviously, on your mental health. Mirror is the one who crafts that. That's the Mirror check. Mirror is basically the mum of the stream and the community. You know, make sure you've eaten enough. Make sure you've gotten up and stretched and slept. 10,000 hours in a franchise. That makes you under is it Gladwell's Outliers? That makes you an expert, an actual expert, Mirror. You put it on your CV and your resume. Bethesda Jank expert. There you go. It will not be difficult for us to level up our herbalism as much as we need it to. I should have definitely waited to carry all of these stones though before I did it. So we might get rid of some stone. 4,000 that is just in 76. See, that's insane. I've probably got like 100 hours in 76, if that. I would like to play 76 with a bunch of other streamers who are completely new to it, I'll be honest. Like, who are either, like, haven't been on it for a long time or don't know 76. So, like, I should probably arrange that at some point. That might be a fun thing to arrange, especially now it's getting more stable after the bugs and stuff. After the DLC. I wonder if Winky has played 76. And Christopher Yee. Oh, that would be hilarious. Imagine role-playing in the wilderness with Christopher Yee. That would be gold. I know Thor was interested in doing it. Ooh. There's a lot of people who I think would be fun to do it with, though. That's the whole point. The nice thing about 76 is if I'm running a Fallout First world, I can just, like, have people drop in and stuff. And they can drop in and they can join on each other, so we can basically make like a small group for it if we were going to do that. But roll a new character in RP with you all, that would be fun. And I mean that people could then use the skip to level 20 route, because I'm only level 25, so I'm barely ahead of that. So actually that would still be fine. Especially if he could play as a super mutant / Hubert, which would be hilarious. If you were a fan of the Fallout TV series but never played a Fallout game, which game would you start with? I think 76 purely because that's isn't 76 and the TV show linked now? I only know this because when I left the vault, when I started again recently, there was the ghoul there, and I'm fairly sure that I've seen him in the ads, because I've not actually watched the Fallout TV series yet. I've seen one episode. And I saw one episode, thought, oh, I like this. I should watch this with my partner, and then we haven't watched it yet because we're still working through our backlog. Fallout 4 I can't recommend it because Preston Gravy is he's my sleep paralysis demon. If I ever suffer from sleep paralysis, it'll be Preston Garvey who's waking me up in the corner of the bed, leaning over the bed, being like, a settlement needs your help. Whoa. Maybe I have some slight trauma there. I'm not quite sure why I've got goosebumps. I might need help. It might be Preston's traumatic stress disorder. Not living. 4 76 will be the easiest to get running fine. 3 New Vegas old enough to have just jank from being on newer hardware. Yeah. Oh, it's not even not remotely close. No enemies nearby. How are we doing? 60%. 40% to go. In Fallout lore, is it in the US? Was it irradiated or entire planet? There's a bunch of stuff that happens off of the US continent that is spoken about in Fallout games. I know that when I was playing Fallout 4 and you're in, I think is it Boston? When you come across a fort, there's lots of conversations about Europe and stuff that's going on over overseas because they've received intel through that method. So I'm fairly sure the rest of the world is just as bad as the US is. Because the thing is that there would be pockets of humanity left. There are huge areas of the world where there are subterranean complexes where humanity have survived before. There's huge networks of them in Turkey. There's huge colossal ones in China. So I'm sure that humanity would survive. It would just be wildly different. It would just be underground infrastructure would survive. So you'd potentially, it would be, if you know if any of you have played the Metro games, I think that you'd likely find society would end up very similar to that, living underground in metro systems and sewer systems, etc., and utilizing networks underground to get around, because that's where you'd be safest from the radiation storms, etc., that would be going over. And yeah, ghouls and mutations and stuff would, of course, absolutely be a thing. The Metro games are very good. Metro Last Light is probably one of my favorite games of all time. So a number of people in the guild are quite upset about the PvP and the fact they were exploited against, and they're basically there's nothing that we can do about it. There's no point kind of stooping to their level, getting corruption baited, etc., into PvPing with them. So I'm just trying to encourage, and so is Tix, basically to get people to kind of calm, to see it as measured, and basically their whole point was to try and stop our group. They didn't stop our group. They stopped some people, sure, and they used some systems to do it they shouldn't have done, but they'll get their comeuppance eventually. And, we know who they are. They didn't stop us. That's the whole point. Our win condition was to get through, and we did. The bolt got through, and that's what matters. Exactly. That's the whole point. There will always be, that's the point of a horde system of doing it. Some people on the stragglers will get dragged off, and will, that's why you don't want to be a straggler on those systems. But every day we're doing this, we're getting more powerful and getting further ahead and catching up on the rest of the server and the rest of the economies. So, we're doing a great job with it. Was there any genuine mining nodes down there? I've not seen any of them. Another turtle made it to the water. Exactly. Yeah, it's just bulk. That's how we get those systems across. If otherwise you do it quietly, carefully, and you would just do single target. But the whole point of doing it is the mass, and that's why we make sure that we help people out on doing those, so that if they do lose on one run, they don't lose on the second run, and vice versa. You know, we look after our own. That's how the goblins do it. No, I've not seen anything. I've not even seen anything above level 10. I'll be honest with you. I've not even seen Cove Glass here. So I think my answer is broadly no. We're not far off, 80%. If I can just keep gathering elephant ear, I'll just be able to sell it all. So kind of great. You're mostly finding granite and volcanic. That's what I'm doing. I've found very little of anything valuable. Ooh, some green iron though. That's quite nice. 17 fishing, not level 8. You're still making great progress, Womper. I'll be honest. Like, you're doing a great job with it. I'm so impressed that Mira managed to settle Curly's issue for Fallout. That's hilarious. That's rude. You are, I didn't ask for you to do this. I'm just here minding my own business, taking all of your natural resources, and you couldn't do me the decency of leaving me alone, Poison Feyroot. I don't need to silence that. There's nothing that needs to be cleared off. Now I'm going to cut this bloody elephant's ear. Done. You know Fallout modding entirely too well. It's probably not healthy. I'm concerned / impressed at how much of it you seem to have retained. Like, because when was the last time you modded Fallout 3? Is my storage going to be full of fish before I reach level 10 where I can sell it? Possibly, yes. Although, why are you waiting to level 10 before you sell it, Womprat? So it's been 10 years since you last did... Okay, so the fact that you remember that from 10 years ago is probably on the more concerning side. I'm going to be real with you. I'm sorry. Taking up valuable space in my bags. Not on my watch. Oh god, all of this is respawned. You can still sell on trade chat, but you can't access market to sell it until level 10. You can sell some, but you can probably sell the common stuff to vendors, Womprat. Or you do stuff with it. I think, can fish be used in cooking at any level? You must be able to do something with it. You could genuinely process it yourself, Womprat. Back when you were streaming full time, which is pre-baby, so 10 years. Wow. Partner 2013, so we're talking 12 years ago. A lot, yeah. Geez, that's. Turn to chum. The chum's going on the market, but yeah, maybe you've got a lot of chum already. I guess just make more chum. Sell it to the vendor if you have to. Keep the rare chum. Sell that for a premium, I guess. For a very long time, yeah, Mira. Mira, how does it make you feel that there are people who were born the year that you got partner who are now going to be able to be on Twitch? There's your free psychic damage for the day. Congratulations on being made a VIP. Now you're a PvP-enabled target. My bones are already dust. For those of you who aren't aware, you have to be 13 to make an account on Twitch. Same as Discord. Although Twitch do a thing where if you foolishly say in chat, like, I am 10, the system will automatically ban you, automatically flag your account, and you'll have to provide your ID to Twitch to get it covered, to get your account back. Like, that's one of the things they are really hard on. Hello, Laxia, how are you doing? Hello, fellow citizen. Laxia, I'm here to tell you about something cool. So, the mainland of the Goblin Empire on Brine Barrel is very good, but I've now found that our vassal has untapped resources, and therefore it's a colony, and as a British person, I got very excited. So I've moved over to our colony to start naturally harvesting their resources. We just did, yeah, we ticked over earlier, just about, 2 hours ago, there you go. Pretty much on the dot, 2 hours ago, we ticked over, and now we've got ourselves, you know, access wherever. There you go, look at that, level 10 herbalism. We hit our goal for that. Let's harvest this flax and get back to town. And then we're going to go and absolutely decimate the island for mining and for wood cutting. You woke up when we became a city and became a citizen. You immediately went back to sleep. Nice. Did you rush over there and put down a flag immediately? Yes. Of course I did. What else would you expect of me? Imagine the British person didn't immediately rush over to the colony and move in. I should probably... I haven't even claimed the Ember Spring. I should do that too. I want to access my storage. I like that I can access these from anywhere, but this I can only access from here. Kind of odd. The rest of this can all be sold. I'll keep the heroic elephant ears. We'll also keep the rare elephant ears. I can give them to an alchemist. I should keep the heroic... I'll keep the heroic rock in case I work out something for it, but everything else I'm going to sell. The rare rock I don't need to keep. I would feel bad if I find that somebody really needs all of that, but... Which stations do they have here? They don't have any stations, I don't think, do they? Because they're only an encampment. What do people need rare stone for? People will do it for leveling up their professions. Oh, you mean the benches at the back? Yeah. They have farming, cooking, animal husbandry, and leatherworking, or tanning by those things. Yep. Is the game fun? Do you buy it? No. I would say at the moment it's not a game, it's an early alpha test. There's going to be lots of wipes going on, there's going to be lots of other things going on, which mean that you probably won't over time be able to enjoy it as a game for probably 1.5 to 2 years, my guess. You might enjoy it if you enjoy some of the testing aspects, but please be aware, like, this is still very much in development. while you can have fun with your friends and you can, you'll get in early, you'll get to know the game better and you'll understand the game a bit better. You won't be saving any progress. You're just saving knowledge and the social interactions you've had. So you can smash stone into other materials when you pound sand. They match the rarity. That is true, yes. So I would probably say no, not if you're looking for a game. Smart, you'll learn the game later. Yeah, I would say you'll have a better experience playing it as a game at launch, which is not going to be now. I know that I'm fine suffering through MMOs. I played EVE Online for like 15 years, so, I obviously hate myself already. You can love yourself, chat. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do it. Wait. You can wait to buy the game the streamers play. Good shout. Especially if you played old EVE, because EVE like 10 years ago was, well, okay, 15 years ago wasn't as user-friendly as EVE is now. Like, EVE is quite user-friendly now. Don't have any fun game to play now? Well, don't worry, this isn't a fun game sometimes. That sounds really harsh. The game has some issues that can sometimes render it ridiculous rather than fun. 2005 EVE, yeah, you'll know what's up. You'll know how that is. '06 to '09 EVE. I think I started playing in, I want to say '06, maybe '07. Sometimes you have to walk away from Ashes for a bit. I did that on Saturday. I was like, I just need to take a break from farming. And then I came back on Sunday and we absolutely bossed the settlement for a while. It's important to know when to take a break on a game, I think. And sometimes Ashes doesn't do a very good job of giving you that opportunity to take a break. You played EVE for a month, it was really unsatisfying for what you could do, fair. Yeah, it's not the kind of game for everyone. Whoop, the ads are here. Make sure that you stand up. I'm just going to stand up and do my stretches, chat, so bear with me. Oh, my aching limbs. Me bones. Make sure you stretch your bones, chat. Oh, excuse me. Wow. I'll wait until after the ads before I answer your comment, Kalmari, but I've actually got an interesting question around that. Falling mirror out in game. Wait, how are we earning herbalist experience? I thought we were capped. Oh. Oh, I think I need to fill up the novice bar. That's why. I just can't go beyond 10, maybe. I'm announcing my political aspirations now. Blessings be upon you, Thunderbloom. So, Kalmari said during the ads, they played Eve on and off several times. The biggest issue was the time-gated skill system. You hated the fact that you couldn't grind harder to level, unlike every other game. It felt so bad. That's a very, very interesting point. And like I said during the ads, that's what I want to talk about. Because the interesting part for me for Eve was that Eve had a number of different systems. You had the money that you earned. Again, that could be pay to win, because Eve had the Plex system for a very long time, which was, you know, you could buy yourself your in-game subscription with real life money, and you could buy and sell those as well. So some people could basically get infinite money, but the skills you had to take time to learn. No matter what happened when you joined the game, you all started on the same kind of footing, and you all trained skills from there. That's about the way you chose to build your character, chose to engage in the content. The fact that couldn't be skipped meant that there was an aspect of the game that wasn't pay to win, and you could actually, over time, your character became more of what you wanted and told a story of what it was that you were training when. And I quite liked the limitations of the time-based skill, but also the fact that you could make infinite money. You could have no skill points at all and make a load of money just by mining and using the market. It was about time. So it was that there was an element to the game that, yeah, there was some pay to win in terms of the market, and sure, there was always going to be competition there, but the skills that you had were uniquely yours. When they introduced skill extractors and injectors, for me, that killed the game to an extent that I can't really describe, because at the same time as that was a thing, they also made a bunch of changes to industry to a ship called the Rorqual. The Rorqual was for a long time, just a boosting ship that you would leave docked up in space somewhere, and it would provide buffs to the whole system that you were in so that you could do mining fleets. They reworked it to be an on-grid ship, so a ship that would come to the mining belts and mine as well. But the problem was that when they introduced that, all of a sudden you had this ship which could mine an insane amount of resource. You had the fact that somebody could literally make enough money in-game through mining one of those to buy a second ship and a character to fly it and inject those resources in a single day. And then all of a sudden, within a week, they'd have mining empires. And that is what happened. People were multi-boxing these Rorquals because you could just buy injection of skill points. The fact that Eve got rid of that time gating, for me, killed the game. Which is really weird to think about, but like that pay to win aspect, because it became pay to win, you could then, not only would you be able to buy, you know, money with your credit card by buying Plex and then converting it on the market, but you would also be able to use that Plex to buy the skill injectors, and you could be flying a Titan on day one if you had enough money on Mum and Daddy's credit card, kind of thing. And there were people that did that. There were people that were just bought into the game to buy into the most powerful ships, and then were disappointed when they didn't have the understanding of how to actually use those ships well enough that they kept dying. The skill being gated behind time in Eve actually meant that you took the time to learn to use your ship with lower skills, and then actually over time, as you trained more into your ships, you got better with the ones that you had. So the system actually kind of worked. You knew what you were flying really well because you'd flown it with lower skills, and then when you got better skills, you just got better at it. It worked as a really compelling system in my kind of mind. Once they fixed the initial issues of things like if you didn't have the right clone and you died, you would lose skill points. That sucked. That was a stupid system. But again, they got rid of that, you know, so there were some good things about it. Those were compelling systems, but ultimately, like, the fact that the devs were so corrupt was just a problem. Like, that's just bad. You call it Zoltar Order, you pay to lose? Well, exactly. Hello, Pan Meowgi, how are you doing? But if you can grind 8 hours a day, that should get me progress as a character. Well, it did, because the money that you had in Eve was your character. The more that you had, skills were not the only... Oh, that's, you're not by yourself there. Skills were not the basis of strength in Eve. What it was the amount of money you had that you earned while having lower skills. Like, it was part of it. You could spec to be better at combat and would be better as a part of a fleet, or if you spec for PvE for money making, you might be more valuable to a different group. Like, that was a whole thing. It was part of the culture. But skill points weren't what made your character valuable. Money was what you used inside the game, and if you had enough of it, you could basically bypass a lot of the issues because you could buy better gear. You could buy, to an extent, you know, things that would help you get around your lower skills. So, you know, you could buy modules that had better fitting requirements for ships. Neve went through a whole process of Tiericide where they basically they dealt with the tech debt of their system a long time ago, and they took a lot of those modules that had lots of random names and random little different buffs and brought them all in line with each other. If you have a billion ISK but can't fly anything, that means nothing to you. If you've made a billion ISK, you should have been training into long-term what it was that you wanted to buy. It encouraged you to not fritter away, be like, oh, I just want to fly this today, fly into a battleship. It encouraged you to train into that battleship and to get used to battleship flight. But fundamentally, that game system isn't for everyone. I will be clear, like, if you fell off of that, that's entirely a fair thing to fall off of. For a long time, there was that old meme of EVE, you know, had the skill curve, and then the one for EVE Online is just absolute, like, it's got, like, graves on it, etc. By the time you make a billion ISK, you'd at least been training up something. You've at least been training into a battleship of some kind. Okay, that was horrifying. Thank you. I'm just going to leave. Like, that was just rude. Insubordinate and churlish. Oh no, my infinite health. Well, since something you made a billion, yeah, I mean, a billion ISK was a huge amount. Now it's, you know, 15 quid. Like, that's what that's actually worth. Like, it's not much at all. Are you just gonna keep chasing me? Is that how this goes? Oh no, it has given up. We'll start by leveling some of the wood cutting, although I'm not sure how much inventory we've actually got for the wood. What's that used for? Weaving. Hello, are you here to say hi to chat again? Little chatterbox. Do I have to move my legs so I can come and give you guys some pets? Yeah. Yeah, look at... You want pets, don't you? Problem is now you can buy a billion ISK faster than you can get a character up to speed for a ship even with injectors. I mean, yeah, you can buy a billion ISK is one plex. I'm fairly sure when you start the game, you start with like a billion ISK now. Probably not a billion. A billion used to be enough for, like, you know, a fully set up battleship, or, you know, a nice Tech 2 cruiser of some kind with a full fit, well, like faction fit, but it's still kind of a ridiculous prospect. The inflation in EVE got really bad. Yeah, such a big baby boy. But like I said, I quit EVE, and when I quit EVE, I extracted all the skill points out of my characters and sold the skill injectors. I gave all of that money and all of the plex that I made to my corp. I think the total amount ended up being something close to 1.2 trillion ISK. I had a lot of shit. I had super carriers, capitals, I had blueprints, I had, you know, capital blueprints fully researched. I think I had one Tech 2 blueprint in the stash. There was the corp stash that, you know, I'd kept that safe for 5 years, plus maybe even 10 years. Because you have to remember in EVE, like, a lot of the corp's wealth is actually, and some of the stuff, it's assets, it's not liquid funds. And for a long time, it was our Nyx super blueprints for making super carriers that was the advantage of our corp. I must have made dozens of carriers and capitals during the Rorqual days. Latius, I'm very interested in Star Citizen. I'm going to be playing it with Mahoodles in January. A member of the community donated some to get flight sticks, and I promised Moo that because I was shit-talking it so much for being Scam Citizen, that I would actually give it a go, because it's the game that she got partner in. So I actually will be playing it with a friend in January if you want to come join and hang out. I have a couple of ships in it that I've been given by community members from a previous community I was in. But yeah, I'm very interested in any EVE player I'll be honest, any person who has played Eve will likely be interested in Star Citizen. If you were compelled to play Eve, you also would have been compelled by the idea of playing Star Citizen. That's kind of how I see it. So yeah, that's because obviously what I see of Star Citizen is the storefront. I see the way that they market the game as, you know, they've got ships available for a limited time and you can only buy them during certain times a year. It looks like a scam. It looks really fucking shady. But they are objectively making progress, you know, based on what players are saying when they're playing the game. They are improving, they are delivering, they are utilizing the amount of money they've made, which I think might be like 950, maybe even $1 billion now. Like 950 mil, $1 billion is getting close to what Rockstar spent on making, was it Red Dead Redemption 2, I think? Because I'm fairly sure that was about 1.1, 1.2 billion in total. So their total budget is absolutely huge. They're also doing a bunch of similar technological development than Ashes of Creation is through their server rigging system. So all of that money that's being funded by the player base is being used. It is actually, you know, it is obtaining something from them. But is it $1 billion a video game? Like, is that really what we're getting from Star Citizen? And if so, like, how many years more are we going to think about how that's going to take? Because Rockstar took 12 years to make, I think it was 12 years to make Red Dead 2. That was already an established company with, you know, business practices, with internal development teams already set up, with reporting processes. Like, think about all of the corporate structure in the businesses that you are part of. Having to build all of that from the ground up as well as doing all of this is a huge piece of work by itself. So I'm very interested in seeing what this looks like long term, because it's so easy to say it's Scam Citizen, and it is kind of a great fun meme of a name. But if they're actually going to deliver a game of that caliber, my respect to them. And like I said, that's what I hoped for when I funded a decade ago. I think I must have funded like a decade ago. But I'm going to give you placeholder ships if you order stuff that isn't the game yet. Yes, you have are those called loaners? Is that what that is, Anachaotic? The funding is also funding Squadron 42, which is their single-player game. Yes, I'm very aware. Although, I did hear Squadron 42 is meant to release next year, but I think that's a meme and I've been hearing it for like 10 years, so I don't think it's actually that real. So, I just want to know how real actually is SC, like what is actually in there now, because the last time I checked the game out must have been 5 years ago for version 3.4, 3.5. And I only really remember that because I remember a friend of mine was playing it on their stream, and I remember logging in, getting in my stealth ship, flying out like the arsehole of nowhere, like 200 kilometers, like 10 minutes flight, just away from wherever like anyone would be, because he wants to mine safely. And I got out of my ship a kilometer away, and just because you can't detect a human signature at that smaller range at that point, I just floated upside down across his camera on stream, and he shat himself. Oh my god, it was the funniest moment. That sits with me whenever I'm having a bad day. Sometimes I remember just how panicked he was for a second. And I got to meet him this year at TwitchCon, and it was brought up, and it's still one of my favorite moments in gaming. Hello. Hello. Am I going to give you a chest rub? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, you're done. You're done, okay. You're done, but now you want more. Yeah, okay. You want more of this? Who's a good boy? What are you doing? Are you playing with a piece of cardboard? Are you playing with the piece of cardboard, little man? Sorry, I was massively distracted by Bailey just then, so I have no idea what was going on, and while I've been doing this, all of these trees have respawned. Well, that's unhelpful. That one's not been... Are you cleaning your legs now, are you? Okay. Well, I launched once, the HUD being the world on your face mask and shaking with the head bob thing gave you the first case of boomer disease. Wow. Can't believe Laxi is a boomer. Actually, I can believe that. Okay, that tree doesn't exist. Then again, I'm the one hallucinating trees, so fine. Why is this so mob dense? What the fuck? Okay, well, fine. Oh, it's because I'm now outside the settlement borders, that's why. When I first heard about ships, the cost of a house, and the people that bought them, and they didn't even exist yet, you've been super skeptical of Southern entirely? If you're like me, it's going to be a hard sell. Well, exactly, that's kind of my point. Like, that's why it looks like such a scam, but... You know, people can fly these in-game now, but what does that mean for the long term of the game? Like, how does an economy work? How do people who put real money into the game get to enjoy the game the same as if somebody wants to put no real money into the game, apart from buying the original game cost, which I believe is how they're planning on making it work. I don't believe they are planning on making a subscription model, but I could be wrong. Someone I'm sure correct me if I am wrong. It's Twitch. I'm very used to the internet. Yeah, actual pirates is a Thor guild. Turnip Gin. Yeah, the community guild for them. Thor ships are effectively tier 1 ships, the lowest, so you'll be able to craft higher tier ships. And okay, it's kind of weird, but fine. I guess that does make sense. So what about the insurance system? Because that's something I've always heard a lot about lifetime insurance, and I still didn't know. Last time I looked at the game, that wasn't the settled question. Is that about kind of being able to reclaim it faster or something? Probably have cold fusion before I see. I know that there's the meme, but they've actually been making progress. And like I said, I'm going to go and... I respect Mahoodles very much. She's incredibly intelligent, very much knows her shit when it comes to space and all the kinds of STEM areas. Like, she knows her shit, and if she says that the game is in a better state than I think it is, then I have to at least listen to her, right? So, I'm going to give it a go, like I said. And we'll try it out, and we'll see how it goes. But a lot of people have said the same thing about Ashes of Creation, and they're making progress, and they're listening to their players. As far as I understand it, the most expensive ship is like $2,500 that can be bought, but you can buy packs which give you more shit in them. The most expensive being something called the Legatus pack, which gives you all of the ships in the game, I believe. But it's meant to be more of like an investor one. Well, exactly, so Dave, that's my point. Like, Moo really knows her stuff, so absolutely willing to give the game a look at, give her a go. You know, what's the worst case scenario? It's a stream that doesn't do very well, I don't enjoy that much, and I don't play the game again. I come back to it again in 5 years and see if it's better. Like, okay, that's one day. Like, it deserves my time, right? Well, the issue with them is they have more money poured into it than some movies do, and what they have to show for it doesn't line up with the amount of money they've raised. Yeah, but do we know how much of the money that they've raised that they've spent, Mirror? That's what I would ask, because how much of that 900 is still just sitting there waiting to be spent? Did I ever go through an EverQuest phase? I did play EverQuest, yeah. I knew one of the developers of EverQuest very, very well. He was my alliance leader in EVE Online for a long time. One of my corps. spent on things like Mark Hamill commercial slots? I mean, do we know where the money has gone in terms of how much of it has gone? Or are we just saying, oh, they've made this much and therefore it's all been spent? Because that's their total budget, but unlike games where you get, you know, like Rockstar will say, oh, you know, we're going to spend 1.1 billion on this. Like, that's, if you're raising it from the community live and ongoing, that's a very different way of doing things. So I'm very interested in seeing, do we know what their accounts are so far? Most expensive ship in the pledge store at the moment is the Polaris at 950. Jesus Christ. Is that how much they're worth now? $975. Okay. So adorable. They're still in perpetual funding, which is virtually nothing to show for the amount raised. Well, that's my point. Is it virtually nothing to show? That's my real question around the game. Is it virtually nothing? Or is it they actually have something to show and I just haven't given them the time of day? See, because Bailey, as soon as I move the cameras around, you come back. It's hilarious. Meow. Whoop. Look at how majestic he is. Just came across that guy in the wild. His wolf was nearly dead. So I'm just like, I'm going to heal it. I'm more likely to heal an injured wolf or like mount than I am an injured player. That's the funny part. You having fun walking around, making it difficult for me to keep the camera on you? Yeah. Where are the devs that make Star Citizen based? I think they've got offices in the UK, the US, and Europe. US, Canada, UK, and Germany. I know there are some up in like Manchester kind of area. I'm just a little bit not curious, cautious of the game. I think that's my issue with it. I'm very cautious of Star Citizen. But if I'm going to be honest, like, I'm more lenient with Ashes than I am Star Citizen. And is that fair? Like, not really, I'm going to be honest. Like, do I have a reason to be less harsh on Ashes? Not really. So why am I? That's my question. There are things they promised to deploy to backers they still haven't deployed, or while making new things that were never promised with the initial backing, making unneeded commercials with high-profile movie stars for no other reason. Yeah, but then, you know, if I'm going to be equally skeptical, there's the whole thing around Ashes has these, you know, these outstanding unpaid fines from courts in the US, blah blah blah. There's always going to be all kinds of stuff that makes it look rough, but that is the question. It's like, okay, where has all that money gone? If we're doing it based on feelings, fine, but I want to know what how much they've actually spent on that versus what else has gone where. There's nuance to this that I think needs to be seen before I just completely rule out a company. And we're making assumptions that money is being frittered away. And it's not an assumption I want to make. I don't want to make an argument on a game or decision on a game based on an assumption like that. Hello. Why do those things get deployed? What thing? Sorry, Alpha. Well, you're asking... Okay, what I'm going to say to you is if you want to ask more questions on this, wait until I do the stream with Mahoodles, because she's the one who'll know these answers, or her community will be able to help out. We'll be able to... like, I have these questions too, that's my point. I enjoy shit-talking the game as much as anyone. But if one of my friends says to me, actually, you're not quite right here, I'm going to listen to her and find out more. That's my view on it. That's what we're doing. That's what we're going to do. Also, we're going to be doing it with flight sticks, which could be fucking hilarious. I'll be real with you, if it wasn't somebody who I respect as much as I do with Mahoodles, like, I probably wouldn't give it as much time as I'm going to be willing to, but, like, she says that there's a lot more to it than I think there is, so fair play to her, and, you know, that's where she got Twitch partner, so she's got a very strong attachment to the game. We'll see. Worst case scenario, we're like, nah, not for us. We'll go back and do our own thing. Well, 76, more loot. How much loot is there in Star Citizen? That's a question I need answered. That's the most important question, actually. How many levels? See, I don't care so much about levels as I can about loot. I want to know how much loot I can make. The loot is the important part. Are there bodies that I can... I mean, friends that we can make and take their stuff? That's March of Spores. I don't like it. Nice, stunned at the end. You can't fill your hulls with wheels of cheese? What's even the point? This is... I hate that games no longer appeal to our fantasies. If I can't fill my... I can't fill my ship full of, you know, wheels of cheese, what's even the point in SC? I think for me, the other big question I have asked and I will keep asking Moo is simply... Star Citizen seems to be built around this principle of there are a number of ships which you have crew on, but how many people actually want to log on and wait for their friends in the evening before they can sit in the ship that they've worked so hard for so that they can pilot it properly? As a result, what's the point in all of these large multi-crew ships when actually that doesn't really match what I think the gameplay will be expected? That's going to be strange. That's a question I want to ask. Because how often it's been like, oh, I'll be on in 5 minutes, and you're waiting 25 minutes for your last mate, and you're like, oh, fuck's sake. But if you require that friend to even take off and run the ship properly, how does that work? And also, why would you feel like your work is meaningful when you're just one gunner on a group, on something like I think Hammerheads have 6 turrets? If you're just one turret gunner and you're constantly flying around, you don't make any sense. You just sit in your turret and wait for an enemy to come across your scope, across your scopes. Is that fun as a gameplay loop? Are people going to want to play that day in, day out? No, everyone's going to want to fly their own Hammerhead because everyone's going to want, you know, their own freedom of stuff, aren't they? Those are the questions I want to answer about the game, because actually, whether or not the finances are a thing, or whether or not they've expanded on the original backing or not, blah blah blah, is the game actually going to be fun? Is it going to work, like, as an economy, as a system? Can you fly into a black hole? Quite likely. That sounds like it would be a thing. I don't think surviving it would be a thing, but it sounds like you probably could. It's fun if you're playing a role as part of a group. It's very interesting. When I last played, I remember the reason why I fell off. I remember getting frustrated at the fact that torpedoes in space were worse than the torpedoes that we have now as conventional ships in the 21st century. I think my favorite part about Ashes, and about MMOs in general in this day and age, you know, of the internet, is that right now I'm watching 2 people have an argument in local chat by Shout's channel called Ashes of Gay Nation and Wu-Tang. And they're both just calling each other little bitches. Oh, and now Regitable is getting involved. The internet is an experience. The MMO, yeah, like exactly the true MMO experience. Those who are still at it, oh yeah, they're still arguing. Wild. What are they even arguing about? I think one of them is hiding behind the guards and the other one's trying to PvP them or something. And it just seems like a bunch of people who don't really know how to feel their feelings. Thank you, Alpha. I will hydrate. Normal global chat BS? Exactly. That's why we have the Cronmus tree in the way today. Think Baron's chat in WoW? Exactly. It's because we're near a settlement. This is why we normally stay in the pit. There's less idiots in the pit because they wouldn't fit. It's in the name. Pit. Bit. Done. I don't think I'm the only person going around harvesting all the mining nodes here, because there seems to be suddenly a lot less. There's so much elephant ear. Oh my god, like, there must be so many herbalists. Here we go, a rock, finally. How's the social side of Ashes now? Less toxic behavior than before or more? I think there's less of the really deeply toxic stuff, but there's more of the low-level toxic stuff. So, like, people arguing and mouthing off in global chats becoming far more common. Like, you know, gold spammers are back every couple of days. Like, I think overall MMOs have just got a bit more of a negative experience right now because the players in them are a bit more tense. But maybe it's the time of year as well. Like, you have to remember Christmas is a pretty intense time of year for a lot of people. Some people don't have the patience at Christmas time that they might have at other times of the year. So, I don't know. I wouldn't want to make any assumptions just yet, and I can't write the whole player base off. There's just been a few people who we've interacted with who have been like, okay, that's not really necessary behavior, but fine, sure. You know how it is. You've all played MMOs before. Wouldn't you support getting rid of global chat in Ashes? I've heard the argument that if there's no fast traveling, people shouldn't be able to talk to each other across the world either. Yeah, but at that point, why would you have whispering and that kind of thing? You need to have those social elements of the game to kind of foster the social sandbox. It is kind of important to create a global culture rather than just isolated groups who don't mix. There does need to be some kind of kind of transmission system between groups. I'm harvesting my flax, Poison Feyroot. Leave me alone. Yeah, exactly, Mirror. There's less of the deeply toxic stuff, which is, I think, the key point. I can just auto-attack this to death. It's very weak to physical, it seems. I'm also 10 levels above it. There is that. You can just turn global off. That's why I have I've set my party chat and local area chat up to be how I want them. The issue with that is my local area chat also included shouts when we were back in town, and those who were just shouting to each other throughout the town. So like, this would be like, okay, buds, like, you're arguing on a Facebook post. You're just commenting. I need to be able to tell people in the anvil they're stupid from the safety of my island. Yeah, so you can shit talk in local. It's difficult. I think the lack of other social tools in the game mean that right now I don't support getting rid of global, but I also see a situation where you could actually have a setup where, because there are other social tools in the game, you don't need a global chat. So I don't think it's a necessity as long as you have other systems which allow for social interaction and discovery in the game. So in EVE you had like the help chats, you had, you know, special interest groups, you had, you know, local chat when you were in a local area that would need it. It worked enough. There were enough other social systems. There was also the guild lookup system, so you could advertise for guilds. There were, you know, forums and other things that could be done. There was lots of systems in EVE that would support it, whereas in Ashes, it's not quite there. Everyone should just grab their cute golden retriever puppy or orange tabby and enjoy life. Well, Bailey is underneath it all an orange tabby, so I can't disagree. Unfortunately, he's also a cardboard loving cat, and he keeps chucking it around. Telling to log off and touch grass. I wish that was a thing. Like, some people just need to step away from the internet and really think about what's important rather than arguing about how to correctly and honorably PvP in a game that's in alpha testing. Like, come on. We all know that's just ugh. It's just so unnecessary. Yeah, exactly, Mirror. I think there are systems that could replace global chat, yes. Do I think it's a good idea to do it right now? No. Unfortunately, a nuanced answer. I apologize profusely. I remember when you said you weren't going to hit level 25. Also, good time zone. Hello, Delchant. Well, I wasn't going to, and then unfortunately, like there was this big push for us to get Brine Barrel to level, like to get her to a village level, which we've done. And now I'm being a Briton. I'm exploring our colony, which is this this area of Shorefoot, because I came across untapped resources. And you know what we're like in Britain about untapped resources on an island away from the motherland. If I said that in public in Britain, I'd probably get arrested for sex crimes. Like that's, you know, you can't talk about that. It's like dirty talk in public. You just wouldn't do it. Look at all of this. Look at all of this elephant here. Look at all of these untapped mining nodes that I'm decimating. I've gotten myself to herbalism apprentice, so we can get lumberjacking up as well. And then we haven't even gone to the mainland. We were on our way towards Jova, so I got distracted very early on my way back towards Halcyon. Like, I haven't even gotten halfway. Demna, I am in Shorefoot right now. Sorry, I was going to call it Sockfoot, but that's not its name. I feel like thought going for mayor of the homeland, you know, makes sense, but a British person becoming a privateer, setting up a colony on an island nation nearby, that's very, very good role play. Fall damage is fine because health is a resource. Sockfoot is now its name. Amazing. Plus 2 RP, exactly, Laxia. Laxia, I realized something deeply upsetting after we played Pathfinder. I had an opportunity to play a character that would have been absolutely perfect, and I didn't. So you know how one of the puppets was like a rabbit? Yeah? Well, you said it was like a fire rabbit kind of thing. I could have chosen the gunslinger class and been a bunslinger. And I missed it. I missed it. I could have played as a bunslinger. The Lorax was pretty great, I'm not gonna lie, but the bunslinger would also have been good. You have a dog person gunslinger called Barkshot Williams. Amazing. Barkshot. I mean, that said, I did get the double whammy on chat because they thought I was Groot, but all along I was the Lorax. Unironically, the Lorax. I was not the Borax. No, I don't think anyone was. Everyone expected the meme to be so much earlier on with Gregorius Root or Groot, but no, I don't think anyone was expecting the Lorax. Not really, and I like that. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it greatly. The reveal. If I go east from here, I think low-level goblins could go there. They're 12 2-star mobs. Okay. You overthought it after the first name. I know. The Chi-Root really got you. It was amazing. I like that you foresaw it, but it also snuck past you. That's my favorite kind of joke. I don't know where Demnar is. I'm gonna let Demnar find me. That's sounds like a Demnar problem. How are we doing on herbalism and lumberjacking? Okay. 60% on the mining, so we're doing well on that. Do we start locusting footstock to push it to village level? I wouldn't rush too much, Bandicus. I focus on Brine Barrel for now. I'm gonna have a conversation with Thor about what we want to do with Surefoot, because we could do that and we could move a whole bunch of people over here because there's a bunch of low level mobs. But we also want Brine Barrel to get settled and used first, so I want people to get used to using Brine Barrel before we do a push in Surefoot. And also, let's give people some time to recover from that massive push, because to be honest with you, it's been a really concerted effort over Christmas to do that. Everyone could use a break from the grind push. You were ganked by level 25, so you know the normal load would keep you flagged? Yeah, it will do. That push was hard? Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of grinding, yeah. It's been a very difficult farm time. But we've had great fun with it, to be fair. It's been fun just chilling with members of the community in Discord, etc. Speaking of which, I've been sat in this Discord call for a long time, and they've just been like, I've just been by myself in there, which is hilarious. Not only the ocean was forced PvP, there are sections between each of the when you're going into from Halcyon into Wind and Sea, for example, there's sections of there which are lawless as well. So there are more areas that, and the PvP also sustains after you've left the ocean. There's a cooldown to it. So yeah, I'm not going to push people to level up Surefoot just yet. I think that would be a little bit harsh. But it might be something we look to do at some point. I'm interested in knowing what a caravan that runs between Brine Barrel and Surefoot is, the shortest one that we can run, because that's actually through a PvP zone that might actually be reasonably safe if we do it the right way. It just depends on what happens in Corrin. There's a possibility. We could do it. It would be nice to be a mayor, to be fair. Like, I've not been a mayor yet, despite knowing all the systems and doing all the design work for a bunch of settlements throughout the last phases, so it would be kind of fun. I wouldn't say no to being a mayor and getting to use a flying mount and getting to try out the systems ahead of the release. So we'll see. There's some corruption baiting going on. Yeah, that's apparently it's a bannable offense. I didn't engage in the PvP fleet today because I'm a walking OPSEC breach of exactly where the fleet is at all times because of the stream. Just be aware that when you run for mayor of a village, especially if you're competing with Thor or me, like, your name goes on a list. What if your name's already on a list? It'll be on a new list, an extra list. The only thing I heard in all of that was that you were a dumbass, so that's all I'm going to remember. Thank you. You're welcome. I will accept being, you know, the poop king if you want to be the poop baron. The poop lord. Yeah, that's fine. Well, there's, you know, that's the way the royalty system works. It's just like tiers, so we can make it work. Yeah, fine. Sorted. Done. You want to be the mayor just once so you can leave to the goblins. They can't have any glue. They'll find a way, Mirror. You know they find a way. That's why when I run for the colonies, sorry, I run for governor of the colonies. I will institute Glues Day, which will be a day for goblin-safe glue consumption. Because you know they're going to do it anyway, so we might as well make sure they're doing it safely. Sorry, did I hear my name? I was busy telling my chat about how when I run for the colonies, I'm going to be having a goblin-safe glue Tuesday called Glues Day. Very important stuff. What did I imagine? If I imagined it, even better. Great, I imagined it. Perfect. I don't want to fight the giant tangle web. No. Nah. I'm impressed it took 2 level 25s a rogue and 20 seconds to kill me. I mean, yeah, you're a fighter. You're kind of like the best solo class in the game. We don't need any more glue. They need the glue for the ships. What about the goblin safe glue though? That's different, right? There's just no nodes as soon as you come off of this central area, which is so weird. No, wait, there's a bunch more nodes up here? Are they inside the rock? There's a bunch more here. Mind these. How much you gotta pay for your taxes? I had to pay 1 when I did my first one. I don't know what it will be now, but I'll deal. It's just glint. I've got a fuckload of glint, so I think we're fine. I've saved up all of my glint through the farming to know how much glint one would make before I started selling stuff, so I roughly know how much glint I've made over the entire time. Where glue gone? Glue not here. Glue coming back in on Glues Day. Once I run for governor, Tuesday will become Glues Day, and you can have goblin safe glue on Tuesdays. I'm sorry, Mirror, but I gotta let them get their rage out somehow, and this is how to do it. Is it possible to pay your taxes with glue? No. The glue has gone to the ships. You have to pay for your own glue. Demnar's in danger. Demnar's about to die. Demnar died. I can't tell if Demnar is dead or alive. At this point, I'm no longer getting excited or sad. I'm just going with the flow. Can you trade fish for glue? Maybe. Speak to the quartermasters. Depends on the quality of the fish. They might be able to make a deal. Damn mushroom stun stuff. They do indeed. Demnar, did you die again? You have 50 epic frostfish. That's kind of insane, Womprat. Good job, first of all. 50 epic frostfish is a lot. Holy shit. Level mushroom stuns me, so an iguana can nom. Oh, that's unfair. The wildlife's teaming up against you like it's the Avatar films. Womprat, where are you doing your fishing in the game, out of interest? You'll get more kit and glue and fishing kit. Oh, God. One Prat is going to be making epic glue. Mira, I think we need to have an intervention. Also, Mira, have you been looking after yourself? Have you taken a break and had any water stretched, etc. while you're recovering? You have lots of breaks? Okay, good. As long as you are hydrating and looking after yourself too. Mira might be slightly scrungled. No, Mira's doing okay. I need to make sure they keep doing okay while they're looking after all of us bastards. That's what it is. Because we're all goblins. Mira looks after us, but I had to make sure that someone's checking on Mira occasionally, you know? You go through 3.5 liters of water on average? Well, you should stop walking through it, first of all, Mira. You're meant to drink it, not walk through it. Jeez. Whoop. The ads are here. Make sure you have a snack, chat. We've got a lot more harvesting to do for this leveling. Yeah, Mira, you're not meant to use your lungs like that. Haha. I tricked the game by approaching from a different angle. Oh, that was nice. You find it level 13, that's enough plant murder for the day. That's probably enough plant murder for the day. You know what, you're right. It's good work, that is. We're making some very good mining progress. We've gathered some nice, delightful goodies. To be honest with you, I can just get rid of that wood, that there. That can go up there. This can go into there, which gives me another slot to fill up with volcanic rock that I can sell for 2 silver. Which pays for my repair bills for my pickaxe. Pickaxe is still doing well on integrity, but we are at level 15, 5% now. Demnar's probably at level 300 on his mining, I guess. Demnar might have a mining problem. I'm not sure yet. We're gonna have to wait and see when he emerges from the depths. Level 21 herbalism, 15 lumber and play. Level 13, that's 38 mining. See, Demnar has a problem. We thought Lost Wombat had a problem with fishing, but Demnar's level 38. I'm not sure Demnar's done any PvEing since about level 10. You're seeing if you can get 20 today as you want journeyman fishing. Journeyman fishing is a good thing to get. You'll be doing a lot of the sport fishing, which is quite a cool system apparently. I haven't interacted with it yet, but it's something that I want to do at some point. We'll find out from the PvEers, you know, the industry guys. You did Highwayman Hills in the pit with me. I think you were like level 12, didn't you? Like, when you left that, Demnar? Like, you didn't spend a lot. Okay, so I think it's dawn. Yeah, see? Dawn, 2 minutes remaining until daytime. That's how you know it gets suddenly rapidly dark. That's dawn, yeah. Darkest before the dawn. That's what it means. It does that in real life, chat. If you're ever outside that late, that's what happens. It suddenly gets that dark. Hills 12, then pit 14.9, and then you just been... And now you're what, like 17, Demnar? See, look, I've made a whole % of progress for them today. I'm amazing, right? To be honest, Lost Wombat, you might need some people to have you in the party PvEing near you while you fish. That might be an idea. That's technically you've only fished. Stars go to bed before the sun gets up. Yeah, exactly. It's because they're lazy. There's no shift change handover. That's why everything's so fucked at first thing in the morning. Because the sun didn't have a good handover with the stars before it. 5% short of 17? Jesus, Demnar. Judgment. Right, and then a little bit of condemn for the fun of it. The stun, very nice. I've been passively healing throughout this. Like, I actually haven't needed to cast any heals, I don't think. You'll pay them in fish for it, so they get the fish crates they need. We might be able to set something up for you, Wombat. Where are you currently fishing? Ooh. Wombat with the fish-based economy. Fish-based EP. As long as Wombat is paying in fish, that actually meets the requirements of the challenge. Yes, that's technically the letter of the law. It makes sense. You know what? I can't question that, to be honest. Don't want that. Oh, you're up north. Okay, I might head up north at some point because I feel like a level 25 killing stuff. Well, you'll have... Oh, that's the problem. You'd have to do half the DPS. Or if you're in the same party, you should just get XP for some of it, although it'll be changed because I'm such a high level. I don't quite know how the boosting systems work anymore. There's a lot of anti-boosting mechanics, which is a good thing, but also gonna get in the way of us memeing around, which is boosting you. How dare the game stop me from doing exactly the thing that I want to do, which is kind of cheeky, which is boosting somebody at low level. Those game devs standing in the way of me and loot again, chat. I can't believe it. Can't believe it. The hammer is in time with the music, I'm glad. Fall damage is a meme when you're a cleric, because if you can regenerate your ankles faster, then you can break them. They're only at 1 of 4 fishing crates, send them rats away? Exactly. Oh, that was the Draken. That wasn't even the hard. That wasn't even the mining I wanted. They need lots of fish. Well is 1 of 20 fish. Wampa has a lot of fish. We can get this set up. We need to get a shipment of... I have a question. If we had somebody, hypothetically, who was up north and just had been doing nothing but fishing for the entirety of the game and they're nearly level 8 and they've got hundreds of fish, could we utilize that fish for crates if we can get people up there to get it from them? Apparently, yeah. So, do you have anyone who's actually currently doing that kind of, who's specifically doing the fishing stuff? No, they've just been they've literally just been fishing to level up. So they've got a bunch of fish that could be used for the fact that we need 19 fish crates for the well. But they need to be we need to connect them to get it all set up. Who is overseeing the fish crates? Which chat are we talking about? Sorry. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Sorry, what are you talking about, No Wolf? No Wolf, what are you talking about? Where am I looking? Oh my god, what? Why have you got so much oh my god, why do you have so much fish? Okay, no, I'm just gonna leave. This is... Oh, look, petable spider will come back. That's a lot of stuff. I'll see what they're doing and I'll get back to you on it, one Pratt, because it might be that someone will come out to you and grab that fish from you so that it can be used to level up, but I don't know who's doing what right now. A fish-based economy? That seems to be what it is, yeah. A lot of fish. Think there'll be a player-agreed central trade hub? I think it'll be different depending on each server, Ham and Cheese Guy, because each server's going to end up with different locations, different stories. If the way the game is meant to play out happens, then it theoretically, like, every single server will have a completely different story of what happens on that server, which settlements end up leveling up, which ones don't. Like, that's going to be a whole thing for different servers, because it's based on... Theoretically, like, if, you know, if dwarves do a bunch of the pushing of the leveling, then it'll be a dwarven settlement and so on and so forth. So, as far as I understand it, there's a huge amount of depth to these systems that we can't see yet. But theoretically, I don't think any location will be a universal central trade hub across all of the servers, as we currently understand it. In most servers, Surefoot will likely vassalize Brian. Oh yeah, Surehate, like, even running around there now, this area just seems to be a better farm for leveling up. Like, I don't know why, like, it's so close to town, everything, it's... Where we are is very good, but this just seems to be more efficient anyway. It's just not necessarily as thematic, so... Yeah, I can see why people will... I can see why you would think that. I would probably tend to agree with you, yeah. This would... Likely, Brinefoot will vassalize the nodes that we are taking now. I want to keep the rubies as well. We're getting nearly full on storage here. I should start running back the other way now. I'm meant to be heading in towards Jova into the Riverlands, so there is that. Oh, there's Demnar. Hello. Look, Demnar has gear. Ooh. Mining bags, thank you. You were bringing about 3 times the amount of Rubin copper, then you died twice, so it's a little underwhelming. Well, I very much appreciated Demnar anyway. Thank you. That is all good contribution, so I appreciate you. Big W's for Demnar, thank you, because that's actually very useful stuff. Although it does complicate my storage solution, because I've just kind of been ramming the stuff into the container and not thinking about what I actually should be keeping. Okay, the heroic can be kept. They don't need to keep that. So let's drop off the common copper in there, because I don't want to waste something that's higher rarity. I could always sell the uncommon. Just a matter of maths. Set the container to general. What do you mean? What do you mean, Nullwolf? Explain yourself. Let me do my repairs first before I forget. 4 silver, sell the flint, sell the rubies, sell the stone, sell that stone. Set the option to general, crate option in the drop box, first option. It won't let me unless I empty everything. So let's see what I can do. We're not going to carry everything. We'll get close though. On the bright side, this will actually be far more orderly, just chaotically ordered. Sneaky, sneaky run. But we haven't been this way yet. We'll see if there's any... I wonder if there's any nodes up on those hillsides. That's the other... I think that's the far side of where I was before. Yeah, I was up here on the far side last time. So down here would likely have some nodes as well. We'll go and have a look. I was going to run to the next area and start filling that storage up because I've got a loot goblin, you know? Loot goblin's got to grab the loot. You're 1000 XP off of level 8, you'll get there. I believe in you. Oh, I can't leave these volcanic nodes. No, that would be wrong. Even if I don't keep the drops forever, I just want to be rude not to. Why can I not mine this rock? Okay, strange. Suspicious and strange. You can't empty your changes. You've got too many fish. That's hilarious. You'll have to sell the fish or go to a different town and move the fish, which is a lot of moving. I need to harvest the rock. I can't leave these rocks for someone else. That would be wrong of me, chat. You can't empty yours to change it, so you've got too many fish, exactly. Yeah, that's going to be a thing. You get level 10, you'll get better fishing bags, then you can get more fish. Lost One Brat, I'm starting to get a bit worried about you and fish, buddy. You've got a lot of fish, dude. Like... Ooh, I can mine this slate. I finally found my... I think it's my first slate node. Not even a large slate node, but it'll do. 2 slate, nice. Hi, Tix. How you doing? Fuck off. I've got crabs. Look at them. Look at them all. I don't know what kind of rude ass crabs they've got, but why is this area so mob dense? Okay, Jesus. I'm just gonna... Don't mind me. I'm just, That was very rude. Very rude. The lost Womprat is the lost fisherman. Like, just, yeah, I think Womprat's, like, missing out on their true calling. Ooh. Speaking of true calling, look at these mining nodes that I just found. There's a caravan on the north end of the island. Which one's the I've lost track of which ship is called which. Just say big ship, small ship, mid ship. I don't know. Like at this point, fine. I need like an old style like silhouette based identification marker. That's what I need. More mining nodes. Caravel sounds like caravans. It's the bigger cargo one. Done. Thank you, Quartermaster Flynn. That's now saved there forever. Even if it's not true, good job. It makes sense. So that's stuck there now. I mean, it'd be rude not to mine it all, wouldn't it, chat? Like, this is like a gift. It would be rude of me to turn it down. The rowboats have... So wait, how do I get a rowboat? That's a question I should ask. Like, I have not actually looked at the boat system yet. Because I know that as soon as I do, the British in me is going to come out, and I'm really going to want to go on a lad's holiday with a flag. Like... That's true, Zidane. I'm actually helping out. Yeah, rocks are a safety hazard. They might trip. What if someone tripped over and fell into these rocks and or crabs? You need to get 50 wood and craft it the carpenter so I can make a coconut wood boat. That's what I'm hearing. I need oh, Morning Slate needs journeyman. I need a Demnar for that. That's the first journeyman mining node I've seen since day one. I might have to make a coconut wood boat. Where do I... What about the bigger and better types of boat? Morning Slate, Demnar. There's 2 of them here. The big nodes. Would I recommend a common or uncommon quality seal for your crate packing? If you've got an uncommon, I would say use an uncommon. But speak to the person who's running the caravan, who's arranging it, because they'll know better than I do. Oh no. This really hurts. Oh, stop. Oh no, I'm only a little cleric. You wouldn't attack me while I'm busy mining things. Oh, that viciously hurts. Oh no, don't call your friend to attack as well. Oh no, now we've got crabs, chat. That's unfortunate. The nice thing is they don't hit very hard, so I can just keep harvesting their resources while they do this. Every now and then I just need to do one of these, like flash heals, and I just kind of go back up to full health. Oh no. This is what the British are like when they harvest natural resources. The locals can't stop them. That's half the problem. I told you it would get ridiculous. We've started thinking about boats, and already I'm extracting natural resources and making jokes about the locals. I think the nicest thing about the cleric class is that I can heal while I'm mining nodes. The flash cure is very nice. And just by itself, I basically just tanked all of that. And now, if I just give myself some health regen for a while... Is it easy enough to level as a healer? No, you want to be with a party. A cleric is a force multiplier of a party. They're not really a solo class. I'm level 25 and I actually have some radiant gear and such, and like, you know, I know that these are significantly lower level enemies. They're level 12 crabs. Like, I'm just memeing around by even being here, let alone actually like letting them attack me. So this is not a reflective of what the cleric class is actually like. And I couldn't do this forever because, as you notice, my mana bar is actually depleting. So, you know, I can't just endlessly mess around. Well, I probably could. I would just start fighting them and actually regenerate my mana, but that's not the point. That takes practice with the game. We're in ads chat, so make sure that you are looking after yourself. I'm just going to run away from these now because I'm bored. They haven't got any good nodes left. There's more Morning Slate, which I can't mine. All of these small baby nodes which haven't yet fully grown. Oh, this is the harbor. Okay, cool. Oh, they even keep these nodes for me. Nice. Oh, these crabs have joined me. Okay, fine. You're gonna grab your gammon out of the oven? No worries, One Pratt. Thanks for being here, bud. What class would you recommend for trying out for the first time? Fighter is a very solid class. Cleric is a bit of an easy class. It's quite a forgiving class, but you'll be powerful with a group. So none of you mind that there's a crab just sitting in the middle of your town. That's hilarious. Oh, I was trying to lure him in there. That would have been so much more fun. And then you'd need glint as well, and you can make yourself a grasping pocket sand. You need all of these items or just one of them? That's a huge piece of Morning Slate. Jesus, okay. The issue on that one would be the fish for me. Because I haven't gained any fish or any of the biomass that would go into that. More Morning Slate? Jeez. Well, flax, though. We'll take this. Holding out for legendary flax, always. I put skill points into ones but swap to bow. I still feel like I'm getting one passive. Is that actually true? Are you crazy? Depends on how your bow is spec'd out. Sometimes there might be a delay on it. That might be a bug. It wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. There's a river in Wind and Sea that I can fish in? Okay, so on my way back to Wind and Sea, I can do that. Okay, am I swimming here or am I going on land? I'm going to see if I can go on land over this spire. I don't think I can go over that spire, but we're going to give it a try. Oh, look. We were blessed. Oh no, our age-old nemesis, the crabs. Is coal even useful now? this is kind of why I say that clerics are kind of a meme, because like I can just flash cure around all the time. Like, you know, I think I've proven my point now that by the time you get to the end of the level 25, cleric kind of becomes a meme at any point in a low level area. Okay, I can't bother with these. Cove glass, though, I will mine. Is cove glass a level 10 material? You got back as you have level 8? Level 8? Congratulations, Lost One Prat. Sorry, I just slipped a different accent on for a second there. I got a bit confused by myself. It's the Riddler. What's that out there? A wolf? Cove Glass's apprentice tier. Wow, look at me, I'm being useful. Clearing out those low-level materials. Well, higher-level materials than some people can mine. I'm being helpful, so I'm doing my part. And service guarantees citizenship. We know that for a fact as well, chat. Cove Glass's apprentice tier. Okay. Actually, I should be keeping more of it than I am. How is Wind and Sea Settlement doing? There are crossroads. Okay, jeez. I mean, it would be rude not to stop and have a quick mining break, right? Mining break for chat? What order the rarities go? They go common, uncommon, rare, which is blue, heroic, which is yellow, epic, which is purple, and legendary, which is orange. I might have got yellow and purple the wrong way around there. I think I'm having a strong Call of Bondulance. Epic is purple, yeah, but I think epic comes above or below heroic. No, I think epic is below heroic. So it goes blue, purple, yellow, orange. I don't know, I think there's one too many tiers in there, to be honest with you. Get rid of the yellow one, like get rid of heroic tier. Just go to epic to legendary. Done. I think you could do with getting away. Epic is above yellow, so it is yellow, purple, orange. I thought so. It just kind of seems weird. You go blue into yellow, into purple, into orange. Would you not surely go blue into purple, then yellow into orange, and you're adding red each time to make it more... I don't know, more rare. There's so many... Yeah, the tiers are just needlessly confusing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a bit of an old man about it. Wanting to complain. I want to shout at clouds, maybe. I spent a lot of time up here grinding mobs at one point. You thought heroic was above epic? See, I don't even know. I've forgotten. I could turn all of these coconut trees into a... Oh, that's all those fire elementals. Fuck that. Nah, done that for a laugh. Oh, but there's mining nodes. Oh, the temptation is killing... No, I'm gonna be well behaved. You need a legendary fish now? You'll get there. I believe in you, One Pratt. It won't even be that long. It'll be like the first one that you get when you log in for the day, or the last one before you log off at night. One of the two. Look at all that flax. It's just protected by a giant spider, but that'll be fine, right? We could deal with a giant spider and a dread tide flare. Maybe not. Actually, maybe not both of them, because the spiders stun and the flayers do a spin, and combined that would really suck. Why my gun has a light? You mean my bow? Oh. I'll do. Herbalism XP will be mine. Oh, it's the blessing. Yeah, my legendary, not legendary blessing. My bountiful blessed weapon gives me radiant damage. Not that's what I was thinking of. Okay, hubris. I love how they've made these little clusters of resources that are just guarded by mobs. My brain doesn't like that color order neither, Mori Hunter. That's why I think they can get rid of, like, heroic, and I don't think it'll be any loss to the game. Get rid of all rarity tiers and make it about the number of resources, maybe even, yeah. Look, it's a big lizard.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Chronosophies?
Oh, that's thanks Demnar. That's a great sound. That's a great soundbite. I enjoyed that. Oh yeah, there is also the secret red tier. Yes, you love the soundbite. I know, it's great. We'll need to redo our, maybe I'll do it on New Year's Eve, see if people are around to do the rest of our RV There Yet run, because that was actually good fun. No, it sounds good. What about the craft quality be tied to the skill of the crafter? No, that sounds ridiculous. How would that work? The crafter would gain XP from making materials, and as they learn from making things before, they would become better at making things in the future. No, that sounds way too reasonable. How dare you, Ruchi? No. People don't learn things from doing it before. That's not how it works. That doesn't mean that the stuff that they make would necessarily be better afterwards. Absurd. Some of you might have recognized that as sarcasm. Good afternoon, sir. Is it safe to say every node will be fully leveled within a few weeks, months after launch? Quite likely under the current system, yes, but that's not the way that the systems will work forever. Remember that the systems won't be as static as they are now. This is only the first iteration of those. Hello, live. So this is only the first iteration of the town system. We don't know how cities are going to work. We don't know how the trading of areas is going to work. We are still in the first iteration of that system. So it might be that systems require a certain amount of upkeep, or they'll devolve, or there'll be some kind of interaction points between the individual tiers, because encampment up to a village is a very big difference. So it may very well be that they change how that system works with feedback and with testing. We have to wait and see, I think. I can't tell you about how it will be after launch, because there's so many systems that they are iterating on and changing and that are subject to change, that it would just be a blanket, you know, get like kind of stab in the dark. It's not based on anything at that point. That's just based on assumptions, and I don't like basing everything on assumptions. Wind and Sea is also insanely easy to level up. We're not even inside the node area and there's a bunch of resources here. I would never be sarcastic. No. You would hate for some high-tier crafters to become famous for their work? Is that a social MMO? I mean, yeah, it sounds awful. Sounds like, you know, being the best person at making mounts could be a thing that you could be known for doing. Oh, look, I found... Look, cat girls. We must protect, you know, this spirit guardian who seems to be really bugged out. Wow. Oh, no, he's better now. He's fine. I like the mules. What level are they? Let's have a look. Level 11. Oh, bless them. Okay, they're not going to want to fight these mobs then, are they? I'll keep them safe across the gap. Okay, this is my job now. If I do the mob pulls, they can run along behind. Oh no, they're running through. Fine. In that case, I won't hang around. I'll just run through like I originally intended to. The power of the cleric. My infinite HP. It's not quite infinite, but... The stuns are ridiculous. I don't know why the Mycelites have that little stun. The cat girls ripped me. They weren't powerful enough to head through the jungle with me like this. They were level 11. They would have died. My strongest journey would have killed them, adventurers. You aren't running against Thor for mayor, are you? Because if so, I want to see those debates, because there's always next point. No, I'm going to be running for governor of the colonies. That's my plan. Now we've vassalized Shorefoot. I feel like I've always been called to be governor of the colonies, Leftcatcher. We can have privateers. It'll be a whole... We'll make it fun. We'll make it fun, light and breezy, you know? It's fine. You can trust the British person with the colonies. I like that Slate and Cove Glass look exactly the same. That's neat. It's not neat. Let's go and get this Ember Shrine ticked off. Smithing Brit, we proud. I feel like it's my calling, yeah. But like Smith would be happy with it. We fish so you don't have to. It kind of does seem to be your vibe, yeah. That's that should be your campaign, you know, your campaign name for running as mayor of the Dwarven Kingdoms. I've fished so that you don't have to. For 1,000 years I've stood here. My migraine's still here. Looks like you can't play today. No, Richard. Sounds like you need to be taking some, doing some IRL healing rather than in-game healing, bud. Okay, my horse will possibly die. Okay, my horse definitely just got one shot. Nice. Okay. That's why I run through these on foot normally. Taking a big break. I mean, look, we got the big goal done. Like, leveling is secondary. Do that when you want to. But like, we've now got the settlement leveled up. Everyone can enjoy the settlement kind of now. So we are in a much better place than we were. You done it, bud. We've won. Republic of Nuela commends AP for growing the great settlement of Brine Barrel. Would be great trademark partners moving forward. I look forward to it, Dead Men. Yeah. It'll be good to work with you guys. Oh, server worker change by the looks of things. I heard you got beef. We have no beef, Jay. I can't even remember what our beef was. Like roast beef? Maybe like a sirloin steak. I'd have a steak with you, Jay. That'd be fine. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. People told me that you were playing... Oh, what was it earlier? Wait, what? I don't remember this. It could be AI. Hang on. Oh, yeah, okay, okay, yeah, we do have beef. That was a while ago, but yeah, that's... In fairness, I probably deserved that. That was a real streamer moment right there. That was, got distracted by chat. Got myself killed. Learned a lesson there. Thank you, Jay. Thank you very much, bud. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. If you are interested in coming back to June in January, just give me a shout. The servers are still up and running, so you and your community are obviously more than welcome. So let me know, bud. Hope you're doing well. Enjoy. Did the music stop? Oh no, it's just between songs. Why? That was a great moment where I've just lost a bunch of the resources that we just meme mined. So now we get to run through the enemies again. Let's regain some of the ye olde stamina. Oh, that's the run we did last time. The Mycelite stuns is just bullshit. Like, it's a tiny little mushroom. What the fuck is going on? There's so many of them. No. Oh dear. Oh, server worker boundary. We're doing the same in June this week. Last week, base fully operation. We just WhatsApp for anyone who needs it. That's nice. I don't actually know what is... I'm waiting for a bit of news on when we're actually getting the update for June. I need to speak to the devs about it when they're back from back after Christmas, because that obviously when that falls is when it'd be It'll change basically when I'm doing certain things, won't it? So I just need to kind of know when we're getting the DLC, which I'm sure we'll find out when they're all back from their Christmas holidays, which is kind of, I guess, kind of fair enough for them to have. I guess they're allowed to have time off over to Christmas because developers are people too. Blah, blah, blah. Good room on that server? Of course we do, Laxia. You just hit me up. So drop me a DM about it when things come out in June. In June? No, in January. January. Thought I added someone to the PvP list. Who's in the PvP list now? Both me and Jay died in our games watching that clip. That's hilarious, actually, Var. Thank you for that. Are we people? We're not people either, so that's fine. Now I've got to mine my way out of 45,000 XP of XP debt. That's awful. How terrible. I'm going to have to do so much mining. We might get a lot of copper, so we're going to do that there in the hope that we get copper. Plate we won't get much of. That's not going to be going in that one. I can't believe we're going back to the Riverlands. We could go to the pit, chat. I've missed the pit. Okay, we'll mine the granite eggs. That's fine. Wasn't DLC supposed to be a holiday DLC at the Poles with Snow? No, that's going to be the Water Catchers DLC. It's a whole content release, I think, at the April kind of mark. I'm fairly sure that's meant to be April that we're meant to get the Water Shippers, but it might be the 1 year anniversary. That's what I'm really... I think they're spending all the time... most of the DLCs and stuff have been fixes since then, I'm going to be honest. Like, I've been very impressed with the amount of stuff that's been fixed since launch. This mountain looks really out of place on this minimap. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, it just kind of seems very strange. It doesn't seem very well blended. You hope there's still some pit tomorrow when you get better? That could be pit. Why have you just been dying? Just fish it safer? No, I don't want to. I've not fished. I've never actually, like, concertedly done fishing in this game. At that point, it becomes a real MMO, and I kind of feel weird about that. Like, that's kind of terrifying. What if I just become a fish addict, like Womprat? I'll just get lost to the land of fish. Oh my god, look at all of this mining. Okay. I already have enough problems, as you can see. You hit fish button, I go do chores. That would require I have to go and do chores, though. I don't want to do those. I want to sit here and meme with chat. Besides, if I was fishing, I wouldn't be able to do this mining. I love mining. This is good fun. It's not as good as the mining in... I would go back and play New World just for the mining again. Is New World like PvE only now? Is that a thing? Am I hallucinating? Did New World go PvE only, like single player? Am I having a fever dream? Ember Wardens? Oh, Emberbeard Wardens. Fine. KOS. Fine with that. Oh, the ads will be here in a minute. I need to work out if I'm having a strong. I'm going to look at New World. Didn't they shut down? That's what I mean. What happened to it? During the break, I'm going to find out. New World Eternum. Like, what is this? 71 gigabyte game. What the fuck? Mostly negative recent reviews. I don't even understand what the game is anymore. Like, what? So it's not single player, but it is shut down or shutting down. It's basically end of life. There we go. Mine level 16. Nice. Amazon pulled the plug. See, that's a shame because I really enjoyed the mining in that because when you would mine a node, it would echo off the local environment dynamically depending on what the terrain around you was like. And like when you were cutting trees, it would actually fall. You would hear the sounds. Like they made a really good gathering system in New World. It was a very compelling gathering system, but the storage and the rest of the game and the end game and the way the devs treated the players was all shit. So, you know, swings and roundabouts. I'm not bitter about that at all. Thor and I spent thousands of hours playing New World. Or like 1,000 hours each, probably. We were both very excited for it. He and I hit a couple of like world firsts together. You played a bunch before you met us? Fair enough. Had you got here, we could have been pissed off about the game together. Well, we can be pissed off about it now. How about that, Ruchi? We can grumble and complain like old men. Back in my day, we had to walk up and down the grinding loop both ways in the snow while being attacked by mobs. Welcome back after the ads, everybody. Hope you are doing well. We are continuing on our slow grinding fest back towards Halcyon, towards our resource deposits that we had in the Riverlands, where we're gonna do some leveling up and get jewelry making leveled up towards apprentice, etc. So that's gonna be our goal next. But on the way, we found some natural resources, and it would be wrong of me to not take them. So thank you for sticking with us. That's what we're doing. They left their resources lying around. It would be rude of us not to take them, right? And this way, when we get back to town, we can have some fun messing around with the resource processing stuff that we've not really done a lot of. And find out how expensive it is to resource process stuff. That's going to be what we find out, I'm guessing. I've heard a lot of people crafting complain about the cost of resource processing, so we'll have to see what happens. It depends on how much we can afford. We've got 5 gold, which isn't too bad. We'll see if we can turn it into a fortune or see if we become memes. We're going to risk it all, chat. The all or nothing run. 5 gold of seed money. Oh, we can just climb the mountain? This is ridiculous. Okay. Okay, fine. On the bright side, our horse has recovered from its unfortunate accident earlier where it got brutally savaged by an enemy. You spent like 5 gold on processing before the town upgraded, or... It's so weird. coming through here and it's not a PvP area or a PvP pass. Like, you're not forced, it's not a lawless zone. It's kind of nice. I kind of like it. You can never make money processing now. It's always on a loss, even with low taxes. So basically, it's about the XP then. It's about managing that. Well, we've got Glint saved up. I'm sure I can do Glint runs or Caravan at some point to make money, or I can, you know, sell my gatherings. That's probably what we'll have to do. We'll probably have to fund our processing and our leveling up. But look, we're back in the land of basalt. Beautiful, delicious basalt. And of course, granite, which we haven't missed that much. Why aren't you gathering the aerial plants there? Well, I haven't got the ability to gather aerial plants. Unfortunately, I don't have a flying mount or some kind of other bullshit that would allow me to do it. I can't believe we've still got floating spawns, even after they've been reported for over a year. You spent a lot of gold pre-processing too? So, I would like to do animal husbandry at some point, but I hear that one is a really disappointing grind that has a lot of, like, gamba in it, and I'm just like, I don't really want to do gamba grinding. As well as having to do the actual grinding. Thank you. That sounds fucking awful. It just means you end up in this weird farm where people are basically going to be like people are going to be far more willing to sell the raw resources rather than process resources, which I don't necessarily think is a good move. Of course, the first basalt I would mine would give me... Okay, the slate is going to get dropped for the heroic basalt. Oh my god, no one's been harvesting the Riverlands, and there's so many... Look over there. Look at behind Thor's delightful head. Look at all of this. The lack of goblins has been bad for Halcyon, I can tell. Hello, Bailey. Did you just come sprinting? You've got the zoomies, haven't you? Got an itchable, you need to scritchable. Okay, let's get you on camera so that everyone can see you. Meow. Yeah, what's up? What have you been doing? You've been sleeping. Is that why you've got the zoomies? You've got energy after your nap? I'm glad someone's got energy after their nappy. The sky's gone to sleep, so I must go outside, but you must come outside with me. Flights in northeast, your favourite western larch spot is quite there. I don't think I want to. Up there. Up there, okay. Okay. I think he had a very good catnap by the looks of things. Another viewpoint processing. I've been buying processed wood at a markup and then being able to craft it and sell it at a profit for myself. That's a thing as well. Yeah. That is the nice thing about a cleric. We can regenerate our fall damage if you just take it incrementally. You're such a baby boy. The least aggressive cat I've ever seen in my life. You can make money doing just processing. You can buy and process wood at markup, then be able to craft it and sell it at profit for myself. But that's the crafting step. You've been crafting it. Rather than... That doesn't look like granite. That looked a lot more like... It's granite with a basalt inside of it that looks like a slate. God damn it. You having a clean? The person doing the processing made money off of you? Yeah, but they also made a loss from selling the raw resources, from my understanding, is what people are saying. I think the market will need time to stabilize. It depends on where you are operating out of. Halcyon obviously is not a town, so I think it's a village. Yeah, so it's going to have stuff that I can manufacture in if I base out of Halcyon, but I could also go and base out of Jova. I just don't want to deal with the lag spike every time I go there. Also, because Jova is so populated, it won't have all of these resource spots, whereas I can just do that in Halcyon. I probably won't make as much money on the open market selling stuff, but I can just ship down good products if I need to. Which is kind of the point, right? That's the economics of it. Okay, you've come to say hello, you've had some attention, and now you're going, are you? Okay. He's a big baby boy. So with our 45,000 XP debt, we've already mined away 15,000 of it. Is economic warfare viable in-game? Not yet, but in theory, yes, it will be. That's not a granite node, that's definitely a basalt node. These are all one node inside of the other, apart from a couple of them, which is really interesting. Okay, you're back. You're just running back and forward, aren't you? You've been back outside. You went outside for a second and changed your mind. Is that why you're cold? Yeah. You're a big prince. A big baby boy. He's a ridiculous little cat, but I do love him. Here he is. Yeah, you. Has anyone got any requests for the Cat of Wisdom? Well, maybe not Wisdom. Maybe just Floof, but... you know what I mean. Is that a question for him, Laser Muffins, or for you? Like, as in, you want him to give you ear scratches? Because he's only got claws. Like, that's not going to be great. You might not enjoy that. What do you get from the takeaway? The cat of Destiny says you should get a curry. A nice chicken tikka masala, if you're in Britain. Otherwise, get your hands off our national dish. You're probably doing it wrong. He only eats the finest salmon and chicken, Womperat. Can you provide these? If yes, he's interested. Can he have some? He can have some ear scritch. He's just a baby boy. Oh, you'll probably have a decent chicken tikka masala over. Yeah, over in Ireland. Yeah. Yeah, sure. That'll be fine. Have a chicken tikka masala. Nice Indian takeaway. I love the little hippos. Look at them. We must heal the hippo. There we go. The hippo was healed. Wait a second. What? God damn it. I was like 2600 XP debt earned. Wait, what? How? And I was like, okay, yeah, it's got a purple spawn. That's why. That will be why it gave me 2600 experience. Oh, okay, you getting comfy? Yeah. The Cat of Wisdom has some wise choices. The Cat of Wisdom knows many things. Sometimes terrifying things. Sometimes less terrifying things. Like, why is there a dead bird on the floor? The answer is because he thinks I'm a big shit cat. Would I care for some upgraded mining bags? Demonar's given me some, I just keep forgetting to use them. I just need to get to Halcyon. That's basically the goal, and I'm getting distracted. That's what you're watching live, is just me getting distracted. That's basically how this stream goes. It's Chrono starts doing something, then 8 hours later it finally ends up getting done. Because chat are awful at helping keep streamers on track. What book series should you read next? What was the last book series that you really enjoyed, Laser Muffins? B needs to know a little bit of context first. Throne of Glass series. Have you read the Malazan Book of the Fallen? It's 10 books. It's a commitment. But my god, that's a good series. It's very, very cool. It's kind of 2 arcs of 5, so you can take a break in the middle should you want to. But the second arc of 5 has a lot of references back to the first, which is very, very nice. The Malazan Book of the Fallen is the series name. Very much recommend that. Very good series. If you don't want a 10-book one, I would recommend the Powder Mage trilogy by Brian McClellan, which is a blend of gunpowder and magic, which is a very nice kind of combination that you don't tend to see a lot in fantasy, because normally in a magical culture, you're not going to develop the need for gunpowder in the same way. Malazan Book of the Fallen, correct, Laser Muffin, yes. You happy down there now, little cat? Yes. Oh, Eldritch Crusader, a fellow Powder Mage enjoyer. Very good series, very much enjoyed it. I'm always pleased to see other book enjoyers out there. If you like Brandon Sanderson, you will like Brian McClellan's work. Yeah, that's because, you know, Brian McClellan is basically his like protege kind of thing, is like his student. What's the Laura Bailey's favorite sitting location? Why isn't Chronos a keyword? He just really likes paper and he likes like paper and cardboard. So that's why there's a piece of cardboard floating around which he fished out of the bin, because he's an animal. Literally, that's not reasonable behavior, baby. That's not how that works. No. No, hello. Yeah. Slow blinks to you too. Sanderson's your favorite writer? Then you will enjoy the work of Brian McClellan, likely. Powder Mage is a good trilogy. Can only recommend. You've got some of the Dragonlance books where you're not ready to jump back into that world. That's fair, yeah. You're so round, aren't you? When you want something, you make yourself extra round. I don't know how you do this. Where are you off to? Oh, I think that someone's making a food noise in another room, so he's like, oh, food. He revs up hearing like the crinkly plastic and he's like, oh, 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 and he goes. We've gone through 23,000 of our XP debt just by mining. Which is pretty damn good. Rift War Saga is by far your favorite series by Raymond D. Fries. Very nice. Okay. Priest. Guess I'm not going to know without someone telling me. Okay, it's two large nodes together. I was wondering what the gigantic node was, but I'm just gonna. I need to go drop stuff off and come back. There's so much out here that like, it looks like I'm not gonna have that much of an issue. Genuinely. I'm fairly sure I left a bunch of jobs running here in the metalworking station, but when it was a village, yeah, when it became a village. And Stab and Sorg. Nice. The Natural History of Dragon series is good. The Aragon series is always a classic. That's got Murtagh out now, which is a very hotly awaited follow-up. I think it's setting up more for the future than it might be a good standalone follow-on, but I'm interested to see where it goes from there. What was I doing? I was going to this metalworking station. Yes, here you go. Crushed basalt. Tendonite. Ooh. Hole. Right, what have I got on me? How much copper have we got? 43. So we're going to need a bunch of smoldering ash, smoldering ash, smoldering ash. Seeing a theme here where I'm going to go and buy smoldering ash. Let's just buy 100 of it. We'll buy 160 through it. I don't even think I've got enough slots to hold that much. Let's not do that. Sell the 2 flax. We'll buy 80 of it and we'll start with that. This is the one that you can backspace, so do this. Add. Shift right click. Start that job. It's not a 10 silver plus the smoldering ash cost, obviously, of course. What can we do with zinc? We've got exactly 37 of it. Weird. I just set this to 37 first. It's just kind of a painful system. Kind of weird that we have the perfect amount, but I'm kind of okay with that. That's very odd. I feel slightly suspicious of how convenient that was, actually. Now we go back and buy more of the ash. Oh, actually, I need to forget. That's like half an hour time on it now, isn't it? We have to wait. 20 minutes on that one. Okay, so I was going to do the sand for crushing the volcanic rock. No, we need to get crag shatter salts, and then we've got quite a lot of this. 43, 43, 43. Yes, okay. Yeah, quite a few. 160. Buy your smoldering ash? No. The whole profession of storage UI is awful. Oh yeah, 100%. Then I'm trying to use them. I just need to empty my bags first. Look, I'm attempting. I'm attempting to do a thing, but I've... Sorry, Demna. Demna can't be mad at me because I'm adorable, right? That's how that works. That's basically how I'm going to argue this. Shit, I've got fucking no storage. God damn, Pastor Cronus is a real bastard sometimes. I'm only going to turn the volcanic rock into sand anyway, so I might as well get that one done, over and done with. The rest of it can all stay for now. I didn't realize I had quite as much zinc still left in here that could turn into fragments, but we can do that. Then we need to check out the jewelry crafting station, because I need to work out what I'm doing with these rubies. I've never done jewelry crafting before, so I have no idea where the stations are for it. That's going to be exciting to learn. I would have thought it was somewhere around the armor smithing station, potentially, but it also could not be. Stone masonry, lumber milling, carpentry. Armor smithing, weapon smithing, both upstairs. Oh, there we go. Jewelry craft, jeweler's just right there. Ruby and zinc fragments. Okay, well, I need to cut the rubies then somehow, or can I just use them as is? No, I need to cut the rubies. I'm guessing that's going to be stoneworking then for cutting rubies. Stone masonry. Cut gem. Ruby. Okay, so we need gem cleanser and then the rough rubies. We've got 43 of those. Let's find the vendor to find the gem cleanser and get 43 of it. This is what I mean. Like, why am I buying gem cleanser? Just add the cost of this gem cleanser to the cost of the craft. Hang on, Poet, let's not get distracted. 1 second. There we go. And then I can accept the trade. Nice. Poet hunted me down. Ooh. Tidebound necklace. Thank you. Thank you very much, Poet. Those add-ons should be optional and boosted. Yeah, that makes sense. I would believe that. I think you have a chance of going up a tier maybe if you spend more of the resource or you add the resource to it. Or if you're using mixed gear, that could maybe bring the average tier up or something. It just doesn't seem like it makes sense at the moment. I've got all of this stone that I really do want to crush. The granite I can probably sell. Let's just sell the granite. That pays for my resource. That pays for my repair costs at least. It doesn't even come close. That's... I can store that. We'll just go we'll just get more stone. Like, why am I getting precious about the stone? Really? We'll just get more stone. Increase the production speed, that's true. Yeah, again, Lazio, I completely agree with you. There's just no need for them. They just provide pointless friction, and I don't like that. There's no point of having friction for friction's sake. It's just ridiculous. Now I can switch this for the apprentice mining bags. Now we can do some real mining. Oh, Demnar's given us the power. Well, the ads are here. Look at this. We can finally become fishermen. How do I do this? I think I just press this button and I stand here. Is this all I do? Is this how one fishes? Like, I don't even need to press anything. I just stand here. Is this all you're doing, Womprat? Oh my god. Poor Womprat. I haven't had a fish yet. Is that normal? Oh, there you go. I just got a fish. This is bullshit. Some people just do this as a stream. I've been farming like a chump. Well, you have been painting at the same... If you're painting at the same time, Womprat, I think that would make a lot of sense. That's a very sensible thing to do. But if you're not... If you're just doing this the whole... I'd go slowly more and more insane. Catch you later, Laser Muffins. Thank you for stopping by, but I really appreciate you being here. I mean, yeah, but at least RuneScape fishing was quicker than this. I never thought I would call RuneScape fishing a more engaging system than this. You've done that whole Eldar army, by the way. Oh my god, Womprat, you've got... Your skill with it is absolutely... must be absolutely insane. Like, I just... Getting myself into the headspace where I've got, like, the mental peace to do painting and nothing else, like, is just... I don't even know if I can get to that stage at the moment. Like, that's just... mad. That said, my pile of shame isn't too bad. I just don't feel very inspired to paint any of the stuff that I've got in the pile of shame, which is kind of the problem. So what's the difference between this and sport fishing then, Ruchi? What's the actual difference in gameplay mechanic? Well, that was a very relaxing way to spend the adverts. We mined 3 fish. Yes, we mined 3 fish, chat. I'm going to be honest with you, that was certainly an experience. I can't say I'm going to be fishing much again actively. That was I can't believe I've come back and there's no nodes here. There were so many and now they're all gone. Hungry so far indeed. Hungry and eaten all of the nodes. Fine, we'll go further afield. Oh no, fine. These nodes are still here. These are ours. These are ours. I don't even know which one of these 2 nodes I'm mining at this point. Wait, the project you're working on also may or may not have been 3D modeling mine and Thor's head so I can print from Marine. That's hilarious. If you're ever gonna, you know, model my image for anything to turn me into a Space Marine sounds pretty damn cool. I'm down for that. Oh, I've got Destiny rewards available. What's this? What have I got available? Become a citizen. Nice. Glint. I should definitely have left that for when I was back at town. That's nearly going to take up a whole slot in my... Fine. If you fail the line, you can snap with the fish and get away from your casting range. You don't want to do fishing when you go make coffee or food. I should do it during ads. It does make sense to do it, I guess. It's not bad. I'm going to leave those nodes to grow. Are you a slate node or are you just a broken stone? Broken stone. You are a full-size node hiding in the ground. See, the devs hide the loot, chat. They hide it deep in the ground. With these bugs, they call it a bug node. The devs are hiding the loot from you. That was actually a small node, and I was wrong. I'm hilarious. I need to deliver. I've still not delivered a construction crate. I should do that at some point before I can't. Once you have a baited fishing spot, you cast the line. Once you get a fish, you have a mini game where you have to match the fish's actions to prevent it getting away, to wear it out. So basically like normal fishing mechanics. Once the fish reaches 0, you get a fish crate to hand in for a large amount of money. Okay. So you get a crate of fish from the ground. Okay, nice. So if I need to make a construction crate here in Halcyon, what do I do? Do I have to make one here and take it all the way to the new settlement? Is that what the Dune Striders are for? Have I just worked out the basic gameplay loop that everyone's been doing for days? Possibly yes. The big fish that behaves like a crate? Okay, that's kind of cool. Yes, level 8 wolves. That's a very fair fight against level 25 cleric with radiant weaponry. More like a big fish strapped onto your back? Okay. So the construction crates are very different then. I need to make one of those for a quest. Well, I say a quest, for a Destiny. That's why I ask. Hey, 100k for level 18. I hate to tell you this, but level 19 to 20 is more than 20 to 21, and that's 1.3 million XP. Just to be really transparent with you, Lax, yeah, 19 to 20 is a really horrible level. You'll need to be switching. If you're level 18, you could be switching to the Brig farm. You're ready for the Brig at level 18. There's the low-level farm there is good. Then level 19 onwards, you can do the high-level farm. You'll get like 5,000 to 6,000, I think, per kill at level 18. You need to find a group for that once you ding 18. If you're 17, they'll accept you now. Just do a ping into guild chat or into the looking for group channel in Discord, looking for Brig Farm. The Brig Farm should be up and running. I'd be surprised if people weren't still there farming levels. Look, chat, we've naturally gravitated back to the pit. I can kill this guy now. Let's see how this goes. Cool, I can safely farm throughout all of this area. It's always good to find one of the local enemies and just kind of test yourself against them to find out if they're going to interrupt your farm. Like the crabs, I knew I could take because I've been fighting them on the island, but I haven't fought one of those in a very long time. If they had a stun or a disrupt, I didn't want to deal with that while I'm mining because they'll break me out of my mining animation and I'll be very angry because you'll lose progress. Rather than some games where if you've mined halfway through the node before, it will resume you where you were in terms of progress. This game, if you get reset even at the last tick, it'll take you right back to the start. GG easy. It was kind of ridiculously unfair. I mean, I'm a level 25 and slightly geared cleric against a level 13 mob. That's kind of Not exactly a fair fight, right? Good to see you, Just Another. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you earlier as well. I think I need snowdrops for potentially at some point for thread for some of jewelry making, so I might just gather some just in case I'm right. How were your holidays, Laxi? I can't remember if I've asked. It's all become some kind of big tinsel-coloured blur. That looks like a friendly bear. It is a friendly bear. Tameable bear. You could be my friend. You could be friend. Get wrecked, Ebon Flame. Mine. My bear. Bear carcass portion, damn it. Okay. I don't really know what's going on with the bears around here. No, that was okay. Maybe okay. Yeah, fine. I was indeed using the F key to harvest the bear. You know what? I can't even disagree with you. You're right. That it's a friend because your face is still attached. I don't know if I could fight a bear solo at this point. I think I probably can. Like apart from the stun, which is annoying. As long as I'm paying attention, I should be okay. So I'll get distracted by chat halfway through and get killed. That's what will happen. I just saw the natural progression of my own actions there, don't worry. That's hilarious. Akira said I tried to open your stream and it crashed my browser. That's so funny. Look at this whole group of people killing these bone flayers. Good job. Although it looks like one of you died at some point. Oh no, it's just the loot drop. Well, welcome on in then, Akirian. I can't imagine I'm actually going to keep that much of this snowdrop, but I'm entering the promised... That's a friendly bear. Oh god, I've played this game so much that I know the friendly bears at a glance. Like, that's bad. Oh god, why is that lag so bad? Another friend bear. This one might become more carcass portions. Look at how bad our... Yeah, okay, we didn't do a great job here. Two carcass portions, I guess. No luck on the bear. My bad. Friendly bear down there? No. Hostile bears, nice. One of... I could have sworn I saw a friendly bear. Oh. Granite node. Here we go. The mining can continue. We can keep gathering. This is what we do now. We just gather. We just gather materials. We've done everything we need to. Look at 70 storage is nice as well though. These are 65s. Okay, jeez. So what is everyone doing in Ashes now that we've got the node leveled up? Have you gone to do your own things? Are you running crates? Are you running containers? Or are you guys taking a break from the game? I know some people will be taking a break after getting up the settlement that level, because it was quite a lot of grinding. Well-earned break for some people. Like Mond Hyla spent hours, like days tanking. So like good job to Mond, because Mond hit 25 and continued to tank for people basically free of charge. Like, you know, just taking the gear losses, just change it, just basically just spending their time helping the group. Like, that was great of him. Looking for a group to grind goblins or nice. Well, I know that Lax is looking to grind Brig, so you might not be too far off of that, Zidane, at some point. Look, you use the looking for group channel in the actual Pirates Discord, !AP. Very much worth doing if you're looking for a group. Mon did 12 hours yesterday, exactly. See, that's insane work. Like, that's insanely cool. I would like to get a rowboat and then maybe a ship at some point, but I'm going to speak to Tix and find out how ships work, because I feel like I shouldn't be trusted with the ship without knowing how they work. I'll speak to Tix about it. It is out into the wide open space. Ships are confusing and weird. Tix, I just want to be able to go fast on the water. I like having my shore skipper, but I feel like oh, okay, server worker change. That was horrible. But I just feel like a walrus isn't very British of me. If I want to rock up and start sounding posh, I'm going to need a mighty vessel, so I need to work out how they work and speak to you. Ship is the British calling? Exactly. There's also a colony that requires a governor, and therefore we need ships for trade. If you're telling me that Steven isn't making the British Empire simulator, I'm telling you that you're wrong. Wrong, I tell you. Untapped natural resources in abundance. At one point in one of the phases, this used to give us infinite, like, rare, like, legendary resources. Every time I harvested a node here, it would always be, like, legendary rarity for some reason. Because it has these rude level 20 otters here. But now I can fight these because they're actually big bitches. Okay, AoE cycle. Thank you. With that magnificent mustache, Walrus is about as British as it gets. It's just not the same. My first legendary this phase and it's a fish. How lucky. A striped barrel fish. That's what One Pratt aspires to. He dreams of the legendary fish. There's a bait. I hate that. All the fish are yours? Well, unfortunately, someone else in the guild has fished up a legendary fish. They're challenging your right to be the true fisherman. Are you going to take that one, Pratt, or are you going to fight back? Are these all nodes? But they look, for a second I thought these were all like granite nodes, and I was like, oh my god, I hope that's not happened. horrifying concept that the bugs flashed before my eyes, chat. Some of these server workers are not happy. Okay, well, I've got some otters attacking me. Goodbye, Shoal Skipper. They've got that horrible belly flop. I forgot about that. There's a reason that you're a rogue, I mean fisherman. I mean, yes, you seem to be fishing up people as well with your knives. Well, on the bright side, I got a bunch of glint for their death. I mean, ooh, halcyon. Nice, we can mine this. I forgot that I could mine this. I thought this was the next tier up. As a jewelry crafter, I think that's going to be useful. I'm fairly sure we can use that for jewelry. Stonemasonry into jewels. The knives are there to fillet the fish and to fillet the foes. Yeah, that's how that works. How do the animal husbandry people actually go around, like, consistently leveling up animal husbandry? Because the spawns for mobs are so varied. Like, you have to stand there killing them all and then hopefully getting a spawn. Is that how that's meant to work? That seems like a weird system. Sheer bloody mindedness, it sounds like it, yeah. You can attest that Tix is extra sane. How much are you being bribed to say that, Ruchi? Ruchi, do you need help? Uh-oh, indeed. We're just here absolutely devastating the Riverlands to get the resources we need to level up our jewelry crafting so that we can come back out and be a functional member of actual pirates' professions. Which is by your free will. That makes sense, Richie. I believe that. So we've got a decent chunk of gold that we can use to make money from processing, and then we can go from there. We have already spent about 10% of it. I know there'll be a bunch behind me and up there, but I also know there's a bunch down here. I can see 2-3 nodes here. So I probably will go grab those near the road. Because they're hidden from the road by this natural lip. And people probably don't want to fight the otters for them. Because the otters are kind of ridiculously horrible if you're a low level, because they kind of hit quite hard. They've got quite a high DPS count. Help is on the way, dear. Is that what's is Balthazar sending help? Is that what's going on? That's such an iconic scene. Robin Williams was great. From Mrs. Doubtfire, the Robin Williams scene when he's playing as Uvajaniah Doubtfire. It's a very, very good film. Need to rewatch it. It's very good. Me not realizing any glint to become a citizen, having to get my alchemy level 10 so you can level it up. Oh. With that in mind, I do Kazana's wish. I don't like that you have to use glint like to do that. Why not just take the silver? You're just putting needless UI and user experience issues in place. Like, there doesn't need to be glint. There is a reason why I now only convert my glint into gold if I ever need to, because it's unavailable to run caravans, or I can use it for other things. But like, it's just kind of silly to have to do things the way that, you know, oh yeah, I didn't have any glint when I wanted to become a citizen when it suddenly became available, so now I have to go out and farm glint just to become a citizen of the node that I've just spent 5 days leveling up. Doesn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't feel good as a player. Well, glint is something that like you need to keep going back to home to deposit it so that you don't have a huge stash, because then when you die, you have it on you. It does give death more of a meaning if you're carrying it as an item. Sure, but like, yeah, it's kind of an odd one. It could just be coins, and you just drop 25% of your cash stack and you leave your cash in the bank. That would be a thing. I don't know. It's just one of the systems that I've grown used to glint now. Of all the ones that I complain about, I don't even think about the glint system anymore. Oh, look, more slate, finally. Ooh, tin. I get that glint gives risk, but there should be no need for glint in the city. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't necessarily need it once you're in town, yeah. Mine level 17, we're getting there. Weird water table level there. More bugs? What do you mean? There's always many bugs in a game, but I don't think we're dealing with bugs right this second. A mushroom is chasing you back to the village. That's how you know it wants to like take you home to meet its family. Freya, you have to adopt that mushroom as your own now. That's part of your story. It's your time. The ads will be here in a second, chat. Make sure you stand up, get some water, stretch your legs. I need to do my back stretches, so I wanted to stand up. Bear with me for a second. I will mine the next node and then I will stretch. Otherwise, Mirror will become aware and start rapidly approaching my location. Ugh. Ugh. Ooh. That felt like a gift. A gift from the server. A bear appears before me. Thank you, Stephen. Ah, we've got our own bear now. If I didn't need to make a construction crate, I don't actually need. No, I don't need those. I want to keep the main bear because I would like to try. I'd like to try taming it. But for now, the stone is actually more useful for me, I think. Yeah, we have a bear from. We might be able to get a bear mount or a bear beast of burden to pull our bear cavalry. Bear caravan could be fun. Also, having a backup mount as well as the horse is always good because the horse can die very easily. Having a backup mount is always just nicer. You have a bear and a spare. That's how that works. That's the saying, bear and a spare. A bear and a spare is a very Baldur's Gate 3 thing, so you know what, I'd believe that, to be fair. You're curious how they want to get rid of mounts in game because they are forever. That is an interesting question, yes. Fundamentally, once you've got a mount, it can't die. It'll just take time to respawn. I don't know how over time mount is happening. I don't really know like what is happening to your mount over time. You don't have to pay for any upkeep. You don't have to get rid of it. You don't have to heal it. Just it dies and it'll just respawn. Those bags are a lot better. Yes, thank you, Demnar. I do appreciate it. So I don't necessarily know what they will do to keep the mount economy going, because at some point you're just going to have a mount forever. It should age and die because of age. That would make sense, yeah, but it's not a mechanic that we've heard anything about. There needs to be something to keep mounts vendors in business, basically, because otherwise, like, how about your gear? Gear's the same thing. Gear barely degrades. Like, you know, we've been using some of our gear for Every time it dies, minus 1% speed. Well, at that point, it'd be after like 10 lives, it wouldn't be worth, it wouldn't be worth having over basically your basic sprint anymore. So at that point, it's a mount's only good until it dies once, and then after that, actually, it's no longer as good as anything else because anything else will outrun you. That will just ruin the mount economy, I think. That doesn't seem to make sense. Blaze, I think that would kill mounts as a concept. Is there a third node under this? Animal husbandry should be able to help you fix your broken mounts. It should be in some way, yeah. That would give more opportunities to vets, boarding houses, potentially, once animal husbandry is fleshed out. But I know there's a whole breeding system that's planned. Like, it's meant to be a very dynamic system for breeding mounts of certain qualities and such. So I think this is a very, very early iteration of what mounts will look like. Someone I've spoken to works very closely on mounts. And I've heard a couple of ideas for the mount system, which sound very, very cool. So I'm willing to wait and see on mounts. It's just about they don't want to introduce new systems while they're fixing these old systems. You're going to start getting huffy if they don't put the Dracana model in the game. I think actually there is a model, but they're all under the ground, aren't they? To me, it seems like they're all underground, so that I just can't see the model because it's a small herb. Mounts should need constant feeding, and feed preparation should be a husbandry product. That would potentially be it, but then you've got a lot of people who are... You very much run the risk of creating a monopoly at that point where mounts food, which as mounts are so important, because travel speed is a vital part of the game, you will basically create mount husbandry cartels, I would imagine, depending on the resources. So I'd be very careful to do that, because that basically becomes a faucet, or basically a control point for your entire economy, is how fast can players move. Well, that's based on the economy controlled by the player then, of how much are they providing the food for, etc. Of course, I would immediately start getting copper after I've offloaded on my copper. You're a shaman, you shouldn't have mounts, you just travel on spirits. That would be a cool thing to do. Be able to summon a mount that's faster, that would be a thing. Another node within the node. Fascinating and horrifying all in one go. We've gained a lot more rare basalt than we have, well, uncommon basalt than we have of granite, which is very interesting as well. Maybe we've just mined a lot more of the, yeah, we have mined a lot more of the basalt. This is a basalt node and 2 granite nodes all in the same pile. I don't think anyone comes up here to harvest by the looks of things. That's going to cause me an issue. I can't harvest that until I get rid of... There we go. I'd like there to be a bit more dynamic kind of systems in game which players can actually find their niche and find somewhere where they can flow. Welcome on in, Radical Skull. How are you doing, bud? Excuse me. What quality rating do I have for mining? What do you mean? My mining is level 17. I'm an apprentice, but my pickaxe is... just a grey tier apprentice one for mining XP and mining speed. I'm doing very well, thank you, Radical. Good to see you, dude. In the Gathering tab, click on Mining. What am I looking at? In the artisan ship. Oh, this one. I haven't got any of the gear or anything for it, but I have got the shirt and the skivvies. I've got a drill or a pan or a tool belt or a crowbar. None of the extra systems. Ooh. Hmm. There, but I'll get more slate and tin. The rare stuff is useful. I'm glad you're enjoying. It's exclamation point song, Riven, if you want it. Gathering is done so well in the game, a lot of depth for scaling as you progress. I'm not a big fan of the rarity system, but yeah, broadly, gathering does feel like, it does feel good. I like to gather. Gather much resource, yes. XP bar go burr. Hello, granite node, hiding in the rock there. You can get a crowbar at Brimore Farm if you're close by. What does the crowbar do? Oh, well, you're... Oh, thank you, Riven. Glad it worked for you. Oh, Woodstone is too high level for me. Ah, yes, the floating granite. Open good. Oh, that opens. Okay, that's the one that opens the crates. Yeah, it's not quite as necessary. I don't need to take 2 of the rare granite. I've got none of the rare granite at home. Actually, I can get rid of the rare zinc for it, I guess. I'm just going to run Gamba on it to try and get better quality material, so that's kind of the only goal. More granite, you will not survive my passing. More mining. The level must continue. I think it's P for that. There you go. Mining's at 17 and 45%. We're going to have to go and upgrade it again at some point. It's going to be insane. You'll love it. Hello, little Bailey. Look at you. Hello. Oh, hi. Who's a sweet baby boy? Are people dying inside the village? They are likely corruption flagged, or they are flagged for PvP and the guards are killing them. That would be my guess. Or people are searching someone else's loot stack. Because if you search and take from someone else's loot stack, you will get killed by the guards because you become flagged. So they're likely being tricked into PvP flagging. That would be my initial thought. Where's your spider gone? It's in the hallway, isn't it? You've battered it around, haven't you? What an adorable orb. Although this orb does come with a very loud speaker system engaged. It can be very shouty. As some of you saw on the Daily Bailey a couple of days ago, when he was just mid-shout when I got the photo, and I was like, well, that's going up. You saw one guy die because he tried to open his crate with a crowbar inside the city? Oh no. Oh no, bless them. He tried twice. Oh my god, he didn't learn the first time. That is unfortunate, to be honest with you. Bless. Right, let's do this. I can move my camera. Be back up here. Because the cat is wanting attention, but not asking properly. Sneakily asking me by switching his tail around rather than actually asking me like he normally does. He was like, that was a strange bug and tried again. Oh, Rucci, and you rezzed him twice. I mean, goddamn. I mean, nice of you to res him, I guess, rather than have to go to the Ember Shrine and run back, which would have been hilarious, but... To be honest with you, I kind of want to level weaponsmithing just to make myself better tools to do all of this. But I don't want to do two professions at once. That sounds awful. Is it? Is it? It is. Nice. I love seeing people from the community around. Like, it's nice to move us up and wave. It's like, hello, I know who you are. I'm like, oh, that's very kind of you. I'm here loot goblining. Do not look at my inventory. It's full of shame and disorganization. You also heal mounts. I am also a mount healer, Rucci. Yes, I believe it's my cleric duty to heal the mounts that players don't look after. Herbalism, alchemy, weaponsmithing. I'm thinking stonemasonry and metalworking for my processing, and then jewelry crafting. But there's probably a toolsmithing I could probably do on the side of that with some of the materials afterwards, maybe. Oh no, I'm getting distracted by more resource nodes. What a shame. I love the resources, chat. There's basalt there. I worry if I go that way, I'm going to find a chain of basalt nodes leading me away from the settlement. And I know that I will follow it because that's... See, look, there's another one there, and then I'll go around that one. There'll be another one around the corner from it. They're luring me away from... The game is trying to keep me away from going back to base. I don't know why. It's part of a big conspiracy, chat. The devs are hiding the loot. That's what it is. I'll probably get killed and lose all of my delicious loot. Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely bait. That's the settlement, but there's this path here too. Look at it all. Oh. Ruchi, are you more likely to heal one type of pet over the others? Because I'm more likely to heal Pallas cat mounts than I am, say, like the scorpion mounts, because it's cuter. That is basically how I work as a mount healer. In fairness, the large amount of basalt is of uncommon basalt's quite nice. I'll probably sell this to pay for the cost of processing and everything, like the cost of my mining pickaxe. I'll probably run the uncommon through the sanding machine. Now we're only really harvesting to get rare resources. That's kind of it. Slenderians and Scorpions. I just think the Pallas Mount is cuter. The Pallas Mount gets pets. Look, it looks like B. He's a Pallas cat. Look, he's staring at me. Hello. I love you too, little cat. Slow blinks indeed. Look at this aggressive cat. He's not aggressive at all. He's so cute. Yeah, you want attention? Yeah, you do. You always want attention. That's what it is. We all know the video of the Pallas cat interacting with the cameras. That's an iconic video. Everyone knows them, like, pretty much because of that video, I think. They are a ridiculously cute. Just they're too. It's a bit like the oh, is it the black spotted cat? It's like a little desert. It's the most efficient predator, pound for pound, like based on like the number of kills it will get from a hunt, because it's just ridiculously good at what it does. The sand cat, yeah, they are black-footed sand cats, I think. Hello, you're a white-footed house cat. Well, actually, you're not even really a house cat. You're an outside cat. You're a garden cat. That's what you are. It's the smallest big cat. I think that Bailey is the smallest big cat. He's so small, but also so big. It's mostly personality, but some of it is also floof. Sand cats are tiny. Bailey Stream Deck pedal sponsored stream? Maybe one day. He's taken some funny photos with Elgato products, so actually it would be because he likes the boxes. For some reason, they seem to make a good cardboard box. It has the Bailey mark of approval because he likes to rub his face on them. Yes, I'd like 100 of those, Chaos Geek. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. What's up, Bailey Boops? Yeah, you want more of your paper. Okay. Oh, you just want love. Okay. Okay. Meow. All right, baby boy. Shall I resume running back to the settlement? Is that what you want me to do? Leave me alone. I'm mining my basalt. I'll be fine as long as they don't do the stun attack. If they do the stun attack as I finish the node, I'll be very upset. Oh no. How horrible. I'm under attack. They're voracious because they have a fast metabolism. They're very successful hunters, like you said. The amount of prey they eat each night is staggering. I'm just impressed. They're just a very efficient cat. And I like efficiency and I like cats, so you know. Yeah, you're a good boy, aren't you, Bailey? What's up? What is it? You're showing me that you want something. Okay, chat, I'm going to go and feed Bailey and go and get myself some food for the night. Look, he's very happy at the idea. We are going to raid a good friend of mine that I met at TwitchCon. I know that you guys like Satisfactory, so I hope that you will enjoy. The raid message is going to be... This is the raid message. The factory must grow. Let me send this. Thank you very much, Generic Gamer. I appreciate you being here. This is the raid message. I hope that you all enjoy. Thank you all very much for being here. I've had a really good day hanging out. I appreciate you all greatly. We'll be back tomorrow, possibly for some Ashes, possibly for maybe a little bit of Fallout as well at the end of the stream. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much. Bailey obviously says thank you for being here. Take it easy. See you soon, and thank you very much. Have a good evening.